we can be better seated in the auditorium. So thank you all once again for being here with us this morning and attending the American Business Council Business Forum with the team Advancing African Market Access and AFCTA, Optimizing the Role of MDAs Critical to Growth. To comment the event for this morning, I would like to call on the CEO and the Executive Secretary of American Business Council, Mrs. Margaret O'Leary, to come give us the opening remarks. Could we please welcome her with a round of applause? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and welcome everyone to this event. This is really the second time we're partnering at the SOT, the Science of Trade. And for the most part, people will wonder what's a US-based organization interested in conversations around science of trade. For one thing, American Business Council is the voice of the US companies in Nigeria. It is the American Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the US Chamber Industry. And we drive trade and investment conversations between the US and Nigeria, and in the interest of the close to 100 US companies that we have as members. And more than ever now, issues around trade have become really quite topical when we think about, tariffs and policies and all. And so we focus on issues that impact trade, and underlining most of these issues are policy issues, issues around legislative acts and things. So we advocate to ensure that we have clear traction. I think there's somebody who's having a music thing this morning. That's part of the excitement about trade and tariffs, right? So, however, we also look at how are we situating ourselves, not just in international trade, but intra-trade, in the trade within the continent, and that's where AFCFTA really comes into play. So we, like I said, we're focusing very clearly on issues around policy and advocating around the policies that can create a favorable environment for businesses to thrive and for trade across countries, within the country, across countries, and across continents to continue to thrive. And when we look at, I'm not going to take over Joy's role, but when we look at our guest of honor today, we're wondering why is our keynote speaker, the MD of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Bank of Agriculture. We'll note that one of the things that we are beginning to see in Nigeria beyond the oil, business is that we are seeing non-oil exports. You saw the DG of NEPC talk about that extensively in her video. The non-oil exports, increasing, and the major part of that is the agricultural, the bit that's happening in the agricultural sector, with the understanding that we see a potential of agriculture contributing almost about a quarter to the country's GDP. So it is important to see how are some of these policies that are impacting those areas of critical importance. How is AGOA happening or not going to happen? What are the policies we need to put in place to ensure that we're able to even focus and advocate for this kinds of projects to happen? What are the laws? What are issues around IPs that can impact, trade, and so on and so forth? So I wouldn't want to go on and on, but I would just like to welcome everyone here and welcome our special guests. So, for instance, we have we also have the CEO of FAN, who's here. We're going to be joined by NIPC as well as we move into the panels, just looking at those critical ministries, departments, and agencies, critical that are very important to these conversations that we're having today. So I would not end this without recognizing my friend and sister who's here, the DG of Lagos Chamber of Commerce, my younger brother who's here, who's the president of the Nigerian Indonesian Chamber of Commerce. And please, if I do not recognize anybody else who is, everyone is important here, please forgive me, and I would offer you some of puff-puff and whatever at the end of the day. But that's a joke. Thank you so much for coming, and Joy, over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Solele, and thank you for helping me do my job partly. She had actually spoke about the keynote speaker who will be coming up next. We're just going to dive into the business of the day. And as she has explained, the keynote speaker today is the Managing Director of the Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Ayo Shotirim. Thank you, is Mr. Ayo Shotirim. He'll be speaking to us today on the team. Just to give a brief run through about Mr. Shotirim, he has extensive experience both in public and private sectors, encompassing large-scale commercial agriculture, finance, investment banking, management consultancy, and advisory roles. So we see that he's actually, he has a grasp of the topic we'll be speaking on today. And being the MD of the Bank of Agriculture, which as Ms. Solele had spoken, agriculture is key, especially when we're looking at, we talk about exports in this country. So I would like to welcome Mr. Ayo Shotirim. Please could you join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, but I know we're all still, I'd say, recovering from all the relaxation of May Day yesterday. My name is Ayo Shotirim. I'm the newly appointed or newly minted Chief Executive Officer of the Bank of Agriculture. Let me start by welcoming, our guests, our esteemed persons here, representatives of, the foreign missions, development partners that are here, businesses that are here, our hosts, the American Business Council, policymakers, trade experts, and other distinguished attendees, men and women. You would know I'm quasi a government, I would say, owned bank, and we also work as a private sector bank. So you have to excuse my my introduction. We normally do all protocols duly observed. It is an honor to address this distinguished audience at such a pivotal moment for Africa trade and development. The theme of this conference, Advancing Africa Market Access and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, optimizing the role of critical MDAs to growth. The reason this particular, I would say, theme, it's a very important one in the I would say, lifeline of Africa as a continent, and in particular Nigeria as a country. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area holds the potential to transform our continent, creating one singular market, boosting intra-Africa trade, and driving economic growth. However, the success is based on the AfCTA's goals, hinging on effective collaboration between public institutions like ours, Bank of Agriculture, and private sector players, which I find some of you are from. In Nigeria, the agricultural sector is not merely a sector. It is what I call the lifeblood of our economy. It would interest you to know that agriculture employs over 70% of our population in Nigeria. So I'm sure you can do the numbers. Contributing significantly to our GDP, which stood at, I think, 29.44% in 2024. And, it sustains the rural poor, or I would say rural livelihood. Nigeria's growth population estimated to surpass 220 million in 2024, and with annual growth rate of about 2%. They say by 2050, we should be about 450 million people, meaning we're going to almost quadruple. This growth population signals a real chance for increased demand for food. Looking ahead to 2050, with population of over 450 million people, we anticipate food consumption growing by at least 4% each year. I'm saying year on year till that time. In fact, Nigeria's share of global food consumption has averaged 3.5% over the last 5 years, which is the highest across the African continent. We recognize that food prices significantly influence Nigeria's inflation. In February this year, 2025, food inflation stood at 23.5%, which is a substantial decrease from 37.9% that we experienced in 2024, according to NBS, National Bureau of Statistics. However, despite this immense potential that we have within the agriculture sector, we also face significant challenges. Number one is low productivity, which I think will be the first thing that we try to tackle within the Bank of Agriculture. Limited access to finance. Access to finance needs to be differentiated from the cost of finance. I'm sure for everyone that are here, you all probably get your facilities from a bank at 35 to 40%. Which is the cost of capital, but the problem is not even just that. It's actually access to capital, which is how do you have your 3-year audited statement, how do you prove your concepts, how do you start, and all those sort of things. So those are part of the challenges that we face that we believe from within the Bank of Agriculture we can solve. Also, inadequate infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, cold chain, and whatnot. Supply chain inefficiencies. These challenges are not only, hindering agricultural development in Nigeria and across Africa, but it also impede our ability to achieve food security or to reduce poverty. And completely effectively in the global market, the Bank of Agriculture occupies a unique and a critical position in addressing these challenges. Just to tell you about our mandate is to deliver affordable and inclusive financing to Nigerian farmers, agriculture enterprises, and rural communities. We are the Bank of Agriculture for Nigeria, and our plan is to morph from being a Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria to becoming, Bank of Agriculture for Africa, where agricultural transactions from Djibouti, from Algiers, are being, syndicated from Nigeria or from the Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria. I can tell you about our problems. I'm not saying we're perfect. You also know the Bank of Agriculture in the past, like I do. Non-performing loans, super high, inadequate capitalization, operation inefficiencies, and many other problems. I think I was appointed to find a way to solve that problem. And for me, whilst we're trying to do that, we want to put, at the front burner, one very important opportunity, which is the AFCTA. As you know, if whatever trade we want to do with America attracts 14% tariff now, in Europe, not similar, but something close. However, within Africa, we can actually trade without any sort of barrier, any sort of taxes. We're faced with all these realities. However, under the new Bank of Agriculture, we're undertaking a comprehensive transformation to reposition the Bank of Agriculture as a financially sound, operational efficient, and customer-focused institution. Our transformation is anchored under 4 strategic pillars. 1 is to modernize operations. 2 is to strengthen our financial health. 3, advancing financial inclusion across the country. And 4, financing what I call food security. In terms of AFCTA, it provides a very, I would say, good platform for us to do what I call public-private partnerships. The scale of the challenge and the ambition of our vision requires more than just initial reforms. This demands a concerted effort, a strategic partnership between the public and the private sector. CBN estimates the financing gap in agriculture to be about $400 million per annum, which means there's a need for private sector investment and mobilization into the sector. PPPs are not merely a financing mechanism. They are a strategic imperative for unlocking the full potential of the agriculture sector, both in Nigeria and in Africa, and achieving the goals of the AFCTA. Now, let's talk about why we're here, which is the AFCTA. AFCTA, was designed to address several key areas. Number 1, which is very important, to facilitate trade and payment systems. AFCTA aims to create a seamless trade environment. Institutions like Afrexim are trying to play a major role. I would say more of a crucial role from with likes of their Pan-African Payments and Settlement Systems, PAPS, which some of us are aware of. PAPS will help overcome the challenges of cross-border payment, reducing transaction costs and boosting intra-Africa trade. Standardizing goods and services to enhance the quality and competitiveness of African products. Initiatives like the Africa Exim Bank's proposed quality assurance centers are quite vital. These centers will ensure that goods traded across border meet the required standards through facilitating smoother trade flows. I think number 3 will be reducing the trade barriers. A significant challenge to intra-Africa trade has been the complex and often cumbersome movement of goods and services across borders. While inter-Africa trade has its own logistics challenge, the same cannot be said about intra-African trade. For instance, the ease of transporting agriculture produce from Kano in Nigeria to Algiers in Algeria should be the same or better than moving the produce from Kano to Europe. Because if you think about it, it's the same logistics that we use. If it's a truck that you want to use, it goes all the way from Kano to the ports, and it gets, the sesame or ginger gets shipped to Europe. The same can be used to ship or to move goods to Algiers, from Kano to Katina into Niger, and you can drive all the way to Algeria. However, we're not going to get paid in Naira. It's still going to be foreign exchange, but we would rather prefer to do this trade to Europe. So for us, there's no gainsaying. We have to look for how to trade with ourselves. To achieve, these objectives of the AFCTA, we need to start to think of, very intentional policy dialogues. Government and private sector entities must engage in continuous dialogue to ensure that policies are aligned with business realities, removing trade barriers and creating a conducive environment for investment to thrive. Number 2, infrastructure development. PPPs cannot be emphasized enough. It plays a crucial role in developing critical infrastructure, such as transportation networks, storage facilities, and processing plants, which are essential for efficient agricultural value chain and cross-border trade. Number 3, technology transfer and innovation. Collaboration with private sector players, particularly international agribusiness and technology firms. They can facilitate the transfer of knowledge, technology, and best practices to African farmers, in particular Nigerian farmers, and agricultural enterprise. Number 4, access to finance, which I talked about earlier. PPPs can help mobilize private capital to supplement, public funds and to provide necessary financing for agricultural projects while mitigating risks for both lenders and borrowers. Lastly, market access. By working together, the public and private sector can create platforms and linkages that connect Nigerian farmers to the region and also to the global market, thereby enhancing the competitiveness under AFCTA. Bank of Agriculture is committed to forging strong and strategic partnerships with private sector players, development finance institutions, and other stakeholders to achieve our transformation goals and contribute to the success of the AFCTA. We believe that by working together, we can do a few things. One, increase agricultural productivity. Two, enhance food security. Three, create jobs and reduce poverty. Promote sustainable agricultural practices. Drive economic growth and diversification. To conclude, the AFCTA presents a unique opportunity for Nigeria and Africa to transform our economies, integrate into the global market space, and achieve sustainable development. To realize this vision, we must embrace a new era of collaboration, where the public and private sector work hand in hand, leveraging the respective strengths and resources. As we chart this course, let me emphasize that Bank of Agriculture and indeed financial institutions across Africa have a critical role to play. We must not only finance primary production in Nigeria without creating a market on the other side, but also to facilitate offtake across borders, ensuring that African farmers can access markets through both our platforms, financial institutions in Nigeria and also the ones in other parts of the continent. Furthermore, the adoption and refinement of systems like PAPs are essential to streamlining settlement processes and reduce the costs and complexities of cross-border transactions. Our collective efforts will determine the extent to which AFCTA achieves its transformational potential. The Bank of Agriculture, I can say under my leadership, is ready to play its part in transformative journey of the agriculture sector. We invite you partners to work with us to modernize, agriculture. For us to start seeing agriculture not just as a way of life, but as a business. Our own role will be to continue to provide, access to finance for Nigerian farmers, and as I said later on, to African farmers, and also to contribute to the growth of a vibrant and competitive agricultural sector within the framework of the AFCTA. Let us work together to build a future where agriculture thrives, food security becomes a thing of the past, and prosperity is shared by all of us. We're open for questions and further opportunities to take this conversation forward with the American Business Council. I thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully we'll get to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shotirim, for actually making us understand the role that the Bank of Agriculture is going to play in ensuring, helping the implementation of the AFCTA, and actually looking at, like you said, the need for public-private sector dialogue and synergy, which American Business Council is looking to actually work with the public sector as well as private sector players to actually see how we can continue to dialogue on this and to ensure that we achieve the objectives, of trade across the barriers in Africa. So moving on next, this is to build on the keynote which we just had. We will now be going into the panel session, and that will be speaking to the topic, Public-Private Synergy, Strengthening Collaboration to Expand Africa Market Access. And for this, I would just like to call up our panelist and our moderator up the stage. I will start first with our moderator, Mr. Chijoke Odo. Please could we welcome him with a round of applause. He's a partner, West Africa Global Trade Advisory Leader and Tax Advisor at Deloitte. Now, anyway. Next, we'll be calling on Mr. Lawal Abdullahi, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. Of course, we know that the airports will be key when it comes to trade, moving across. Next, we will be calling on Mrs. Olasumbo Adeleke. She is the Managing Director, Hayloft Limited. She is an entrepreneur, so of course she understands what, moving trade across the continent entails. And joining us online, joining us online is Mr. Abayomi Salami. Yes, Mr. Abayomi Salami, who is the Director of Policy Advocacy, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission. Yes, I guess you'll hear the clap online, so please, we can. Thank you. And our last panelist will be calling on Ms. Chinonso Claire Ofodili, who is a development economist and expert dealing on the intersection of trade and environment. So I'll be handing over to the moderator.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, ABC, for organizing this event. Listened very well to Mr. Ayo Shotunri, the newly minted MD for the Bank of Agriculture. Can you hear me? Better? Okay, so I'll have to just move my neck a little bit to this right. Can I do what? Oh, I can use this one.
Can you hear me? Okay, this is better.
Hello, okay.
Better. No, you're this way. Okay, let me just move this. Intra-panel trade, huh? Okay, all right. Okay, so thank you for Mr. Ayo Shotunri for that very, very insightful keynote speech. I think we know why we're here. We're talking about intra-Africa trade, specifically around the AFCFTA and what the AFCFTA will bring, could bring to Africans, businesses, the public sector, private sector, and how we could grow as a continent. I think just very quickly to our panelists, if you could just maybe starting with Claire and then coming to my brother here, what do you think the most significant obstacles are to effective collaboration between the public and private sectors enhancing access to African markets, and what measures can be taken to resolve these issues?
Thanks, Chijioke. Good morning, colleagues on the stage, and good morning, colleagues in the audience. My name is Claire Fodile. And to answer Chijioke's question, I think there are quite a lot of obstacles, cross-cutting obstacles. But for the purpose of this panel session and also the event on the American Business Council panel at the Science of Trade conference, I would say one is different perception of risks, between the public sector and also the private sector as well. And so this is where, as our colleague, the MD at the Bank of Agriculture has already spoken on, strengthening dialogue between public and private, the public and private sector players and stakeholders as well. Also, stakeholders not just at the high level as well, but stakeholders at the medium level and also micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. So it's important that platforms like this, think tanks that already exist, dialogue platforms such as the PEBEC that already exists, strengthened to ensure that it just doesn't reflect a consultation approach, but also a co-creation and complementarity approach, where businesses have a say and continuous and inclusive say in the policies and the regulatory designs that affect them, especially as we ramp up AFCFTA in the continent, and also as also the Nigeria's National AFCFTA Coordination Office continues to ratify and implement different stages of the free trade agreement. Also, another one that I'll speak on quickly before we move on to the next panelist is also the fragmentation of roles across MDAs as well. Sometimes you have, agencies, departments who that are working in silos. One agency, one department, or one ministry is not aware of what the next one is doing. And so we have to understand the intersectionality of trade. Trade is not just buying and selling. It's not just trade facilitation. It's production, it's refining, it's standards, it's certification schemes, it's green labeling, it's packaging, it's distribution, it's transportation by road, by air, by sea. So we need to ensure that all these relevant MDAs that are relevant for each of these stages and each of these aspects of trade come together, understand the mandates of their colleagues or their fellow departments, and ensure that there are no duplication of roles, that the entire value chain works in a smooth way, and then MSMEs also understand the entire chain, how it moves, not just on their end, but on the end of the regulators and the ministries as well. So platforms like this that brings together the public sector, private sector, in the design of these regulations are very important in strengthening them over time as well, ensuring continuity even in scenarios where there are political transitions and administrative transitions. It's important that there's continuity as well when it comes to the consideration of MSMEs and not just large corporates. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Mr. Bayami Salami, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes? Can you speak on that question as well?
Yes, I can. Let me start by appreciating ABC for inviting NIPC to be represented at this wonderful event. But let me start by now to address this matter. One of the things that I can see that makes it more tangible in terms of streamlining the Nigerian environment, in terms of making the promotional effort of NIPC, particularly to align with the AFCFT objectives to attract productive FDI and support local businesses expansion, is the recent Nigeria signing of ECOWAS tariff offers under the AFCFTA to boost regional trade. And this particular decision by the federal government has already harmonized the tariff of the ECOWAS with the AFCFTA and make the Nigeria to be able to commit to the liberalization schedule with the other West African countries under the AFCFTA, and it will enhance Nigeria's role as a regional hub and unify the West African trade front within the border continent to liberalize for free trade framework. And it will even give an opportunity for Nigeria to have access to other countries to have access to Nigerian market, as well as Nigeria to have access to other market. This harmonization of tariffs will not only make Nigeria to be attractive, but it will make it more, make it an environment whereby businesses can even easily strive, and promote even the value chain across the various non-export of the sectors of the economy, particularly the agriculture, as earlier mentioned by the MD of the Bank of Agriculture. And it will even reduce the barriers and open doors for the SMEs to scale up their operations regionally. These are the things that we as NIPC have appreciated. And for us as NIPC, we are already even positioned ourselves to promote priority sectors to take advantage of the opportunity, having realized that Nigeria is a big market that everyone is trying to even penetrate in the entire Africa. And we are conducting a lot of investors outreach and support for SMEs. It may interest you that currently NIPC is even collaborating with the SMEDA, Small Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, to conduct a program known as a business linkage, that is linking the multinationals that are operating in Nigeria and local large companies like Dangote and Bua with our SMEs by way of patronizing their product and even building their capacity so that we can domesticate the benefit of the kind of the raw materials and product that they are doing. So let me stop now so that we can I'll be able to address other questions along the line.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Salami. Just to be clear, so we're looking at effective collaboration between the public and private sector. Okay? Businesses want to trade. You can't trade without government putting in place structures, okay, and systems and a framework. Governments can put that in place, but you need the private sector to be able to trade. So what you're looking at now is how can we ensure that the public and the private sector can collaborate, okay, to get into the African market. What are those key things that need to be put in place for us to be able to have that synergy? So let me get to Ms. Olasumbo Adeleke.
Okay.
Yes, you just share your thoughts quickly on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. From the perspective of an SME, really need to look at our challenges first before, you have to understand the challenge before you can know the solution. One of the challenges of SME is market access and also understanding the regulatory complexities. Because if you look at AFCFTA now, say for example, you want to, as an SME, you want to export to Kenya, for instance. Kenyans, they don't allow nylons. And if your packaging is in nylon, that means you cannot export it to Kenya. You can just choose another country or change your packaging, maybe to plastic or so. But then you have to look at the cost and all the things that is related to it. And also another challenge is the market research and understanding what exactly the customer wants. As an SME, you have this challenge of when you have your marketing units, then you have the R&D units, then to deploy resources to really man the R&D is really challenging for an SME. Then the logistics too. We have to look at the logistics too. How do you get your products across? If you have a customer that wants to buy, like I'm into shea butter processing and packaging, and a customer in Zimbabwe, for instance, needs 50 kilo shea butter, and how do I get this 50 kilo shea butter to the customer? Definitely maybe through air freight. And most of these airlines cannot take lower than 100 kilos. That means you have to do groupage. And if you are going to do groupage, we have agents in Nigeria well established, but then to get an agent in Zimbabwe is very, very challenging. So what is the role of the Nigerian embassy in all these other countries? We really need to look at that. So because when you look at, when you meet ambassadors of other countries during the EU-Nigeria Business Forum, for example, where you meet the ambassadors that, okay, this is my product, I want to sell my product, this and that. They say, okay, what they can only do is introduce you to the commercial attaches of their embassy whenever there's an inquiry from their country. Because the reason why they're in Nigeria is to protect the interests of the SMEs or the businesses in Nigeria. But that I have to contact the ambassadors, Nigerian ambassadors in other countries. It falls within their purview. But then how do we get the Nigerian ambassador? How do we have their email? How do we get in touch with them? Then looking at it inwardly, you think, okay, if me as a growing business, I send an email to the ambassador, and each business here send an email to the ambassador, it could be overwhelmed. That is where the state Ministry of Trade comes in. What are their trade officers? What are they doing? They can contact us through the chambers of commerce, through the business support organizations, business membership organizations. Then you can now channel your inquiries to the. Okay, just like these challenges that we are talking about, if we know the email address of the Nigerian embassy in Zimbabwe, for example, we can just email them, or through the Chamber of Commerce that we belong to, or through the BMO that we belong to, that's okay, we're having this kind of challenge, how can we solve it? So, but when that one is not in place, how do we now say we are now promoting after? So these are the challenges an SME is facing. And unless there is a collaboration between the public sector and the private sector, I think it's going to be really challenging for an SME to really penetrate the African market. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Very, very, very insightful. Thank you very much. I think we can give a high round of applause. Sir, you know, you are one of the agents of change, agents of access. So please, from a fan perspective, even though she didn't touch about it, didn't talk around, well, it's very, very briefly around the airlines, but from a fan perspective, how do you think you can come in?
What the airport does is that, we are the gateway for the trade, that import and export. So what we try to do is to ease the process, facilitating trade, kind of put all the agencies, we have multiple agencies of government that are also responsible for trade. So we try to put them together, and then in putting them together, we try to make them understand, to ease the process, to guide and also guide whoever is the person that is exporting, to make it easier for them. And then the airports in 2021 were designated as special economic zones. That means you don't have to manufacture in the airport, but all you need to do is to come to the airport and we'll help you in your packaging. So that we'll now guide you how you are going to package, just like she mentioned, in Kenya, you don't allow nylon.
Yes.
So we'll know, okay, in Kenya you don't allow nylon, you need to do a paper packaging, and then we guide you through the paper packaging and the documentation processes. That's what you do. And then also, being a special economic zone, once you come to the airport and you don't need, like I said, you don't need to manufacture in the airport. All you need to do is to have a space for your packaging. The taxes and then the custom charges are lower. You help into attracting that.
So you're saying anyone who wants to export through the airport, you're saying you provide that information that Madam is talking about?
Okay, like I said, if you come to the airport and do your packaging, being a special economic zone, we will provide you with that. But however, in order to encourage export, because if you look at the data in Nigeria, it's like the export is probably 25-30%, while mostly is the imports. So you find that cargo planes come to Nigeria with a lot of cargo and leave half empty.
Yeah.
And then probably sometimes I observe that some of the businesses don't know that it's cheaper to export certain products by air than even by ship. Most of the time the airline, they're looking for cargo to carry. So of course, during the export, they charge less compared to when importing. It's just like the airline businesses.
Yeah.
When the higher the demand, the higher the price, actually.
So yes,
So the lower the demand, the lower the price. But most times, we don't take advantage of such. I think basically because of lack of knowledge or communication, and then assumption. People assume air business, especially when it comes to cargo export, are expensive, but actually they are not. I can remember I've discussed with 1 or 2 exporters, and they thought it was expensive, but when they tried it, it was much cheaper, and it's faster, especially when you are dealing with perishables. Nigeria during the harvest period, we have a lot of perishables that are lying wastage, but because of lack of knowledge, lack of industries to help them in doing the processes, you find that they don't know, and we lost a lot of money.
Okay, so now, via this platform, we know now that it's possible, it might be cheaper to export by air. So now, if we don't come here, we don't hear these things. Okay? So what I'm hearing from you now is, if you're an operator, you have a special economic zone.
Yes.
If you go and become an operator in that special economic zone, you provide that guidance to exporters. But if you're not in the economic zone, what happens to the rest?
No. Okay, understand this. Being a special economic zone is just like the export processing zone. If you don't need to manufacture, like I said, but you need to, if you cannot build a warehouse, you can rent a space in a warehouse and do your packaging at the airport. That will make you to pay lower taxes to the relevant agencies during your export. And it will enable the authority to also guide you properly in your packaging and documentation. However, if you choose to do it outside the airport and you come with it, you pay a little more tax. You pay more taxes, and then in terms of the guidance, obviously you will not be able to be guided properly. But of course, we'll make sure that your export meets the requirement. And we try to reach out to certain airports too to see that what are the challenges probably Nigerian exporters are facing in your country. When they come, where are their goods rejected, where are this and this? So we try to take note of all those things. And then if we know your destination, we'll guide you properly in doing it right. Okay,
Mr. Blayu, I'll come back to you, and Mr. Salami, we will hold you. You are the government here, so we'll hold you on behalf of everybody here. So, but let's go to Claire. What institutional frameworks or policy tools would you recommend to ensure sustained dialogue and trust between governments and private sector enterprises in trade-related environmental planning?
Thanks, Chijoke. I would say, reiterating the point that I mentioned earlier on dialogues, and also understanding the intersectionality of these conversations that we're having. So when it comes to environmental planning, when it comes to our environments, the green industrial policies, it's very important for us to understand that the global trade dynamics is changing globally and also continentally as well, with the emergence of various regional, national, global, and also subnational and regional climate and environmental policies as well that are affecting the way that we trade, that are affecting supply chains and changing and shifting. When you, I'd say, for example, the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is essentially a carbon tax on goods that are being imported into the EU area. If we are not able to strengthen and firm up our green industrial policies locally as well, for example, in our manufacturing processes, even light manufacturing processes, when it comes to expansion of industries, the land use change, deforestation, air pollution, how do we account for all of this? With the emergence of CBAMs, with the emergence of carbon markets, ESG governance, what is the role of MSMEs in these conversations? We see that the large corporates are already at the forefront of these conversations, but what does it mean for smaller businesses that are looking to expand beyond the shores of Nigeria and also Africa? You also have, like I said earlier on, when it comes to transportation of goods across borders, you have the sea, land, air. What happens in scenarios where, for example, the IMO has just adopted a GHG emissions reduction measures for the shipping sector? We find that freight costs and logistics costs are estimated to increase by about 12%, and in some cases we see increases as much as 24%, which has an impact on the products that are being exported. Exporters, small business like you, what does this mean for you? We find out that there's a potential risk of loss of market shares in these regions. How can the AFCFTA, how do we then leverage the platform that the AFCFTA provides to mitigate some of these issues? And even in the conversation of the geopolitics of climate action, it's not just at the global level as well. It's also at the continental and regional level. What are countries like Kenya, Ghana, Senegal, other countries doing, and how are they using that to negotiate the terms as signatories of the AFCFTA? What does that mean for us? Some of these, climate and environmental policies that are being implemented globally, and in some way that we have to align with, also has socioeconomic impacts. For example, I'll speak on food security as well. The greatest impact and cost that we see in the imports of goods is in the agricultural sector. What does this mean for food security? How can we have conversations with the public sector, with the Nigerian government, to ensure that they were enabling the entire agricultural value chain, to ensure that we even go beyond farming and harvesting, and also value-added trade in agriculture, and export it to other African countries that are at risk of food insecurity issues because of this global climate and environmental policies that are being implemented. That's also one thing. That's on one side, on the impact of environmental policies on trade. And then also, one thing I would also say is the AFCFTA has the opportunity for, presents the opportunity for Nigerian and African businesses to go into vertical linkages in value chains, which is essentially moving from one level of value-added trade to another. How can our countries, how can Nigeria enable MSMEs? Where do we go for information? It is one thing for us to say we have the AFCFTA. It is one thing for us to be signatories. It is one thing for us to set up, all of this. But it's another thing for MSMEs to even understand what AFCFTA is, what the different parameters are, the opportunities for them. Some business owners think, oh, it's for the larger corporates or the medium level businesses, but there are actually opportunities for you. But do these businesses understand that there are? Where do they go to for this information? How does information, knowledge, strategic communication trickle down from the government down to the MSMEs? Where do they go to for this? Like my colleague here was saying, even for those who are already in the system and already exporting beyond the borders of Nigeria, where do they go to for information? Is there like a desk that the NEPC sets up at all the embassies in these countries? Understanding, it's like supply and demand, right? There's demand, but do the suppliers even know that there's a demand for their goods and that they can participate? With the implementation of PAPS, I think that's the Pan-African Payment System, the Afrexim Bank. You can now send money send and receive money, between African countries without having to change to USD or other stronger foreign currencies, which is a great development. But do MSMEs know this? What are we doing with, say, our partners in the fintech sector? There are a few fintechs that are that have solutions to supply chain financing. But what is the government doing to enable them and to ensure that they're regulated in a way that solves some of the barriers of intra-African trade? So I think I sort of digressed a bit, but just to bring everything together, we must recognize that while we talk about trade, there's also the conversation of climate and environment. And whether we like it or not, if we want to trade beyond the shores of Nigeria, within the continent or beyond continental Africa, we need to understand what this means for us as a country and as small businesses as well, and ensure we come together to create and design policies that work for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think she made two. Yes, I think she deserves an applause. I think so. Two things came out of what Claire said. I heard CBAM, okay. Maybe also didn't come through clearly, but there's also the EU deforestation regulation. And these are things that if you're down here and you want to export outside your market, outside Nigeria to the African market or beyond the African shores, the other countries who are making regulations and are interested in how you source your shea butter, how you source your cocoa, how you source your oil palms. And the question is, do these meet the regulations that we have back home? So as we are looking to export, as we're looking to go beyond borders, we also need to be mindful of what other countries, the receiving countries, are doing from a legislation perspective. She also talked about information, okay? That information has to flow from Oga here down to the very people at the bottom, MSMEs, SMEs, because that information is critical in how they export. So, questions, one round of questions before we ask questions from the audience. Madam, what do you think the government should do to help?
I think the first thing to do is we have to look at. We said charity begins from home. The government needs to have common processing facility for SMEs. Because for a micro enterprise who is looking at the cost of buying machines, because I was here this morning when entrepreneurs, they were pitching their businesses, and most of them were like, they want to buy machines. So if there is a common processing facility, say for example, those that wants to process cassava to gari, or plantain flour or chin-chin, if there is a common processing facility there, they can just take their raw materials, go there and process. Though we need to acknowledge the efforts of the government in terms of those in garment industry. We have, I think there's a garment hub at Harlem Avenue where entrepreneurs, those that's in the creatives, they can take in their fabrics there and it can be get sewn. Then certification. To get NAFTA certification is like, it's a Herculean task. You believe since 2023 that we have been processing our NAFTA certification up till now, we're yet to get the numbers. So, and we were now like, why did we even go for the NAFTA certification? But because we wanted to do some rebranding, and we just felt that, okay, having NAFTA certification on our label is going to give it like a more appeal. But then in international markets, our customers that we sell to in Germany, in Houston, none of them asked us for NAFTA certification, but just felt we could, let's just have this for having sake. But then, here we are still stocked, and I'm sure some other businesses are having that challenge too. Another thing is the access to affordable finance. The MD of Bank of Agric, you were talking about affordable finance. How affordable is it? Because those in the share industry, for example, now, we are entering the season. And something happened last year. There's a company that set up in Republic of Benin. So you just came in through the Shaki border, mopped all the shea nuts, and we couldn't get shea nuts to process shea butter. So this time around, we are trying to get more funding. The MD Bank of Industry, Bank of Agric, I hope you are listening to me. So the women at the grassroots community, they need this fund. They need this fund to like stock up the shea nuts so that we can be able to process shea nuts all year round. So it won't be only just during the season that we get the shea nuts, then when others then come in through our porous border to get all these nuts and we don't have raw materials to work with. Then visibility. Visibility is very, very important for an SME. Take, for example, IATF. IATF, for example, IATF 2025, Algeria is hosting it this year. In 2021, I was in I think Durban, yes, South Africa that hosted this, and I exhibited my shea butter under the UN Women Pavilion. So I put Nigeria there, and when people are passing, they say, Nigerian shea butter, this and that. So I was like, I think Ogun State was there, the Nigerian Pavilion was there. What the government can do is to give support to SMEs in terms of getting the visas, because so many entrepreneurs couldn't get visas to attend. So then another thing, when Ogun State, under the Ogun State Pavilion, there were SMEs there that exhibited their products, but then the other states can take a cue from it, so that we can't just be looking at them as a civil service state. There are so many other states that came in there, but they just came without exhibition. They didn't bring in their entrepreneurs. So how are the entrepreneurs that are going to get the visibility? And one lady from South Africa got my product, and I told her that this particular shea butter is a particular community in a particular state. So she was like trying to check them online. She couldn't get anything, even from the state Ministry of Trade. She was like, she's supposed to like get some information about that. I said, don't worry, just get in touch with me. But fortunately, she visited my website. She said that my website was functional and could access the share butter there. I said, don't worry, whenever you need the share butter, we can get it across. So these are the things that are support structures that the government is supposed to do. Then I said earlier that the Ministry of Trade is supposed to have the trade officers. What are the trade officers? What are they doing? Okay, say for example, the person now in Zimbabwe or in Kenya or in Zambia, they need a product now and they want to contact the SME in Nigeria. Which websites will they go? There's no visibility for an SME. So these are the things that we want the government to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Salami, are you still there? Mr. Salami, are you there? Mr. Salami, are you there? Mr. Salami?
Yes, I'm here.
The serious issues here. Talked about advocacy, talked about information, okay? Of course, the MD of Bank of Agriculture is here. Talked about financing, even though he tried to make a distinction between access to finance and cost of finance. But I'm sure, you maybe after the session you have a conversation with him. But how within the context of advocacy, how can NIPC help SMEs, to co-create policies and then ensure that they can advocate for, their interests? Very quickly, Mr. Salam.
Okay, I said earlier that already appreciating that SMEs are very key to the development of Nigerian economy. So we have decided as an NIPC to reach out to be collaborating with the SMED, and particularly that is in charge of the growth and development of SMEs. And that was what I mentioned earlier, that we are collaborating to see how we can support SMEs to initially link them with our local, large local companies and multinationals, so that at least some of the byproducts that they are already importing or getting from abroad can be produced, can be sourced from our SMEs, and they can begin to even patronize them. Then we already know that Nigeria is a large market. Nigeria is always the target for AFCFTA. So as a result of which, we are doing everything that we can do to support the development and the capacity building of the SMEs in Nigeria. Nigeria Export Promotion Council is doing a lot on that as well. And these are the things that have come to mind. And there is what is called Nigerian Investment Certification Program for State, NICPS, that we are doing for the states across the state of Nigeria. We are currently even concluding with Ekiti State, whereby this, because investment go to every particular state, whereby the state investment promotion agencies and relevant agencies can support and assist the SMEs to strive and to meet the international standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Salami. Mr. Blai, very quickly, what more do you think FAN can do for SMEs?
Well, what we can do is to also educate them. And then we try to bring all the other agencies responsible for trade in Nigeria to come together and ensure a seamless process to reduce the bottlenecks in export. Because just like she mentioned, NAFTA, we have SON, apart from the customs, all of them need to be in the same place. NDLEA is also part of it. So we try to bring them together and make sure that they ease the process, especially in exports, where Nigeria is highly deficient.
Okay.
And then we have opportunity for other investment in the public sector, just like I mentioned, under the special economic zones. The SMEs can come together, build warehouse, cold rooms for ease of their businesses.
Okay. Do we still have time for questions? Do we have any questions for our panelists here? One? Just one question? All right, please. Is there a mic for him?
Oh, thank you very much for a very impactful session. So one question I would like to ask is from the CEO, Fan, right? You mentioned about the harmonization of tariffs, how Nigeria is a co-signer of the ECOWAS tariff offer. So the question is, how will Nigeria protect itself from becoming a dumping ground and suffering trade deficits from this harmonization? We see what's happening in the US now. The president is coming up and saying, hey, you guys are making us a dumping ground. and they're suffering serious trade deficits. So how is Nigeria going to protect itself from being this? Thank you. Because we keep saying Nigeria is a large market, large market. People want to take advantage of this large market. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, I think that comment was from Mr. Salami. So maybe, but I mean, if you want to.
No, well, it's not a question for me. We are basically transport and logistics. We are ports. When it comes to the question you have, that's a policy under trade policy. So I think it is the government that will answer that question better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Salami, did you get the question?
I got the question.
Salami?
I got the question. Can
Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, did you get his question?
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you
All right.
hear me?
So can you quickly respond? Please?
Yes, let me quickly respond. One thing we have to appreciate is that Nigeria is being strategic about what we are talking about in terms of streamlining the tariff under the AFCFTA. And we all know that Nigeria needs to be, that government is working towards the diversification of the economy of the country. And we have to be, even without the AFCFTA or ECOWAS regime, Nigeria has been importing a lot of product from abroad in terms of consumption. So what we need to do, what we are trying to do is to diversify the economy and make Nigeria a manufacturing hub. And that is what NIPC has been doing to attract investors that we begin to produce locally so that Nigeria be able to become a manufacturing hub in shortest possible period. I don't want to go into the U.S. economy because if you look at it, because of the cheap labor, most of the products being patronized in U.S. are made in China and what have you, and that is why the country is being affected seriously. What we are talking about is we are trying to see how we can enhance and support our SMEs and local producers so that they can compete with in the international market and take advantage of the market that Nigeria has already even provided, as well as take advantage of the AFCFTA. I think that's what I can say for now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello?
We're rounding up. We're going to home stretch now. So just 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Salami, we heard you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that response. So as we wrap up, quick question for everyone. I'll start with Claire. If you could recommend one actionable strategy, okay, how do you think we can strengthen public-private synergy within the context of the AFCFTA? 1 minute, please.
Okay. I would say prioritizing engagements and dialogues with private sector actors that are creating or designing solutions to solve, to mitigate barriers and risks to intra-African trade. So maybe in the areas of supply chain finance, tech-enabled alternative supply chain finance, agri-tech firms as well. So those strategic collaborations, and also, like I said earlier, not just consultation, but like a co-creation approach and model to some of these designs and public-private partnerships and collaboration. So that's
Thank
what
you.
I'd say.
Mr. Salami? Mr. Salami, are you there? Okay, before he comes, Madam, if you want to. One actionable strategy, that we can implement to ensure that there is public-private dialogue within the context of the AFCFTA.
I think information sharing is very, very important because even if you are discussing with other SMEs and we are discussing about AFCFTA, you'll even be surprised when your a small and growing business will even ask you, what is AFCFTA? What is it about? Because people are not well informed about what this AFCFTA is all about. If there could be information on the Nigerian After Office website for example, although it's only the guided trade initiative that is there, that if anybody wants to participate, that you can take the survey, tell them about your business. But about the regulatory requirements in other countries, for example, if I want to export to Zambia, I should be able to like go into the site, see what the regulatory requirements are, and see if I can probably contact the Nigerian embassy in Zambia to see, okay, what are the things that I need to do, even if I want to register my business in Zambia. I think information sharing is very, very important. When you are armed with an information, then you'll be able to take informed decision on the particular country that you will go. So that is my own take on it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Salami, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here, but I didn't hear the question.
So the question, one actionable strategy to improve public-private dialogue within the context of the AFCFTA.
Okay. I think the madam that spoke earlier before me has said it in terms of making the information available, and I mean, there is need, in addition to that, there is need for publicization of the information, and again, making everyone to be aware of what is actually happening in terms of opportunities presented by the AFCFTA, as well as continuous capacity building of our SMEs. Recently, it was stated that there will be, even because of the fact that so many companies are leaving the Nigerian shore, there is need for government to be intentional, which government is even considering now, to support our local business owners to take advantage of the vacuum being left behind, so that they can begin to take advantage of it. We have seen it working in the oil and gas. We are during the period of former President Obasanjo, a lot of Nigerian companies were empowered to begin to even bid for the oil blocks, and they have become big players in the oil and gas industry today. So that kind of deliberate action, that kind of deliberate intentional decision is what some of the things that can be done to support even our SMEs and to make opportunities for them to take advantage of the opportunities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I would recommend constant engagement between both parties, digitalization of the process, so that there should be a portal that if I need an information, by a click of a button, I should be able to get all the information I need. And I think one of the aim of the AFCTAN is to harmonize trade within African countries. And I think that portal will be very important. In aviation, we have, under the AFCAT, we have what we call SATAM, Single Africa Air Transport Market. It's supposed to open the skies in Africa, where each airline can operate anywhere in Africa, as if you're operating in your country of origin. This is intended to also facilitate trade and ease of movement. You know, now we have very poor connectivity, so that connectivity is going to be very important for trade in Africa. You cannot have high cost of logistics and expect your product to be competitive. And then another thing, I think, like he mentioned, I think if we have an enabling environment for manufacturing and our goods are competitive, the fear of being a dumping ground will not even be there. Because definitely, if you bring a product that you can't sell, then tomorrow you'll not be able to bring it once you have a competitive product. And I think the SMEs too need to sit up and do more research in order for them to be competitive in the African market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think this has been a good session. Yeah. So two key things which we all need to do. We all need to stay very close to the conversation around the AFCFTA. This is an opportunity for us as businesses to be able to get access into the African market, expand our revenue base, and then, of course, information from the government side. If possible, please let's ensure that we make as much information available to SMEs as much as possible. It's been an absolute pleasure moderating the session, and then I thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mrs. Olele and Mr. Shatterin, please could you join them for pictures, please? Yeah. Mr. Balogun, please join. Please join pictures. All the men. Okay, I see everyone was the balance, right? The gender balance. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Time has been fast spent, and we thank you all for being here with us. I would like to recognize the presence of our sister from the U.S. Consulate, Mrs. Mayowa Obilade. Thank you for joining us. To give the closing remarks, I will please call on Mrs. Lola Adekoye, who has been our partner, a partner of American Business Council. She's the country director for the Center of International Private Enterprise, to come give the closing remarks. You have to pass it.
I have looked for long for no direction, but you've been here all along, so how could it be you in my dream?
Well, good morning still. Yes, good morning. Thank you so much. I think the ABC and Science of Trade, the hosts and organizers, deserve a round of applause. And then I think the panelists also and the moderator, those in the room and those online, the one online. That was a very interesting conversation. I think that from all we've heard, we can't underestimate the powerful role of public-private collaboration for effective trade. And with all the numbers that were thrown out, and also if you run the numbers yourselves on your phone for any sector, particularly the agricultural sector, you'll see that in terms of the opportunities that the AFCFTA offers, Nigeria is a very pivotal force in that big context. And so I'm very grateful that I was able to listen to this conversation. I'm very glad to see that the room was full, and I think I saw a few people taking notes. So thank you, everyone in the audience, for attending. I hope that you take this conversation away and continue it, because public-private dialogue is not very easy to achieve in any sector, to be honest. And with trade, as many of the panelists talked about, there are very many intersectionalities between regulations, tariffs, customs, that the government needs to play a role in setting up intangible and tangible infrastructure. But then private sector brings innovation and efficiency and growth, and it brings all that power to facilitate trade. And so the coming together of public and private sector cannot happen and cannot be underestimated as a very important part for unlocking growth. So again, thank you for being here for this very important conversation, but don't let it end here. And definitely look out for future events that ABC and other partners will be putting together to continue this conversation, because Africa is truly rising this time. So thank you, and have a great day.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference, SOT 2025 would be:
you should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
Can I see your hand? You didn't come yesterday. Oh, what are we going to do? The people that were here yesterday, what are we going to do for them? What should we do? Should we rewind? All right. Please, let's be seated. I see a lot of movement in the room. May we be seated, please, respectfully, so that we can move into the next agenda. Please, let's be seated. I see a lot of movement around the room. We need to make things a bit more coordinated. I am excited to be in your faces once again today. I totally had a great time yesterday, and I believe you did as well. How many people were here yesterday and they enjoyed themselves? How many people remember the arc that I gave them about networking? And how many people practiced those things? Just one person. I'm not happy. All right, let me officially welcome you to day 2 of the Science of Trade Conference, Access to Market. Earlier today, we had like a pitch session at the hall, and it was fantastic. We have some very huge amount of money up for grabs, and some people are winning already. How many people were part of the pitch session? Well done. Good morning, Ma. It's not finished. We're coming back. Okay, so obviously today is packed. We have a lot of activities, and I am glad that the room is fast filling up. I see a lot of our mentors, our mommies, our big aunties in the room, and it's just going to be a phenomenal day. Please, let's be seated. We need to move ahead right away. Right away. Auntie Joke Silva, good morning, Ma. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, very quickly. Before we go right into the next session, I want 2 people who were here yesterday to share their experience with us, especially for those who did not make it. You would recollect that yesterday we did talk about some of the things that happened last year and some of the results that we have experienced from last year into this year. We had a couple of sessions, and it was just a beautiful day. But if you were not here yesterday, don't worry. Today promises to be bigger, bolder, better, lovelier, so you haven't missed a thing. I am aware that there are going to be some side sessions happening concurrently, and I'm going to be making the announcements. But I want us to please be seated so that I can make some announcements. Of course, my name is Shola Adeshaki. I'm the founder of Smart Stewards, but I am a volunteer compare for this program, for this conference. Please, let's be seated. So I need 2 people from those who came around yesterday to quickly tell us some of their learning experiences from yesterday. Any volunteers? You never could say. Those who pitched, you never could say. Maybe this is part of your pitching criteria. You don't know. All right, so 2 people just to help those who didn't come yesterday settle into the event for today. Please come. I see the guys raising their hands. Please come. Any lady? Any ladies? All right. Please come. Do you have a microphone? All right, please come around. All right, come. No, it's okay. You can stay here so that they can see you. Please introduce yourself, what you do, what you learned yesterday, and what your expectations are for today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Benjamin Aduli. I was here yesterday. I'm the Chief Vision Officer of Mice Trade Multipurpose Cooperative Society. We are a cooperative that's focused on micro, small, and medium enterprise development. We've been in operation for over 14 years. 2 things stood out for me yesterday. The nexus of nature was a very strategic one. A woman that was supposed to be retired was still very, very active and created a product called Nexus of Nature, and is promoting organic products, and shared experience how she retired 12 years ago and then has been able to grow a brand. And the Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Cooperative launched that platform. I was very, very impressed with that growth, and I was very, very impressed. The fact that she's supposed to be tired but not tired was very strategic for me. So I took that as a very good point for other Nigerian women to emulate. Then, for me, the height of it all was the launch of the product, the ultimate paste. I couldn't believe that was made in Nigeria when I saw the quality of what was done, the packaging, and it was done by a young girl, a young lady. I was very, very impressed, and I think Nigeria still have a hope if we can stay within the chaos and within the difficulties that we have in growing businesses are able to come up with such unique products. Then I think we can still scale it up, take it to the next level, and turn that not just into a local brand, but international brand. And I think platforms like this can help in taking such brands from where they are now to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that pretty much captured the essence of yesterday. Please stay here. Let me just quickly give an overview for those who weren't here. Yesterday, we showcased a new project called The Nexus of Nature by Mrs. Olushola Sowemimo. Mrs. Olushola Sowemimo was meant to be retiring. Is she in the room? Can anyone get her for me so that I can just quickly showcase her? But ironically, she found purpose and she launched a new product yesterday. Yesterday as well, we also launched a new product by Victoria. I'm sure when we do the exhibition, when it's time for exhibition, you can go around to see the amazing product that she launched. I did mention that 20 of us were in Washington, D.C. last month out of Science of Trade conference that happened last year. So this is a birthing ground and an ideation ground. And I did say that for some of us, you are here, you are not clear about your vision, about your products and services. All of the things that you're going to be learning from here will be very handy. And next year, you might be the next spotlight on the stage. How many of you believe so? That the things you're going to be taking away from Science of Trade 2025 will showcase you, and you'll be here next year to showcase what you have. Mrs. Olushola Sowemimo, I wanted the audience to see you. Please come to this side. I wanted to showcase the new thing that you have launched. But we're going to be moving very, very quickly into the next agenda. Please tell us what you learned yesterday. Yes.
Thank you
I want
very
the
much.
Chijioke
Good
to
morning, everybody. My take home yesterday was in the area of getting feedbacks from your clients, your customers. Some of us do get feedbacks, but we don't tell our customers to rate us or ask them if they will be able to refer us to another person to enjoy the same thing our clients have enjoyed. So feedback must be taken seriously by us. And then I also learned that a great customer experience would cost any business owner, whether you like it or not. If a client is satisfied, you are better for it. And a customer that is not satisfied also would teach you how to do it better the next time. So it is very important that our customers experience top-notch services from our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please clap for her. For those who didn't come yesterday, this is like a recap. I earlier talked about Mrs. Olushola Sowemimo and the fact that she launched the Nexus of Nature yesterday. She was in Washington, D.C. last month as part of the 20 people who participated in Washington, D.C. SOT 2025. And I just told us how, your product might be very unpopular right now. You might not even be clear about what you want to do in the next 1 year. You might be on your way to retiring, like she was on her way to retiring, and then suddenly she's got a new burst of energy and life. So I want you to just quickly, in 1 minute, tell the audience what your experience has been like between last year and this year, and one word you would like to say to them.
Hello, everyone. As she said, I'm Olushola Sowemimo, and I was here last year. Last year, after the Science of Trade, I realized that I still had a lot to give. I have had that idea of starting an organic farm 12 years ago, and we are still there. Our tagline is that we give priority to the health of the people and to the health of the planet. Then I started asking myself, I think I've done quite well with the people. How about the planet? And this is what birthed the idea of the Nexus of Nature. So the Nexus of Nature is a hub where we are going to be working more in making Nigeria greener. We are going to be talking to the future organic farmers and practitioners. We're going to be having bold conversations to change the perspective and the mindset of those who still feel that they can only grow food with chemicals and synthetic. So it's now, I told everybody yesterday, I said that moment yesterday that they experienced with us is now a movement. Join the train. Let's make Nigeria a much greener society. Thank you.
Thank you. Isn't that inspiring? So I picked 4 P's from what she said. People, planet, I am adding product, and profit. Yeah. How about that? Yes, clap for me now. People, planet, product, profit. Because that's the whole essence. Science of trade is all about what? Profit. But there can't be profit if you are not serving people, if you are not aware and conscious of the planet, and if you do not have products. Take note of these things. So clap for your compare. The inspiration is flowing. Thank you. Please give it to the media. Thank you so much. All right, we're about to go into one of the very, very important sessions of this entire conference. In the last 3 to 4 years, I have been a beneficiary of the U.S. consulate in Lagos through very many initiatives, starting from my participation in the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. I have participated in the U.S. Investment Summit as well. My not-for-profit has won a grant from the US Consulate. We have done a project for women. I'm happy to see Julie in the room. Now, these are some of the things that programs and conferences like this will do for you. Ever since I came in contact with the US Consulate, with the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, with Dr. Inya Lawal, my business has gone many notches higher. Yes. So I am a proud alumni of AGOA, proud alumni of the US IVLP program just last year. I am a grantee, and I know there's so many things ahead. So this is very pivotal. We want to express our appreciation on behalf of many small business owners who didn't know where they were headed, who didn't have clarity, but who have benefited from the programs that the US Consulate has done for us in collaboration with Accent Studios and the many other initiatives. I am delighted today to bring to the stage for a keynote address on the topic, Strengthening US-Africa Trade Ties, a commitment to small business growth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me this morning, Miss Joeline Gorge, the acting US Consul General. Thank you. And of course, Miss Julie is in the room. We welcome everybody from the consulate as well. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you, lovely to have you.
Good morning. Nice. I am very honored, ladies and gentlemen, to be here. My name is Joeline Gorge, and I am the Acting Consul General at the U.S. Consulate here in lovely Lagos. Let's give Lagos a round of applause. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Lawal and Ascend Studios Foundation for inviting me to speak this morning and for putting together this excellent 3-day Science of Trade conference to help Nigerian entrepreneurs navigate the intricacies of local and international trade. Dr. Lawal is an alumni of our Fortune U.S. Department of State Global Women's Mentoring Partnership that connects talented and emerging women leaders from around the world with members of Fortune's most powerful women leaders for a 3-week exchange program in the United States. She is also the implementing partner for U.S. Missions Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program that was just mentioned. So through our partnership with Dr. Lawal's Ascend Studios Foundation, 890 women entrepreneurs have graduated from the program since 2019, demonstrating how targeted training can transform lives, grow small businesses, and empower women. We are grateful for the enduring partnership with Dr. Lawal over these past years and appreciate the tremendous impact she is making, not just for women who have passed through the program, but also the beneficiaries of U.S. government-sponsored engagements, such as the AI conference held here in Lagos last September that brought together more than 400 stakeholders from government, business, academia, and civil society from across Africa, Europe, and the United States to build relationships and discuss the many benefits and risks associated with the incredible technological change we are now experiencing. These programs that Dr. Lawal has helped us organize and achieve incredible successes has benefited many Nigerian entrepreneurs, and many of you are represented today. So can we please have a round of applause for Dr. Lawal? So I'm delighted to speak to you today on the topic of strengthening U.S.-Africa trade ties, a commitment to small business growth. This is a theme that resonates deeply with the core partnership between the United States and Africa, and especially here in Nigeria, given the dynamism and the millions of small and medium-sized enterprises that drive prosperity in both of our countries. Our commitment for strengthening U.S.-Nigeria trade ties is not merely about large-scale transactions. because it is fundamentally about empowering individuals and businesses to who form the bedrock of our economies. And these are the small and medium enterprises that are the engine of sustainable economic growth. And this is not in Nigeria only, but across the continent of Africa, as well as in the United States. The relationship between the United States and Africa is of increasing significance, and it's built on a foundation of shared values and mutual interest in fostering economic growth and prosperity for both of our peoples. You may not know this, but Nigeria is the United States' second largest trading partner in Africa. There were nearly $13 billion in goods and services traded between our nations last year, and it is a testament to the robust economic activity of everyone in this room, and we really recognize the true potential for growth that lies in further cultivating this entrepreneurial spirit and the burgeoning small business sectors in our economies. So in the last year in which numbers were available, U.S. direct investment in Nigeria in 2023 was $6.5 billion, and that extends beyond traditional sectors to embrace high growth potential of technology, creative industries, and finance. The evolving investment landscape, particularly at a time when Nigeria is promoting reforms that seek to improve the ease of doing business to draw more investors from around the world, reflects a shared vision for a diversified and innovative-driven future where small businesses play a very crucial role. So the role of U.S. tech giants in Nigeria's digital transformation through investments in infrastructure and training creates an ecosystem where Nigerian SMEs can thrive in the digital age. Furthermore, the significant flow of U.S. venture capital into Nigerian tech startups, actually it accounts for over 60% of the total despite a global declining trend, highlights the immense potential and innovation we see within Nigeria's small business sector. This commitment to fostering technological advancement at the grassroots level is crucial for long-term sustainable growth. And it's important to note that while we talk a lot about technology, we should because the partnership is strong, our relationships extend beyond technology. For example, in agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture recently invested $22 million to strengthen Nigeria's cocoa value chain. And that directly supports over 60,000 small-scale farmers, agribusinesses, and really enhances a vital sector of the economy. Similarly, our collaboration on infrastructure development creates an enabling environment for businesses of all sizes to flourish. The recent US-Nigerian Open Skies Air Transport Agreement will further enhance connectivity, facilitating trade, and creating new opportunities for small businesses to expand their reach. In many ways, our flagship effort to expand the bilateral economic partnership is our commercial and investment partnership, and this prioritizes the digital economy, agriculture, and infrastructure as we find new opportunities to expand our shared prosperity. We understand that for small businesses to thrive, access to reliable infrastructure is paramount. The commercial and investment partnership prioritizes infrastructure development as a key area for collaboration, aiming to improve the business environment for both of our private sectors, but particularly for small and medium enterprises. I should also add that in February, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador Mills, spoke with the Nigerian Government's Forum in Abuja, and he announced our work to prioritize partnerships at the sub-national level with state and local governments to achieve our goal of making America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. We see so much opportunity at the local level, not only with governments, but also with you, the private sector, to identify partners seeking to access U.S. markets, and we want to help provide more information about how to do so. Please know that our consulate in Lagos stands ready to answer your questions, provide guidance, and in the name of building those partnerships, you will hear even more. Later today, our political economic chief will be on a panel section with that goal in mind. So please, if you have questions on this topic, please do seek them out and ask your questions. And if we don't have the answers right now, I promise we'll seek to find them. So as we talk about trade, I want to highlight how the U.S. Department of Commerce facilitates the export of goods and services to Africa. Each year, the Commerce Department leads 10 delegations of qualified Nigerian buyers to the United States to meet with sellers, manufacturers, and potential partners, and to learn about the latest tech trends and business practices. The Commerce Department also has a program that assesses Nigerian companies who want to work with US-based companies. In essence, the Foreign Commercial Service in Nigeria office, based in our consulate here in Lagos, is a key partner to bring qualified US goods, services, and partners to you to expand your offerings. While we celebrate these achievements and our efforts to expand them, we also recognize that strengthening US-Africa trade ties and fostering small business growth requires us to address some existing challenges. Regulatory clarity, infrastructure development, access to finance, restoring fairness to trade, and ensuring a secure business environment are all crucial factors. We are committed to working collaboratively with our Nigerian partners to overcome these hurdles, to foster an environment where small and medium businesses can innovate, create jobs, and contribute significantly to economic growth. Looking to the future, we see immense opportunities to deepen our ties, particularly by empowering Africa's dynamic youth population whose creativity, energy, and digital fluency are invaluable assets. The United States is committed to supporting initiatives that provide young entrepreneurs with the skills, resources, and networks they need to build successful small businesses in the 21st century. The United States' commitment to Africa's prosperity, and specifically to the growth of small businesses, is unwavering. We believe that by focusing on empowering entrepreneurs and fostering a conducive trade environment, we can unlock a new era of shared prosperity. As I said, my team at the US Consulate and the team at the Embassy Abuja stand ready to answer your questions and assist. And so one last time, I want to thank Dr. Lawal. May this Science of Trade conference be the catalyst for impactful collaborations, and may our joint commitment to small business growth propel US-Africa trade ties to unprecedented heights. We appreciate you, I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you joining here today as we all work through to master the science of what we call trade. Thank you very, very much.
Another round of applause, please. We continue to appreciate year in, year out, the support of the US Consulate and the US government in helping small business owners. I could go on, and it would be like, is it only you? You know, as she continued to talk, I realized that with the support I have also received here, my company has been able to help over 100 businesses register their businesses in the US. You should clap, you should clap. And now, this is what SOT is all about: access to finance, access to the market, being able to export, being able to receive your funds seamlessly. So we are grateful. All of the things that I have learned, the collaborations that I have forged within this ecosystem have all been priceless. So thank you so much. Another round of applause. Very, very quickly before we go into the panel session, something fantastic has been happening since yesterday that we started. And this has made this SOT 2025 different from the one that we had last year. Where are the Akaton people in the house? Can we see you? Now, since yesterday that we started, on the other side of the room, we have had a fantastic collaboration, couple of conversations and deliberations to help the youth enable trade using technology. And I'm going to very quickly welcome to the stage Dr. Olutayo in 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, to tell us what the whole ACTON process is all about, the goals. Please clap, 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 clap. SOT is diverse. You have digital things going on. You have market people here in our midst. Just so many things. Thank you, Dr. Olutayo. Yes, you can use that.
Thank you very much, the program director, my dear sister, and of course, recognizing the acting CG That was a wonderful submission. A round of applause for her once again. We appreciate you. Yes, hackathon, AFCFTA hackathon. This is the first of its kind in Africa. First, yes, please clap, clap. Let's appreciate innovations, creativity. First, I bring greetings from my principal, the national coordinator of the AFCFTA Coordination Office, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo. For us, the mandate was given by the AU Assembly and, of course, by the decision of the A Assembly as well. And, of course, at the domestic level, as approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Please, let's appreciate our dear President. AFCFTA hackathon has its root within the context of AFCFTA. I like to call it AFCFTA and 8 children. AFCFTA agreement has 8 protocols. One of the last 2 protocols that was adopted was last year, and one of them is called ASFCTA Digital Trade. Now, for some people like me, I read the ASFCTA agreement and its protocol as if I'm reading for an exam. So when I read those agreements, I am not looking at the legal text. If I give you the agreement today, you will say, what is this? It is just a legal text. On the contrary, it is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for youth, for women, for everyone. Now, take, for example, within the context of the ASFCTA Digital Trade Protocol, particularly the general objective, Article 2G, is talking about digitalization of Africa. It's talking about digitalization of Africa industrialization. It's talking about developing the skill of our youth within the context of digitalization. What do we do with those provisions? That was where, in conjunction and discussion with Dr. Inya, who is the convener of the Science of Trade. Please, a round of applause for her. And then we floated what we call AFCFTA hackathon. When we share the concept note with my brother, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, in Ghana, the Secretary General of AFCFTA, he said, wow, this is true implementation agenda of AFCFTA. And the entire Secretariat has put their weight behind this novel AFCFTA hackathon. Please, a round of applause for Secretary General Wamkele Mene as well. Now, let me run through the statistics that we have. Now, we have all these planned more or less within the space of 2 months. 2 months. Now, the analysis does that as at when we started yesterday, we have over 250 apply for the AFCFTA hackathon. And I tell you, in the context of the team leader, we have 25% female. I think we should clap more. And within the context of the having the entire continent buy in into this novel, we have Algeria, we have Niger, we have Ghana, we have Malawi, we have Gambia, and of course Nigeria. A round of applause for these entries. Now, this tells you that the second edition is going to be more bigger, more bolder, and more better. And to all the partners that within the short time that we wrote to them and they were able to come aboard, please let us appreciate all our partners. The Ascent Studio, the Amazon Web Services, the Cherry Code Concept, the GFA Technology, the NITDA, and of course, the Resources is a Kenya-based company. They also partner with us on this journey. So the room is open as we go forward for the second edition. Now, as I close, I want us to have this and ponder on it. I shared that story yesterday. As a trained international trade policy and law expert, in 1964, one of the great leaders of our continent, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, spoke during the Organized African Unity, then OAU. Now it has transformed to African Union. As at that time, this great leader, who happened to be former prime minister of this great country, he said intra-African trade as at that time was just 10%. 1964. You can Google it. Let us do a little math. 1964, fast forward to 2015. How many years is that? I'm expecting somebody to give me a solution there. Can I get a response? 51. (1964 to 2015). 51. Can I get a chorus? 51. Now, as at that time of 2015, I was privileged, acting CG, to be writing one of my theses at World Trade Institute in Switzerland. So the literature I make use of was giving me an information that intra-African trade as at that time of 2015 is 18%. So for 51 years, intra-African trade grew by just 5%. I do not think that is a cheering news. 8% for 51 years. Now, fast forward from 2015, go and Google now and ask what is the intra-African trade percentage. I always say, whichever literature you carry, whichever literature you consulted, it is still less than 20%. So conservatively, let us give it 18%. So for 61 years, intra-African trade grew by just 9%. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not a cheering news. I can tell you for free, the only way out is AFCFTA agreement. And that is why for us at the Nigerian AFCFTA Coordination Office, we are committed that the narrative must be changed, engaging our colleague in the African continent, engaging everyone that is ready to partner. AFCFTA is the way to go for Africa and for Nigeria and the entire continent. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Olutayo's passion is palpable and undeniable. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to rise up. We need to do our part. We're not just going to wait for the government. You and I are going to play our part, right? Take our products and services across Africa and all around the world. Another round of applause for Dr. Olutayo. We need more such energy. Talk and do. Thank you, sir. All right, very quickly, we are going to go into the next agenda for this conference. And we're going to be talking about US-Africa trade synergy and diaspora collaboration. A quick backstory, like I said just a few minutes ago, about this time last month, myself and 19 other fantastic women out of SOT 2024 were in Washington, D.C. We went, we saw, we learned, we conquered, we made money, and, you know, we're grateful. We're grateful for the opportunities and the many more opportunities ahead. I literally formed another partnership that has taken my business to another level just in 1 month. So I remain grateful, I remain committed. My voice may not be loud as Dr. Olutayo's, but hey, we live here. Up SOT, up Nigeria, up APTA, up US, up everybody, up yourself. So we are going into the next agenda, which is a panel session, and this is very important. It is called Export Readiness and Diaspora Trade Partnerships, Connecting Nigerian Products to Global Markets. When we went for the DC conference, I took services and a bit of products. I watched in delight as my fellow conference participants sold out. They did not only sell out their products, they also made new partnerships. And one of the people that bought from the person that exhibited right beside me showed up what she got from that conference on her Instagram page with pride. African products. I don't think we know what we are sitting on. We are the future of the world. Look at the acting CG. Look at what she's wearing. Africa. Look around us. Africa. We have become the go-to. Gone are the days where we are all relying on ready-made. We are the ready-made. Your product is the ready-made. And the world is waiting for you. So for this panel session, I'm quickly going to invite, in no particular order, first to the stage, the moderator for this session, Omonwomi Olumide Obidino, Deputy Director General, NASSI. Please keep it coming, keep it coming. I know some people are here, they're like, I don't even understand what they are saying. Mama Loja is here, they were here last year, they have made progress. We're touching on everything trade, digital, physical, market, everywhere. Please give it up to her once again. Thank you. I will quickly also invite Michael Irvin, the Political Economic Chief, U.S. Consulate General, Lagos. Keep it going. All right, thank you, thank you. Keep it going until he comes here, or he gets here. I will also invite Inena Jacob Ogogo, head of She Ventures. She's coming. She'll join us very soon. And I think we have online participation as well. We have Jeremy Faber, U.S. African Trade Desk, joining us online. We have Yvonne Rivers, CEO, Shifibi Global, joining us as well. Do we have Chris Oputa, Director General, Nigerian Association of Small Scale Industries, in the house? Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please, this way. Keep it coming. The information you are going to get from this session will take your business places. Thank you. Do we have Nena Jacob Ogogo? Right. Thank you. She Ventures. Can we also project Jeremy and Yvonne online, please? Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. I think I have, wonderful, wonderful. I think I have all my panelists. I will be out of your faces now. See you in a bit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Yes. Again, hello. Okay, I have you. Okay, my brother was left out. But I guess it's because he's a big masquerade. You know what they say in Yoruba land, the big masquerade comes out last. Barisako. Yes. Thank you all, and thank you to our online participants as well, and the panel. The idea of US-Africa trade Hello? Okay. Can we hear me? Great. Again, my name is Mo Olumide Obidiran, not Obidina. I think somebody was trying to get me married off to an Obidina somewhere. So I am very intrigued about this collective here. And it is also because for the longest time, the idea of US-Africa trade is one that has been foreign to the small entrepreneur in Nigeria. And for the last couple of years, especially with relationships with, like the one that the US consulate has with Ascent Studios, we have seen increased relationships and the deepening of that relationship. And so now we're having more of this focus on us, the small guys. For us in NASI, NASI is Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists. Our concern for the last 40, almost 50 years has been industrializing Nigeria. But the end game for that really is to get us out there, to get Nigerians out there, to ramp up our production capacity, and then be able to get us out there. And I'm very grateful for the work that Dr. Inya Lawal has been doing with the Ascend Studios Foundation, and we'd like to see more of that. Because of this, I would like to ask a few pointed questions, and maybe it's because he's sitting right next to me, maybe not. I do not want to take it in any particular order, but I would like to ask Mr. Irvin, first of all, what is the US government currently doing to support African SME integration into global supply chains, seeing that this has also, for a long time, been a challenge, especially for the small guys like us? What is on out there?
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you for the question, and thank you, everybody, for being here. What a tremendous turnout for this conversation. I also have to say thank you, Dr. Lawal, for being such an amazing, amazing partner. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Lawal. You know, in terms of small and medium-sized enterprises and in fomenting that kind of trade with the United States, I think it's worth highlighting a number of programs that we have. For me, one of the flagship ones, and the one who is driving this program is sitting down there, our Public Affairs Officer, Julie McKay, is the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. We have supported nearly 1,890 small business persons, women, who are, many of whom are scaling up to being able to export, right? We heard from one of our moderators who was in the United States just a month ago, right? And making deals and building her business. 890 women entrepreneurs who have benefited from this program in a way that allows them to even think about, right, moving into the world of export. So the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, for me, is one of those flagship programs. We also do a ton of work, and it's important to see the creative industries as an export as well for this extraordinarily vibrant economy here in Nigeria. And since 2017, over 500 emerging filmmakers have participated in workshops led by US filmmakers in collaboration with the Department of State's American Film Showcase and Global Media Makers ECA program. This is, I think, yet another piece of the export puzzle, right? Exporting Nigerian culture that involves small and medium startups, right? Sort of people who just, they know they have a talent, they build their business, and they get out there and they sell it to the world. In agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, I think it's a really important sector that we focus on here for small and medium-sized enterprises as well. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's recent $22 million investment to strengthen Nigeria's cocoa value chain directly supports over 60,000 small-scale farmers across Nigeria. I was just talking to the Bank of Agriculture, the new director, who talked about 10 states where really cocoa is a major export possibility, potential, and the United States wants to be a partner in that process. So there are so many areas I could go on with other programs, but the last point to focus on, I think, and it really drives home this point about local and small and medium enterprises, is that in February, the ambassador, Richard Mills, gave a speech to the Nigeria Governors Forum in Abuja and launched what we are focusing on now as a real commitment to subnational engagement and subnational diplomacy. Because I think it's at the local level, at that state level, where you see so much vibrance, so much energy, so many possibilities, right? And this involves small and medium enterprises for us to partner with to build this bilateral relationship. So those are just some of a few of the areas where the U.S. government is really seeing opportunity here.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for him. I'm seeing here, and I'm hearing also, an abundance of opportunities, an abundance of programs, and policy-backed programs as well. However, I do know that it begins to feel like a start. And when you take into consideration the fact that last count, I think we had about 41 million SMEs in Nigeria. And the diffusion and how it trickles down, how it cascades all the way down to the last mile enterprise is still a little shaky. And that takes me to my next question, which I will direct to the DG of the Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists. And my question would be around trying to link these opportunities to the potential that we have. And that is, what are the top three structural gaps currently preventing SMEs from scaling for export, so that where they are able to grow enough to be able to tap into these opportunities?
Hi guys, great question. Top three things. Yikes. Industrial accident. Okay. Top three things that I would see as preventive. The first one is about awareness. The majority of our MSMEs are still in survival mode. They have in front of most of us the local market to deal with. Very few even understand the beginning of how to go into exports. But something deeper, which I will link to this. You see, a lot of Nigerian MSMEs are into exports without knowing it. I'll tell you why I say this. You see, Nigeria has landlocked neighbors all across. We have Niger, Chad, etc. Nigeria is that breadbasket for the entire Sahel region. Most of these folks have been in war forever, and they buy food products from Nigeria, but it's not documented as export. It's a bit how Portugal and Spain and all these folks used to trade, but how the EU sorted that out was by creating a single currency, the euro, and then monitoring how goods go across each border. Now, the Francophone folks who are across our northern and alongside borders, all of them buy from Nigeria, but the currency they used to buy is the foreign currency, the CFA franc, but they change this money informally at the borders. So there's no track record whatsoever of the volume of trade going on today. The volume of trade, so when we hear NACI, when we hear government or other people worried and lamenting about export, we know there's a huge export market already going on. Our members are part of it. Our members are selling every day to people who buy from across the borders. When you see prices rise in Nigeria, it's not necessarily because of the policies you see. A lot of it is because the buying power of our neighbors who also export to international markets. A lot of these folks even export to America, to Europe, from other borders, because products are accepted more when they come from Ghana or they come from Togo, but they're actually made in Nigeria, okay? So now, to go quickly about the opportunities as well, which we need to tackle. How do these opportunities start? The major start of these opportunities, which most people don't know, is from fashion. I'm not talking about apparel. Fashion is what's created the explosion in the world for Africa. I'll just take a minute to tell you how this happened. I was a fashion trader as a kid. Now suddenly, after every couple of years, fashion would dictate, okay, this is what's the new trend. In 1987 or 88, the trend for body-hugging clothes came. So Lycra, when Lycra became popular, people started wearing body-hugging clothes, and more people say, hey, you know what? I'm overweight. That's how the fit femme thing started, from fashion. People were not because they were thinking of health. They wanted to fit into their clothes. And as they started trying to fit into their clothes, they started eating healthier, demanding healthier stuff. And the double whammy for Africa, the double whammy for all of us came when COVID stepped in. During COVID, everyone started hearing stories about your immunity and things you need to take, the ginger, the garlic, the this and that. And then people started to, around the world, started hunting for organic products. So all the cream makers have started to do cocoa butters, have started to do shea butters. The whole world is going organic. We didn't look for that market. Nigeria, Africa didn't hunt for that market. It just came upon us. So we're at the cusp of an opportunity for every person who is in that ecosystem to tap into what we didn't look for it. It's looking for us. Even products that are not fully processed, they're in high demand across the world. So MSMEs have, the demand has outstripped the supply, even the local demand. Because in my home, I never used to buy ginger or cayenne pepper, but now every single second. All right, so sorry to go so far, but these are the unsolicited opportunities that have thrown themselves forward. Our people cannot meet up with the demand. There's opportunity across the place for increasing the productivity and the yield for farmers and for those who make products that exporters can be exported. I wish I had more time, but please.
Great. I am seeing, and I hope you are too. And because of the points that we're drawing here, I'm wondering if you are hearing the sound of opportunity that I'm hearing. I'd just like to ask, to scan the room. Do we have people in fashion here? Just by a show of hands. Fantastic. Do we have other creatives, filmmakers, culture? Great. Do we have digital entrepreneurs, marketers? Fantastic. Great. I am seeing a trend here, and I'm seeing that from the opportunities that we have, coupled with our understanding of the problems and the challenges that we have faced, I'm seeing a role that our Made in Nigeria platforms have to play here. And so that would take me, I'm not doing this crazy gender thing. I'm just going to run a line straight to Mr. Chris Oputa, to Barrister Kola Awe, because as the Made in Nigeria platform that you have built, I want to ask, what lessons can we draw from other African countries effectively tapping into diaspora trade channels?
Thank you very much. But first of all, I'd like to say one thing to my brother. He was talking so strong about the 61 years.
Yes.
The truth of the matter is that that figure will not move as fast as we expect if we do not develop the small and medium enterprises here today. That is the simple truth.
I agree.
If you look at, I'll go to the question, I just want to lay the foundation. If you look at our non-oil export revenue, which is about 5.4 something billion, in 2018, 2017, it was about 1.6, get to 2 point something. Then in 2022, got to 2.5. During Awolowo's regime, it got to 4.90, close to 5 billion. Currently now it's about 5 point something billion.
Yes.
Now look at that figure very well. 15 companies account for 51% of that revenue.
Fantastic.
And those 15 companies are arguably 15 large industries. And in this year, 2024, there are about 950-something companies that are exported in Nigeria. Now look at this, we're more than this crowd. But the companies that are exported in Nigeria today, documented, is 950-something. Take away 15, we have 800 and something, 35 there. So it simply means that the micro and small businesses are the hope for this country.
True.
So whatever thing we're doing today, whatever policy we're going to come out, whatever resolution we're going to come out, must be implementable. I belong to the school of practice. When it comes to strategy, policies, I look at policies and see how I can cascade them into implementation and see what can we do differently. So when it comes to the Made in Africa came out of a concept of how do we support my big brother in the Africa Continental Free Trade. And it's all about my own personal background. I'm an exporter. I'm a transporter. I have transport trucks moving across the entire West Africa and Central Africa. I work for 9 multinational companies, moving their goods all over Africa and beyond. I tend to understand the dynamics of African market. I'll tell you something. There are companies in Nigeria, multinational companies in Nigeria, that there are about 3-4 companies that buy goods from these same people.
Okay.
3-4 that buy goods from these same people. And because they have the capacity to open the letter of credits and others. So when it comes to micro and small, it's a different dynamics entirely. So whoever is going to support the micro and small must have an understanding of market penetration for micro and small companies. And that was why the Made in Africa concept came in. The Made in Africa concept is basically out of the desire to see the MSME partake in the Africa Continental Free Trade. And I say without out of doubt, without any support for micro and small companies, they will never, I'm using the word, never be part of the AFTA. All they probably will do, they will sell some few items online, they'll sell some few items to some people, they will cross the border and drop some things. So that's the role they'll play. And that role, like Oputa said, will still remain undocumented. So Made in Africa is going to go just beyond exposing their product. It's going to go from an holding process.
And volumizing. And
see how we can support maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 20, and ensure that we lay a benchmark for people to understudy and say, okay, this is the way to support micro and small industries in Nigeria. That's what Made in Africa is going to be. Made in Africa is not totally my concept. Let me give it to Iya. Where's Dr. Iya? That lady knows how to run away. The Made in Africa came up from our discussion between both of us. And we now said, okay, let's make it more practical rather than just exhibitions that people come to see and then they tend to go back. So where you're going to be seeing more implementable initiatives for Made in Africa, you're going to be seeing collaborations in terms of logistics. Like today now, export is technical. And there's a missing gap in the Nigerian industry when it comes to export. The policymakers are neither exporter, neither are they experienced in export matters, but they make the policies. And when it comes to interactions, they still interact within themselves or their close friend without reaching out to get the main cross of the problem that is making it difficult for MSME to. So we're going to collaborate. There's a collaboration going on right now. I was discussing with my sister in NAFDAC that there's a missing gap that has been missed for a very long time. That I told her that if I can close this gap, there's going to be a lot of transformation in that particular sector, which is the cosmetic sector. But as long as that gap cannot be closed, then nothing can happen. And in 2 years, effort has been made to make sure that thing happens, but it's not happening. But I think right now, she's giving me some support to say, let's start all over again and see how we can get it through. So for sure, collaboration is going to take place. Collaboration, particularly within Africa. When it comes to MSMEs, MSME's strength is in African market. Their strength is in the African market. I'm not talking about fashion. Fashion is global, but I'm talking about manufactured product, cosmetics and everything. Their strength is in the African market, then the diaspora. Nigerians have a total of 17 million people in diaspora, documented. So that's just a small market compared to 1.25 billion people in Africa. That's a much bigger market. So they should be looking more to the African market and how to push, collaborate, and push their product in the African market.
Great,
Thank you.
lovely, lovely. Thank you so very much. I'm hearing here we need to support micro and small, and then we need to volumize. We also need to deepen beyond shows. And that is very important to me because I'm going to take an example from the fashion industry. The immense opportunity that have been outlined here, but there have also been some support. But you touched on something very briefly, Barrister Kola, and I want to take from that, I want to go to Mrs. Jacob Ogogo. That deepening aspect of beyond shows, beyond just saying, here we are, and getting those businesses from being able to simply show or even mere merchandising, merely drop shipping, buying products from maybe Asian countries, and then dropping a few here and there. The real enterprise, I feel, is when we are able to devise, take our products, develop them, and then when we productize, we are able to even franchise, even cross the African markets and then the global markets. But I see, if you ask 10 entrepreneurs who have this ambition, and I'm sure that Ms. Afie will have a lot to say about the difficulties that small businesses have in this area. But I'm wondering, if she puts all of these problems on ground, how does a project like She Ventures, the FCMB, and then being in that space, payments being also a huge albatross of not just inter-African trade, but global trade as well. How is She Ventures able to intermediate and then solve these problems, help us to support micro and deepen and volumize? Over to you, ma'am.
Pastor Kola, I'm almost upset that you're talking about collaboration and you didn't talk about our discussion yesterday. Yeah, because, so for She Ventures, with FCMB, right, we're based on 4 pillars. I'm not marketing She Ventures. I'm answering the question. We're based on 4 pillars, and we talk about access to markets, access to finance, access to networks, and access to knowledge. And just in being in this space yesterday and today, and just in being in this space yesterday and today, and even with my discussions with Vice Nicola, because we had a very long conversation, right? FCMB, She Ventures is committed, for this year, for the next 5 years actually, to women in agri and women in exports. So that's something that we've been looking at. Now, we don't have all the answers, and that's where collaboration for me is very key. Just talking about the MSMEs, and like you said, if we don't address that gap, then we're leaving a lot of money on the table, okay? So for She Ventures, for the MSMEs, I don't think it's just about funding, right? You have to start from structure for those businesses, because without structure, they can't even start to, compete in the export markets. What we're doing about that is, because we don't have the necessary technical expertise, so we're collaborating with people that do. So for example, Barrister Kola here is one of the people we've recently started talking with, and we're just asking ourselves, the gap we have is not a product gap for Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have the products. I was telling you yesterday that I volunteer as the National Treasurer for COAN. COAN is Country Women's Association of Nigeria. Now, they're a coalition of very small female SMEs, right? We had the 41st anniversary in Abuja 2 years ago. I was blown away with the products I saw. They're products that I've never seen before, right? All of these products are manufactured, in fact, they're not manufactured, they are made manually. So there was one that I think is a sort of honey made from one of our natural products. The woman uses her feet to step, to knead it, and then, the product comes out. So we have the products. What we lack is, 1, a platform gap, 2, a knowledge gap, okay? We have the products, but the products are not they're not ready for the export markets. And that's something that we need to get right. So for FCMB and She Ventures, the things we're doing is one, knowledge. So knowledge is extremely key for the SMEs, the smaller SMEs. They need to understand that even with the products they have, there's a certain level that the processing needs to go through before they're going to be accepted into international markets, and that's just the way it is. So we're working on that. The second thing is we talk about access to finance. Access to finance for me really is the last in that train, because you have to go through access to knowledge, then we talk about access to networks, access to markets, which is also why we're here today in terms of access to markets. SOT is one of our partners. We've partnered with them, and even in the last 1 year that we've partnered with Dr. Inye, right, we've seen a marked increase in our female customers when we talk about exporting to international markets. They were in DC, I think about 3 weeks ago, and what Dr. Inye did with that trip was to expose about 20 women to the international markets. And now those women have access to, they're able to not just sporadically export their goods, but they're going to have a chain where they're able to do this consistently, because one of the problems we also have is consistency. So if I'm a fashion designer, for example, maybe a friend of mine is traveling to the UK, and I give her some of my products to sell, and she sells it. But then when is the next time I'm able to get into that market? So what we're talking about is consistency, having a supply chain and a line where you're able to have your products in the international markets, in supermarkets, in the international markets, not just Nigerian supermarkets or African shops as we call them. And that's one of the things FCMB is also working on. So I'm happy to say that we also have, in terms of access to funding, for the smaller SMEs, a lot of them have never taken facilities before. So we have what we call the zero interest loan. And what we do with the zero interest loan is exactly what it is, zero interest. So without paying interest on this facility, some women, not all women, obviously, because there's no interest, some women are able to access this facility, and we have two variants. One is the general variant, which any sector can access. But the second one we do in the second half of the year is sector-specific. And for now, for the next 5 years, we're concentrating on women in agri and women in exports. And with this, we're able to extend facilities to these women who have never accessed credit before, and they're able to see, because they're able to see that, okay, so I'm able to take this facility and grow my business, right? And when they do that, it's for 6 months. When they do that, what we observe is that they tend to come back and take bigger facilities and then scale their businesses. So just in a nutshell and to round up, these are some of the tools we have in FCMB to enhance the MSMEs and upskill for the exporting markets. We provide access to markets, access to networks, access to funding, and most importantly, access to knowledge.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. I hope for the entrepreneurs in the room, you are drawing the lines that I'm drawing. I am seeing an abundance of opportunity. I am seeing the provisions that have been made policy-wise. I am seeing gaps in data and attempts to also connect the market to funding, external markets. I am seeing also efforts to overcome the challenges that we have locally, especially with standards. And because you touched briefly on that, and then also because we have Honorable Afe on this panel, I want to go right into asking you that what are the steps that you take to ensure product quality and certification for international buyers? But let me dwell on why I'm asking that question. I'm asking that question because I am a witness to the fact that we do not have a product gap, indeed. We have the product, but possibly also because we have been playing in shallow waters for the longest time. We have this myopic view of what standards requirements are, especially because destination markets also have their own rules. The US has a retinue of bodies, U.S. Border Agency, FDA, all of these rules that the local entrepreneurs are very often not aware of. And sometimes even when they're aware of what the standards are, they are not aware of the things that they can do to meet those standards. And I've seen it in our group. I know that last year, there was a member company of ours who had an order to supply, I think it was 10,000 garments through a U.S. company, Danshiki Africa LLC, and they could not meet it. They could not meet it. They could not meet it even though they had the product. But you see that standards gap, it continues to bog down what we are trying to achieve here. And so I would like for you to share your experience so that maybe someone else can learn in the audience how you ensure product quality and certification for international buyers. Honorable Afia.
Hello, good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to apologize for being late. And I want to thank Dr. Inya and the SOT team for pulling this together. Maybe we should switch. Should we switch? Okay, I'm echoing. Should we switch? Yeah, because I'm echoing. Sorry about this.
She's a lady, so I have to.
Give the gentleman a round of applause, please.
Thank you. So thank you very much. So my name is Honorable Afi Brimo, and before I became Commissioner for Business, Trade, and Cooperatives for Edo State, I've always been an entrepreneur, true and true. I started my business here in Nigeria in about 2017, just from the rot that I saw in Benue State. Should I move it? And so, can you hear me now? And then I saw the rot. My mom is from Benue State, and I went for a project, and I just saw all the waste and the storage facilities which didn't exist, and I decided that I was going to do something about it. Fast forward to 2 years, I set up a company called Sack Fruits, basically drying our dried fruits, our dried mangoes, dried pineapples. And for the first year, I probably hit about 150 stores because I was literally shopping these products. And then I had to go back to the US, so I moved. But I decided, hang on, this is a local product made in Nigeria by Nigerians, but for the global market. So the first thing I did was think local and act global. What does that mean? That means you start to look at your product and say, do I have value to offer? If there's value in your products to offer, then you're one step ahead. The second thing I did was now start to explore the market. I live in Miami. And you know one thing I noticed that was very different? You can't just walk into a store and say, oh, I have 10 boxes, they like it, bring 10. Oh no. You go through brokers, you go through distributors and all of that. It takes a lot of time. However, let's talk about what the challenges are. Think standards. Think the yam issue that we face with Ghana. How is it that Ghana can send our yams to the global market every single time, but we sell a whole container and it doesn't move? We've seen videos of how Ghanaians treat this yam, the same yam that we go into the ground and bring out, and it's the same yam. They're washing it under, nice atmosphere. They're cleaning them, they're boxing them, but we just take our yams, we throw it into a box, and then we put it in the truck. I'm sure, I don't know if you all saw a video recently where they brought a truck 40 foot. Nigerians came together and said, let's try this. Of course, they didn't make it. I physically saw these yams, and you would bleed, you'll cry. So you need to understand the rules and regulations of where you want to export into. I have dried fruits, dried mangoes, dried pineapples. There's something called the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, which is very similar to our NAFDAC here. The difference, they certify your factory, not a product. But then if you don't have the right product to sell, even those standards will not even put you on the shelves. Today, I'm proud to say I have created an African shelf in 2 stores, chain stores in America, where we actually store Nigerian products. What do? I profile each product. I don't just take a product. I go to the stores, I look on the shelves. One thing we don't lack products in this country. In fact, the foreigners go into our villages, get our products, and sell them in the global market under their brand names. I take very personal with this kind of situations, which is why I do what I do. But you can't just expect, because I have Ugu chips here, it's going to sell anywhere in America. Wrong. Who is that customer that wants Ugu chips? What way and format do they want those Ugu chips? Do you have nutritional label that aligns with the US nutritional label laws or the UK laws or the EU laws? 4 years into me being in the US, I decided, you know what, I don't want to stop here. I want my products to be unique. They're natural. They're from Nigeria. They're from our soil. So why can't I use the word organic? Because there is a certification process. That certification process means they want to know traceability. Where did it come from? Where do you store it? How do you store it? How do you make it? Are there chemicals anywhere near your cleaning materials that you're using to even slice the fruits? I got certified in UK, US, and Europe, but it was a very tough process. But once you get certified, they also monitor you every year to make sure that you can get recertified. Recently, I was on a platform and someone said, oh, we're organic. I said, do you have a certificate? Oh, no, it's to Nigeria and we're organic. Wrong. So there's awareness, there's consistency, there's asking yourself, does my product have value? Today, we have a flagship store where we sell our products. And guess what? We're also bringing Nigerian products into that physical store in Miami. You know why? Because we can't keep competing on the global stage in African stores. A lot of our African stores are inside hole-in-the-wall locations where the average person does not go. And so my job is to make sure that if Adiola sells dried fruits, and I picked up Adiola dried fruits, I want to see Adiola dried fruits on the shelves and not Badia spices on the shelves. Because the rules and regulations of the location where you want to export to, they have standards. You don't meet those standards, you're dead in the water.
Yes.
One last thing in 2025, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration.
Right.
Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. The products I'm actually putting in the store right now are Nigerian products, but I've stopped importing them from Nigeria. Why? One day the price is today. In 2 days, we've run out of products. Sorry, ma, we can't give you the same price. Hello, the price on the shelf stays the price on the shelf for the next 1 year.
Sure.
And so what people are doing now is identifying contract manufacturers, maybe in the US or in Uganda or anywhere, develop that relationship with them. They can contract manufacture. There's nothing we're selling here that they don't have somewhere else. Even if it means partnering with a company like Maybe Colas that has trucks that can send them in bulk to the US. Find a company that can contract manufacture your products for you locally in that location, and then they put them on the shelves for you. Today, we're going into the airports, and there's a contract manufacturer I just found. They export 2 40-foot containers of hibiscus from Nigeria every single month. This guy is German, and now he's desperately looking for our ginger. It's #1 in the market. He's not taking anybody else's ginger. So those opportunities are real. And this is why we need to keep talking about this. So I thank you, organizers, for doing this. Thank you.
Lovely. Oh, thank you so very much. That was a master class, if you ask me. And I can see actionable points already. I'm going to try and tie that right into what I wanted to ask Miss Yvonne. Miss Yvonne, please, first of all, before I ask this question, I'd like you to please give a round of applause for her patience. She has been participating, and we really do appreciate you, ma'am. Miss Yvonne, I see the stage here, and I see links, and I hear also collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. In my experience, last year, I took a trip to the US for a market access program for NACI. And we were networking with off-takers, especially off-takers of African descent. We started in the state of Georgia, worked in the state of New Jersey, New York, and Texas. And we came to a set of conclusions. One of the discoveries that we made is that the African migrant community in the Americas are very, very enterprising. However, there are some pitfalls that you may encounter when you begin to navigate that relationship. There is I want to put this in a very diplomatic way. There is a conglomeracy that is non-African that sort of controls the African goods market. I hope I'm playing safe here. And that conglomeracy is not African and is not exactly playing in African interests. However, there is a growing agitation within the African migrant community as well, especially the business community, especially in those states that I had several meetings over a period of about 2 months with our people. And I kept hearing something, is that we do not have the buying power. We do not have the buying power. This conglomeracy that I'm talking about, they pull money together, they work in corporations, and very strong collaborations to create the buying power to intercept that value chain and then control it from then. And most of our people end up buying from them to sell in our African stores. Now, Miss Yvonne Rivers, you are the best person to ask this question. How can we in Nigeria leverage on our diaspora connections to the point where we can aggregate enough to better our lot as entrepreneurs, tightening the relationship with our destination communities abroad, especially in places like America and Nigeria? How can we do that from your experience? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for that question, and greetings from Washington, D.C. Some of the ladies I was hanging with you when you were here in April. And the answer to that question, number one, not only just the African businesses, the African diaspora, or the number of Black people in the United States, is 45 million people.
Right.
That's who your market is. So the number one thing, and I heard people say that, you've got to come here. You've got to set up here. And we can fight against that conglomerate that you're speaking about, because if we know, me as a Black person, I'm African descent from the Bantu tribe, okay? And so we need to build those collaborations I've heard, opportunities, the education, the way to come into America. That's the key thing. You need to know your market, your people, your process, and the profits. Some of the ladies in coming here to the US in April, and some of them, I did a session with them, and the takeaways was knowing who's buying what,
right,
what prices you can get, recognizing this is a completely different market in the US than it is in Africa, than it is in Europe. So understand that. Once you put that in place, and the biggest part of that is the education. I am CEO of She Feed Me Global. I am registered in the United States of America for the past 25 years, but for the last 13 years, we've been registered in Kenya, Rwanda, and we're coming to Nigeria and Ghana.
Wow.
So we're on the ground. So you have to be on the ground. I have teams there. You need to look at your total market. Now, what I have not heard this morning, or this morning for me, or this afternoon, is the marketing and sales. You can get your stuff, your products, whatever, in Amazon. You can get them in Costco, Whole Foods, Walmart, but they've got to move. They've got to move. Getting into the shelves does not make you money. Selling it does. So you have to have a strategy of marketing and sales. You got to build yourself up to make sure you can really have the price, because you're going to have to pay the cost of shipping and so forth. Bottom line, profit. And what's your return on investment? That you have to know. And the big bottom line with it is getting in the channels. One big thing that She Feed Me Global we've done in the past 13 years, we've developed these pipelines into distribution channels here in the United States. And simply, and mainly for women and youth that we work with SMEs. So we're going to build you up to know how to export your product. Sell your stuff. It may come down to logistics, It may come down to distribution channels. And I like to think in terms of you want multiple areas or distribution channels,
Right.
not just in stores,
Right.
not just in retailers.
Yeah.
You're looking at even, I don't know if you know the concept of direct sales. The amount of products sold in direct sales is $40 billion in the United States.
I believe it.
That means having distributors. If you've got a fashion line, maybe have ambassadors. We have the Divine Nine sororities and fraternities. That's like 2 million people right there, Black people who want African products.
True.
So know your product, know your people, know your market, and know your profit, your bottom line.
Lovely. In Nigeria, we have a saying, follow who know road. That's one person who knows road. Thank you so very much, ma'am. I am seeing a new dawn here. And this new dawn is one where you have the information. You also have the hand-holding privilege of the systems that Ascent Studios, the U.S. Consulate in Lagos, and Phoebe Global, and FCMB, and Made in Nigeria, and NACI, and all of us, SAC Fruits, have created these pathways and have dropped crumbs along the way. It will be impossible for you to take all of this and not be able to make something of it in the next year. By the time we are convening again for SOT 2026, I want to hear, I took my business from 0 to 100 because of this. And because of all of this, and because of all these people who know road, I am going to ask each of them to, for the last time, drop one nugget for the aspiring entrepreneur who is export ready or export focused. One nugget from each of you. I'm going to start again with you, Mr. Urban.
Just one.
Well,
you know, I've been thinking a lot about, because this panel was largely aimed at the diaspora too, right?
Yes.
And conversations about the diaspora. And we've been thinking a lot about the diaspora and the U.S. consulate and the U.S. mission in how to leverage that extraordinary community in the United States.
True.
That is the most successful, the most educated, the most, whatever adjective you want to put to it, it is the most diaspora community that is in the United States.
Yeah.
We had a visit last year from the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora
Almas
Engagement
Negash.
that was here in Lagos as well. And that was a kind of a first step for us to be thinking more on the ground. How do we get real about how to tap into that diaspora in very real ways that can impact the lives of entrepreneurs like yourselves, small and medium enterprises? And I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways that I have in my 3 years in Nigeria, I extended for a fourth. I love this place. Opportunity is around every corner. They won't let me extend anymore, so 4 years is my limit. But on the diaspora front, it really is one of the greatest lessons I've had is the reverse Japa effect that has happened that you see every day. You have these diaspora community members who want to come back and are coming back and are investing and are finding ways to provide that value add here in Nigeria across so many sectors, right? So my nugget would be how can we tap into that diaspora that wants to come back? And for me, one of the answers that we've come up with in the consulate is subnational engagement. Because like migration communities that go to other countries, they develop links, particular links between local communities in the country of origin to communities in the country that they travel to, right? Same thing, I think, has to go in a kind of reverse engineering of understanding this reverse Japa. That is, where are they coming from? Where are their home communities? Where do they want to invest in? And where do we see the greatest opportunity for local governance, good governance, people at the local level who are really doing it right? So next week, for example, I'm going to go to Enugu. I hear there are great things happening in Enugu, right?
Absolutely.
I want to see it firsthand, what's happening. at the local level. A couple of weeks ago, we were in Oyo and Osun. We're traveling around southern and northern Nigeria, right, to find those partners. So to me, the nugget is find the partners in the diaspora, know their home communities, link them to opportunities at that local level.
Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. You, sir. Mr. Oputa.
Okay, guys, this is a bit of nostalgia. 30 years ago in Kaduna, a young man sitting somewhere there, Mr. Sheriff and myself, were looking at how to export stuff. And we were told about LCs. We didn't know what LCs meant back then. And the whole idea was that we didn't have the money to export, but we felt if we got the orders, export orders, we could use those orders to then get financing locally against irrevocable letters of credit. Even though these were all highfalutin stories, we never got the money. There were some issues with SGS, with quality, with protecting, all kinds of issues. Now, in this case, with the diaspora community, etc., who want the products. Now, locally, even though FCMB is doing a great job with zero interest for some people, most Nigerians cannot get access to cheap, single-digit money. So, and the whole cycle of export sometimes takes 2 to 3 months. So that means they're paying a fortune in interest when they can get money. So my 2 cents is for you guys in the finance world and the guys in the trade world to see how those folks who want to buy stuff, who have access to cheaper money, maybe the guys in America who have 2%, 5% money per annum, to set up a kind of fund which guarantees payments for local suppliers, maybe even having the banks get access to cheap single-digit rates for a group of qualified export folks who, in fact, people can handhold, who my guy over here can handhold. And once that money is guaranteed, they can then get local money cheap as well and push the process. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Ms. Jacob Ogogo. Right.
I was actually trying to take down that point because, like I said, we don't have all the answers in the bank. But that's, I think for me, that's the exciting thing about coming to forums like this, because then you go back with more knowledge and you're equipped to sort of co-create things that's actually better fit for purpose. Right, so I'm supposed to give advice for people to take away.
Yes.
Okay, let me advise myself first.
It's okay.
Yes, so for me, I think one thing I will take away from here is the fact that collaborations.
Yes.
That's just absolutely key.
Correct.
You can't do this. There's not any of us on this panel that can do this on their own.
None.
Okay, so I'm going to be chasing after you, and you, so that we can, for She Ventures, create something that is fit for purpose, that would work, and that would scale. So that's for me.
Great.
But just in general, I find that all of us come to forums like this, and there's a hype, we're excited, and then we go back and absolutely nothing changes. So I think it's key. You can go from 0 to hero, right? In a year. So for anybody that is here that hasn't started the export process, what I would advise is that you use this as a foundation, as a starting ground, and you go back and start doing the work. So it's not just about your product. We've heard severally that we're not in lack of products, and our products are not generally special. For every product that we have in Nigeria, it's available somewhere else, right? So it's about how you position yourself, how you structure yourself. And no matter what we want to say about banks and abuse banks, you will not get funding if you don't have structure. You will not get funding if you cannot, if you don't have a proof of concept, right? The banks will give out. So even though as banks, we're partnering with DFIs to get cheaper funds, just so that you can have more access to funding. Even with those cheaper funds, you will not get them unless you can convince a bank that this product is good to go. So what that means is also acquiring knowledge, like you rightly spoke to. Different countries, different regions have specifics that are peculiar to them.
That works.
So you have to do your research, right?
Yep.
You can't just sit down and I'm talking from the women point of view because of what we're seeing in the global atmosphere and supporting women and all that. A lot of us just sit down and say, okay, so I'm entitled to this and this is coming to me. You're not entitled to anything and nothing is coming to you if you are not ready for that opportunity. So do your research, get knowledge, and then, you go out there, approach a bank. For us, we're open, right? I keep on saying we don't have the answers, but if you come to us and say, we can do it this way, we can do it this way, we're open to that. But the important thing is that you must get knowledge. That product that you have, another person has it. So see how you can position it, see how you can structure your business as well, so that when you do approach the bank for funding, you're almost guaranteed to get that funding. Thank you.
Lovely. Get knowledge, get ready, collaborate.
Okay, thank you. So give me just an opportunity to give you two nuggets. One, when I became commissioner in Edo State, we trained over 1,000 SMEs on bookkeeping. By the end of that training, it was clear to me, this was within a few days, bookkeeping is not the problem. Most of the time, the money is there. It might take all sorts of processes to get it, but what are you offering? Are you sure you even understand your business before you now decide you want to go get funding? So if you don't even understand your business and you don't understand the value that you're bringing to the table, you don't even want to go thinking exports because that's a whole different animal. Some people think when they go and export, it sells itself. Like she said, you have to market your products. They'll tell you before you bring it in, what's your marketing plan for this product on the shelves? You can sell online. So what value are you bringing? Ladies and gentlemen, know your numbers. Know your numbers. Every time there's a trade expo and we have people coming from Nigeria, I take the time, I take them to the stores. I start with a dollar store, then we start with Walmart. Those are the two very low end. And everybody's screaming, I can't sell my products at this price. We have a problem. Know your numbers. Try Amazon, go on Amazon if you want to export. Use it as a benchmark. Take a look at your product, look at what's selling on Amazon and ask yourself, is mine any better than that? Sure. Look at the reviews on the top of, say you're selling plantain chips. Look at the one that has sold maybe 10,000. Find out if your packaging is better than that packaging.
True.
Find out if the labeling is better than that. How about the taste? How about the texture? There must be a reason. You go and read the reviews as to why 10,000 people bought that one. If you can't match or beat that, let's not even get started. And finally, join a community. Communities is what will drive us, hence the collaboration. We're talking about the sheet from FCMB. I'm on about 4 or 5 different communities. I train, I do webinars. My goal is women empowerment because the women will drive anything from here till thy kingdom comes. So what can we do to uplift our women to get our products on the shelves? But you have to be export ready. And don't lose out on the African market because it's huge. But you can collaborate with the African markets and get your products there or outside, not just Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Love it. Love it. Barrister Kola, your final nugget. Would you like to take my seat?
All right, my nugget is just going to come in form of an advice. It's going to be an advice for the MSME here. In 2016 to like 2022, when I train people for zero to export, I used to tell them something. I said, this dollar that you're seeing is going to get to 1,500. So think export in whatever you're doing. And it got to 1,500. Now I'm going to say something else again. The Africa Continental Free Trade has come. It has not taken full effect. I want to ask you and beg you, start exporting. Do what? Start exporting. You might think you're doing well now. It's just for a time. The biggest market in the African continental free trade is what? Nigeria. Every other countries, they are looking at where? Nigeria. That's where they are looking at. Check the FDA flow. As of 2020 to 2022, FDA to Nigeria was falling. But to other African countries, it was growing. They'll set up industries nearby, and under the African Continental Protocol on Trade, they will push in their products. Cameroon, many of us know Cameroon pepper now, right? Cameroon cannot sell their pepper into Nigeria. You know why? They are not under AGOA, so they have to pay duty. But under the African Continental Free Trade, they will sell. Morocco, all the leathers you're putting on, and those of you in the leather industries, Morocco is going to bring their leather here into Nigeria, duty-free. Duty what? Free. And they will dominate the market. And you know our people, they are elitist. They want to look at the packaging, they want to look at the product, they want to look at everything. So before they choke you up, which they will surely do, get out. Get out into the region. Quickly, do it now. If it's a 5% you're going to pick in Togo, if it's a 2% you're going to pick in Ghana, if it's a 1% you're going to pick, the multinationals are doing that right now. They are doing it among their goods. They are doing that. They are doing more shipments in Africa than any other place. Because they know if they don't reach out now, they are going to reach into that. And I'm going to speak to the banks and to those of us in the organized private sector. Let's stop talking. See, let's stop talking. You see at MSME, you're saying it doesn't have he has a very wonderful product, a product that can sellable, but it doesn't have the structure. Man, recreate the structure for him and let him export. Why are we wasting time? It doesn't have the structure, but let the structure go. Recreate the structure for him. Your focus is in the product. That's what you want. So if it does not have structure, it does not have bookkeeping, it doesn't have to know everything. It cannot even know everything. So our place of Nasi, of Nasima, of Nasme is to interject in those areas. That is the truth. Otherwise, we keep saying the challenges of export. The challenges will still remain. We must leave our offices. We must leave our comfort zone and go and meet them and transform those weak areas that will make sure that they will be able to move their goods. Simple as that.
Right. Love it.
And that's the truth.
Thank you. Thank you
and
so
to the
much.
banks. I understand. I feel you.
Barrister Kola, don't end the session. Thank you so very much. Very much. We appreciate it.
Sorry, just for the banks, please,
okay,
for the banks.
For the banks. Shoot.
For me, I don't borrow money in the banks. I was telling you that. I don't go to banks to borrow money. But we can beat them if we collaborate. We can beat them. We might probably not need them. They will be the one coming to us. Why? I want to ask you something. Stop being jealous about each other. Stop being jealous about each other. Stop backbiting.
Collaborate.
Come together and form a formidable voice.
True.
One. And that is your strength. The moment you operate in silos, you will consistently remain weak.
Preach.
But the moment you come together as one single unit, you'll be so strong that the banks will be looking at you. Thank you very much.
Preach, Barrister. One more thing. Do you want me to take Miss Yvonne?
Let me just
and then
say this.
okay, shoot.
Sir, I just want to touch on the banks.
1 minute, Miss Yvonne.
So I'm not touting them, but Fidelity is actually leading the way. This is the second trade expo they're going to be doing in the U.S. in the next few months. I'm on the board, and guess what? They brought 150 brands to the U.S. 2 years ago to open markets for them, and they're doing it again. So the banks can really lead the way. They can guide, they can help, they can lift, but you must collaborate. Thank you.
Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Final nugget, Ms. Yvonne.
With the quickest way to make money is sales. My steps to you, this is my challenge to everyone who's there at SOT 25. First of all, go back and examine. Number two, look at the strategy to do export. Now, one of the biggest, I think, loopholes or people fall through is that they think if a visionary, well, I want to export, okay? You can, but it has to be A to Z, 1, 2, 3. Think logistically. Go back and just don't say, I'm going to ship to US. I'm going to ship to Atlanta or whatever. How are you going to do it? Who's going to work with you? And that collaboration, we just talked about it. Because when you look at a larger market like the United States, that's about capacity. If you don't have it, if you join with others, you then can have it. Then you can negotiate the price. There is opportunity in export, but there's a bigger opportunity for you maximizing right around you. There are 54 countries in Africa. Nigeria is one of them. Maximize Nigeria and work your way all around the whole continent of Africa, then go and export around the world. Those are the steps to take it. But you've got to go with partners who are willing to work with you. That's how you can maximize. And I want you to think in terms of for as being visionary and have a belief. You've got to believe in yourself. I started my business when I was 27 years old. I really was a stockbroker with American Express. And all I saw was white men around me. But I believed I could be that $1 million business because they were making millions of dollars 40 years ago. So you've got to be in the room, and you're in a fantastic room right there. So do your takeaways, but you've got to do your work. You've got to do your research. But remember, the quickest way of making money is sales, because when you do need to really scale up and need to go to that bank, you can come in there boldly and believing, hey, I just made $4 million myself. With your $2 million of investment, I can grow to $10 million. That's how you do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, so much. This is university degree. And I think if you take this, you will be awarded and rewarded in no time. I can see that we are all on the same page. We're talking about creating funds, networking diaspora, and then the investment radar is roving, looking for you. And it's going to all of the sub-national regions looking for you. But can you be found? That's another question that I'm going to put to you. Can you be found? And I'm also going to help you answer it. Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists is the magnifying glass for you, because we are present in all 37, I say 37 because all 36 plus FCT states of the Federation, and we are working even in the local government areas. So you cannot do this by yourself. You heard the advice. Collaborate, 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 network, network, network. There is power in numbers, and you have to get in the number. If you join an organization like ours, like NACI, then it brings you to the fore. It helps you to run a straight line through to organizations like Ascend Studios, like the U.S. Consulate, the U.S. Commercial Service that we've been partnering with since 2019, to a straight line to the BOI, and a straight line to the Office of the Vice President. I'm telling you that this is the presence that you need. Nobody's going to hear your voice if you are sitting yourself alone in one room, one tiny room somewhere. Get in the number, and then let's make the formidable push that Barrister Kola is talking about, and then we can make the banks come looking for you.
Thank you.
I am so appreciative for all your attention, your time. I am very grateful. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. What a session. I think we need to retrospectively charge for this conference. So before you leave, there's going to be a basket at the door. Drop an offering. Kidding. Please, I'd like for Dr. Onya to come. We need to take a photo very quickly, group photo. And yeah, we'll pay in dollars. Thank you. A group photo, I'll make some announcements, and that'll be it. Thank you. Photographers, please. By the way, we have just 5 minutes for this session to be over. We have such an important message you need to listen to before we wrap it up. I am aware that there are some other breakout sessions happening right after this. Nexus of Nature has something ongoing in this very room. Crypta, don't forget, the pitches are going to continue. Some people are going home with money. If you missed it, please wait behind right after this session. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Very quickly, to wrap up this amazing second day, the main session, I will be calling on somebody very, very important, just to give us a brief charge on the future of small-scale industries in Africa and unlocking global markets through innovation. Mr. Temitola Adekunle Johnson, the Special Advisor to the President on Job Creation and MSMEs. Please, a round of applause. He's going to wrap up this session for us, and then we can break out into the exhibition area and continue with the other breakout sessions. Thank you so much, Mr. Temitola.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first congratulate NASIL and their leadership for organizing this very important, very important event. And I must also say a big thank you to the acting CG, that's the Consul General of the United States Embassy. Also, everyone that has come today to witness this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I came in with a remark, but I'm not going to be reading that remark. Having listened to some of the things that have been said by the panelists, it defeats the purpose of reading a remark. The remark that was written independently has already been said on their stage. Everybody is in unison that it is very important for partnership to happen. Should it be interministerial, interagencies, that and international partnerships, especially within the MSME space. To move the MSME space forward, there must be partnership. There must be partnership. And I'm happy that the rest of the world have clearly gotten the message that the market that everyone is looking for is right here. This is the market. Nigeria is the market that everyone is looking for. Current global population says the world is now 8.02 billion. Nigeria is 235 million. In my estimation, if my math is right, that's about 3% of the world. 3% of the world. Africa is 1.54 billion. So Africa is 18% of the world. Nigeria is 235 million. Nigeria is close to 17% of Africa. So it therefore means that whatever it is that you are doing in Africa without Nigeria is work done zero. However, it is also important to understand to the rest of the world that the continent of Africa is very, very important with regards to Africa and the rest of the world trade, exportation or importation. Trade transactions between Africa and the rest of the world, especially the United States. Last year in 2024, for exports it was about $33 billion. Imports was about $38 billion. This year, 2025, we wait for December to see what the projections are. But what I'm happy about is that the world all over is recognizing that something is happening in this continent. Something is happening in this continent, and the tar is on us, the small business owners. Whenever it is, I get a platform, I have an opportunity to speak, and I'm speaking about SMEs, I say us, because prior to going into government, I was a business owner. And so I consider myself, once a business owner, is always a business owner. So the tar is on us. as Africans and as Nigerians, to continue to see how we can tap into the AFTA, for instance. I'm happy they came here. You know, one of the speakers said he predicted a few years ago, in 2017, in 2015, that dollar was going to get to 1,500. He's also made a prediction that you should get involved in AFTA. It is very important. Whatever it is that you're doing in terms of transaction now, by the time AFTA thoroughly kicks in, I bet you do 10 times more if you understand the level of transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, the world cannot do without Africa. But the fact that the world cannot do without Africa is now in the hands of Africans and African businesses to decide if it is going to remain so. So if the world cannot do without you, and they know that you have some capacity, some sort of talent, you must show that it is no fluke. That talent that the world thinks you have is no fluke. We have the population. The population cannot, our population in Africa should not be a negative. It should be a positive. Our population in Nigeria should not be a negative. It should be a positive. India only recently overtook China in terms of population. Both countries, both India and China. Now, India's population is 1.5 something billion. 1.546 billion. While that of China is 1.416 billion. So, this year, China will overtake India. Next year, India will overtake China. But one thing is constant between those two countries, development. They keep developing. They keep developing. Ladies and gentlemen, many years ago, India was a developing country. I do not think it is right to call India a developing country any longer. Many years ago, when I was in primary school, China was a developing country. We'll be kidding ourselves if we think that China is a developing country. Now, being called a developing nation or a developing country in terms of trade, that we can now be called a world power. And I strongly advocate for exports, and made in Nigeria. Anytime I speak outside the country or I go for an event outside the country and I wear my regala, if I'm not putting on a suit, if I'm putting on an agbada with my cap and everything, I see the faces of people. There was a day we were on the train in England and we were going for a function. My team and I were all dressed in our native wear. You know, it was like when you see young kids see something amazing. People were coming to us to say to you, oh, how can I get this? Where can I get this from? I strongly think that we do not truly understand what we have with our fashion industry. Do you know how people are looking for what Nigerians are making all over the world? Honestly speaking, I think we are underestimating ourselves as Nigerians. They regard us more outside there. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've had so much discussions today. I do not want to come here and keep talking and talking. But just to say congratulations for this that was organized. And I hope that everyone, whatever it is that you have heard today, you are able to sort of follow through to implementation process. We are here to support if there are areas of contact that you need for government policies and you want people to show you way. We are here. The National MSME Clinics, which I run, is here to sort of show you way to NEPC. If you have issues with NEPC, the Nexim banks of this world and NEPC, if you have products that you need hand-holding outside the country and you need the NEPC support, we are here to guide you and ensure that you get the right support that you need. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, this has been a fantastic day. How many of you are happy to be here today? Of course, the program continues tomorrow, but just a few announcements. We're breaking out now. Please go around the exhibition room. Network, don't forget. In this room, in about 20 minutes, business owners, there's a training for you. Come back, courtesy of, it's an exclusive workshop for business owners by Crypta. The pitch session that started in the morning is going to be finishing. Some people are going home with money, free money today. So if you're a business owner, in about 20 minutes, make sure you are back in this hall. So go around the exhibition space, purchase, network. If you would like to register your business in the US, please come to our stand. WealthSync and Smart Stewards will be there to help you. If you want to learn about investments, download an app that can help you invest, please come to WealthSync. You'll see me there. That's my organization. And there are quite a number of interesting things that you would get at the exhibition stand. See you tomorrow at the same time. Do not forget to be here in 20 minutes for the business workshop for business owners, for the continuation of the pitch session. See you soon. Network, don't forget, network, 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 and network. God bless.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
So it tells me something, that women have more of that particular gene and commitment to do business.
Together we can turn potential into posterity and prosperity.
All Africa needs for Africa is in Africa.
Welcome to the Science of Trade Conference.
SOT 2025 would be:
You should be a net exporter, not a net importer. This is Nigeria's moment on the global stage.
There's very big market coming, and that is the African continental free trade area.
One of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US.
48 hours or less. The orders became too much, and then I had to start partnering with other laundry service providers who could deliver in 48 hours or less. So that's the standard that we had initially, and it became really popular across Abeokuta and Lagos State. And then, over time, we had to look for better ways to manage the influx of all these orders, and then we now started developing our mobile app.
All right, what problem are you trying to solve?
We are trying to solve the problem of, number one, convenience for the customer, seamless access to laundry service providers. Number two, for laundry service providers, we are trying to solve the problem of lack of visibility. And of course, for Africa and the government, we are trying to, aggregate this underserved industry. There are so many laundry service providers across Nigeria and Africa that do not have that visibility and cannot even make brilliant business decisions to scale across borders. So that is the problem that we are solving for government and for Africa, across Africa. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Okay. Now, does he have a number? 15. Okay, please. We'll do this for a few minutes before we start our session. I was using that to buy some time. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chimobi.
Chimobi. Chimobi. All right.
Ogueri.
Ogwe.
Ogu. O-G-U-E-R-I.
O-G-U.
E-R-I.
Yes. Okay. What do you do?
So I'm here to present a marketplace called Clay Marketplace.
So what's the name of the company?
Mobistace Services
Sorry?
Limited. Mobistace. M-O-B-I-S-T-A-C-E. Services Limited.
Systems Limited.
Services.
Services Limited. Okay. Nature of business?
It's a online service-based platform
for
that links artisans to clients.
Okay. Marketplace for artisans. All right. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. So, I am a hairdresser. I'm someone who knows how to sew, and I'm someone who knows how to cut hair. But currently, I don't have the money to rent a shop, to buy all equipment in the shop, to pay for agency fees. But I already have the skills. So that means I can't go into business because I don't have the money to rent a store. I want to present to you Clay Marketplace, which is a service-based online platform that links artisans here, hairdressers, who are more or less involved in the fashion and the beauty side of the sector, or the sector, with linking them directly to clients. Now, the problem we're trying to solve here is to remove the need for the brick and mortar, that you don't need to go and start sourcing money to rent a shop before you can offer your services. We're directly linking people who can offer these services directly to clients, and it's a solution that will be availed online. All right, so our value proposition is the fact that we're taking out that stress, that burden of you looking for huge funding to be able to set up a store. That's a value proposition. And then traction so far we'll be able to set up our LLC, the Bombay State Services Limited. And this funding will be going to setting up this particular site to more or less bring it to shape and form to ensure that we're building the algorithms. Then what will link people together? We're building our algorithms where it will be a hyper-local matching, whereby if you're looking for these services and you go onto the site, it will link you directly to people within the local area who offer these services for you. Thank you.
All right. So how many artisans do you have on your platform?
So currently we're still setting up the platform.
Okay.
So first, our go-to-market to be to hit up, first of all, going to Unilag to onboard every artisan that we can find around there to get them to the platform. First, what we already set up is just the LLC, the company. We're moving into setting up the platform and then onboarding these artisans there.
Okay, so you've not started onboarding artisans?
Not yet. That's what we're currently on.
Okay, is the technology ready?
The technology is ready, still in building, yes.
It's still?
In building, yes.
In build?
In building, in the process of being built, yes.
Okay. So the technology is underway?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Let's put hands together for him. Who's next?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rama Tolamide.
Sorry, we need volume. We can't.
I'm Rama Tolamide Madamidola, the founder of Greater Mercy Food. So in Greater Mercy, what do? We are Nagri, we
Ramat?
Ramat Olamide Madamidola.
Olamide?
Olamide Madamidola.
Okay, Madamidola. All right. And your company's name is? Greater Mercy. Okay.
Growing agri-business. We focus on sustainable farming, processing and packaging of fishes and snails. And I discovered that everybody wants a healthy protein. So that was the reason I go more into healthy protein. And for some years now, we have been lacking in supplying most of our customers due to we lack a process machine. So if I'm being opportunity to giving this grant, I will use it in getting my processing machine. You can check us on our social media and on Facebook and Instagram at GMercy Food, or you visit our site at Aton Ota, Ogun State. You can also reach us directly on 080-2529-7577. Thank you.
So you process snails and okay. Do you dry clean? You smoke it?
Yes.
Okay, and then you sell it.
Yes.
What's the size of your farm?
We are two that owns the aquaculture.
Okay. Are you partners?
Yes, but I'm the one in charge. I'm doing the processing after bearing the fishes.
Okay, so how much fish have you sold?
I have sold more than 10,000. More than.
In terms of volume?
Yes.
Since when?
Since last year.
Okay, all right. And you want the money for?
For processing machine.
Processing machine.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so our session is supposed to start at 1 o'clock because there's supposed to be a break and a session, but I think some time was taken out. And I promised you that we're going to continue what we started yesterday. We already have some speakers that are lined up to be present, and they're coming in. I'd like Abigail to please give me an idea of where everybody is so that I know how to time. But our first other speaker is around, and I wouldn't want to keep her waiting. So I would like to do my 5-10 minutes introduction, and then she will come up stage. I'm going to ask the organizers, we're going to try to work hard to finish our session at 3 o'clock so that we can now use the remaining 1 hour to take the pitches of the people who have not finished pitching. The pitching started in the morning, and we closed it up at about 50-something people. So now we are moving we took a few more to get your attention. We'll continue at 3 o'clock so that we can finish this. So with your kind permission, because I have facilitators that are sitting, I will need to get into the action of the day, and then I can now deal from there. Thank you. All right. Okay. Are we together? Are we together? All right. Again, as I promised you yesterday, we are going to, the content that is created, or all the slides will be made available. You put your number, I don't know. Abigail, have they received the slides? They have. Okay, so anybody who didn't get their slides, that's Abigail at the back. You can go and ask her. Just drop your email and she'll send the slides. We're very generous with our slides, okay? We don't hide slides. We don't hoard. All those people that say, it's my intellectual property. No, sorry. We share slides easily for 2 reasons. Number 1, because I know you're not going to read the slides. And number 2, yes, you heard me loud and clear. And number 2, there's already too much information. AI can give you way more information than any slide I can give you. But what I wanted you to understand this morning is, or this afternoon, I beg your pardon, is what is not on the slide, is the spirit of the message. Now, I sat down and I listened to the various pitches that were made this afternoon, and it's not in any attempt to sound critical or to castigate anybody's proposal or plan, but I would like to quickly shed some light on competitive positioning. All right? And I'll be very open, and I hope you'd understand competitive positioning. So I started yesterday saying that some of us got into business accidentally. Some of us got into business out of passion. Some of us passion. Some of them got into business because we're functional experts in our rights. A functional expert is someone that knows how to do something very well. So if somebody says, I manufacture XYZ, great. That's the reason why. But if you're paying attention to what I'm saying, are we together? If you're paying attention to what I'm saying, you cannot build a successful business on any of the things I've mentioned. Businesses thrive on the concept of business models. Are we together? What did I say? I can't hear you. What did I say? So what is the business model? Is the business model clear? And how does it make sense? Now, let me just take random examples. There are a few people here who are focused on businesses that are in highly competitive environments. Okay? What you're producing, there are a million other people producing it, in quote. Another example is that what you're producing, there are the big boys that are in the business, right? The high end, no, not the high end, the large manufacturers, okay? And so on and so forth. Let me begin to state the case, because for those of you who were not here yesterday, I said that we have to be very careful, because entrepreneurship can become an endless cycle that you just wake up one day and you are 70, except you're Captain Sanders, the founder of KFC. You are 70 and you realize, I don't really have anything to show for this business I've worked on. In other words, my colleagues and friends who took 9 to 5 jobs are better off. Sometimes it's just devaluation, just a change in currency that will just send you packing, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to explain to entrepreneurs how they must think about what they're doing. Now, for some of you, and I say this very respectfully, this is still introduction, whose maybe spouses or families, you know you're not really the breadwinner. This thing was given to you to just for your mental health so that you're not distracted. You're not really doing the business because your life depends on it. You're not my audience, with all due respect. You can enjoy the show. It's definitely better than a comedy show. You can learn something and you can go home. But if you are here and you're listening to me and you know that this business, your life depends on it, you're taking it seriously, like a pilot takes every flight seriously because the lives of people depend on it, then I'm talking to you. Are we together? Let me repeat myself. If you're in this room and you know that the money you generate from your business is you and your own personal side hustle or whatever, it doesn't really determine the fate of your family. Not my audience. So all the ideas I'm sharing, respectfully speaking, may not make sense. But I'm talking to people who want to take this thing far, who want to grow it, increase their valuation, and one day exit. Okay? When the next speaker comes, we're going to have a fireside chat. It's a corporate finance person. And I'm going to be talking about exit. And there are different types of exit. There is, management buyout, where you sell to your next generation of managers. There is outright sale. There's merger and acquisition, which is kind of like sometimes a sale. And then there is IPO, among others. IPO, initial public offer, where you are floated on the stock exchange. At that point, you can become a billionaire. Are you with me? Good. So, what is competitive positioning? Competitive positioning means this. Please follow me. Is that I have listen to me, I have a differentiated way of doing my business in a way that either reduces my costs or increases my quantity. That's the volume I do. That increases my scale without any significant increase in my unit costs. Are you with me? Competitive advantage, among other definitions, means two things. My product is done at a cost that it's way cheaper than the average person, so I can afford to compete on price. Okay? So when I see some people display, because of respect, and I don't want to, just be hard on people, when I see what people are selling, and I see a lot of sometimes, respectfully speaking, my heart is filled with compassion. You know why? Because I'm imagining I'm imagining the ocean of competition they're in front of. So it's almost like, how are you going to make sense? I mean, where is this thing? Where's the fate of this business? Whatever it is. Now, there are some of you who are benefiting from the structural challenges in the economy or in your industries. So, for instance, if you're an agric, maybe you sell fish, you sell snail, you sell goat. There's generally a gap between demand and supply. And you're able to fill in that gap between demand and supply. Some of you may escape it. It doesn't mean that you have a competitive advantage. You're just riding on the fact that, hey, you know what? Things are scarce and the price is high and the products are available. Guess what? As more and more agric policies are being implemented and the prices of goods and services start to crash and more consumers can buy more and more people, so people will rush into the business, prices will crash, and guess what? You will now have stock just staring at you, all the goats and sheep, until the season or this period where the scarcity comes back. So that's the challenge. Do you understand? So that also is not you're not exactly free from competition. Okay? But now let me talk to the general public so that I listen to what I want to do this morning, because I have like 5 minutes and my next speaker is coming. I want to, about 5'10", I want to set you, listen to me, and introduce you to the concept of sustainable competitive position, where your competition is sustained until you decide to exit. Until you decide to what? Exit. Exit means you sell off. Am I communicating? Are you learning something? So you produce in a way that the unit cost is low and you can compete on pricing. Secondly, you produce with efficient and effective machine, methodology, process, and you do volumes. So you produce more than the average person can produce or the average competitor can produce without a significant increase in your unit costs. So if you make this, let's say you manufacture this thing in Nigeria, and we all know the cost of producing it, but because your family, listen to me, has a mine, M-I-N-E, where they mine the main raw material for this item, and your family house is sitting on it, and it's in your backyard, and you can go to the mine, harvest, or rather extract, I beg your pardon, and produce this in the whole of the Southwest at a price, because you're not paying for the lower than the rest, then you have competitive advantage. Now, whether it's sustainable, the answer is no. Because if the mine will be depleted, at some point, you're out of business. So you're operating with the mind that as I'm doing this business, I am diversifying my options so that by the time the mine is empty, I have gone into another business. Do we understand? Let me repeat myself. Alems, capture this. The problem with MSMEs, among all the problems that you have been told, you know that classic list that they give you? Lack of funding, lack of this, blah, blah, blah. With all due respect, like most things we see in today's world, you know, one of the things I've seen in my years of consulting that I've told you, my donkey years, well, not donkey, 17 may not be donkey, but in my long, small sojourn of, you see, is that when people present facts, the real issue is not in the top three. It is the masked issue. The issue that looks like the real one. So when you hear lack of capital, I'm sorry, it's not lack of capital. Lack of human capital is bigger than lack of capital. So when the MSMEs don't have funding, with all due respect, there are people sitting on money asking us every day, where do I put my small 10 million, my 15 million, 20 million? They don't know where to put it. The problem is you cannot attract the kind of talent, right? Are you with me? That can drive your business to a point where to begin to, return significant, to give back significant returns. You don't have the personality, the leadership capability, or the charisma to attract and retain the talent that will make your business succeed. And that is what my colleague is going to talk about. So that's number one on my list. Capital, I'm sorry, it cannot be. Two, it's important, but it's not number one. I'm talking about MSMEs, micro, small, and medium. Should I tell you number two? Lack of clear, competitive, or unique selling proposition that can be sustained. That is the second problem. So everybody is selling the same thing. So if you're selling something that you know that there are many people that are doing it, ask yourself, how and why is my own unique? So what I want to do before I get out of your face is, can I give you broad, unique propositions to think about? Your greatest responsibility as a business owner, listen to me, for those of you who are very prayerful, because this is what you need to hear now. That's the problem. I also pray, but in addition to your faith, let's add some virtue. Here is the virtue. You need to spend a significant amount of time doing a PhD grade study on your own business. You don't understand? You're not going to go and sign up University of Lagos for PhD. No. You are going to be the PhD student, and the subject and the thesis is your business. You need to understand the nuances and the intricacies and the depth, breadth, length, and scale, or whatever, scope rather, of your business to a point where nobody else can. That's your first path to breakthrough. You know why I say that? We are very distracted. So the people that have the time to put their head down and face their business as the ones that will succeed. A lot of people, this is on a private note, a lot of people ask me, oh, you talk so well. Why did you don't have a channel? You're talking to people. I said, because I was busy trying to build my business. I am very, very wary of anybody who is all around the place talking. His business will suffer. It's a lot of work. We're doing this now because we're lecturing. The content is going for LMS, so people can learn, continuous learning. But in my heart of hearts, it's not to become another public speaker. It is to face my business and to determine my competitive position. Let me begin. I have a dear sister in the room. She has a bakery. What would be the options for her for her competitive positioning? Let me give you layers. Option one, she can decide, because of the health consciousness situation of our society, my bakery will focus on the unique health challenges of people. So I will be the #1 bakery where you will find stuff for diabetes, for social patients, and also I will invest in research and development to produce goods and services. So in other words, an average bread may cost 1,800, but somebody who has diabetes that wants to still eat bread will eat it at maybe 3,000 naira. They may not buy often, but as the rates are rising on the other side, God forbid, I mean, this is unfortunate, my market size will increase. You understand? So because the other people created, so I now came from the other side, so I'm riding on. Are you seeing strategy? I'm using a bad case, sickness, but I'm also trying to show you the nuance, the dynamics of business. Do you understand that example? So she takes health and she uses the second category, a larger market, is the ones that do not want to have diabetes. And she begins on that journey of introducing that product. Now, what does that mean? She needs to become a food chemist. Her chemistry needs to be top-notch. Her biology. So suddenly she's doing a lot of research. She's in secondary school scrambling for textbooks with her daughter or her nephew or niece. And he's like, why is auntie struggling with biology text? Because she wants to understand the basics of biology. The gallbladder, the functions, the processing, the glucose, the glycogen, where it's stored, the liver, the relationship. That's why I advocate fundamental understanding of things. We have run away to tertiary things that no concern us. Am I communicating? Now, I just gave one example of her own. Let me give another example for those in the spices business. Very, very red ocean, bloody ocean. How do they position competitively? Let me give you one radical option. Sometimes you can assume that, you know what, I am not actually trying to become Unilever or PZ. I am positioning to get to a point where I will create a recipe that they will buy me out and pay me off 100 million and I can retire. I mean, I used to say this 5 years ago, so I need to up the figure. 500 million. Do you understand? So in her kitchen, she's doing, or in his kitchen, they're doing research and they're building a particular recipe for particular taste buds that meet certain needs until they close it. So that peradventure, I can make okra soup taste like banga soup. Did I lose you? Someone is like, that's dumb. I'm sorry. But I need you to, your imagination. Suddenly, okra now tastes like banga soup. I mean, okra is a bit cheaper in ingredients, but banga soup is a bit more, okay, let's swap it. But that's experiment. She's experimenting until she cracks it. Now, you know the thing, because it's her husband's light, electricity, nothing, no pressure, it's paying, okay. She can take her time. That's her own funding. It's not VC. To carry that risk for a year until she cracks the code. Once she cracks the code, and she begins to make the spices, and people are now ordering it, at some point, she can now sit down with Unilever and say, okay, I'm ready. How much? And Unilever will buy you out because your brand is already known. And because you protected your recipe, like Coca-Cola. You know the problem? After she started selling small, she will now gather the women in her church and start training them and giving them the recipe. She has lost the idea. Say women empowerment. So you're not giving them your recipe. Sorry, I use church. Give me another example. So you have to be a bit wise. When you blow, you become a billionaire, then you can now help them better. Because you're just going to fragment that knowledge. Collect value from Unilever. So I'm even giving you some more. I'm not even going to the cowboy level. You know what they call cowboy level, where you enter the market and you scatter it. When people are bringing ship of container and you crash your price. Let's not go there. That's for the big boys. That's what they do. Understand? When they just say, there will be factories, they will just bring in a ship. Bam! Price has dropped. Everybody go home. Send people early to their grave because of, do you understand? That's ruthless stuff. We are not there yet. I'm telling you the one that you will do. Come up the radar and they will buy you out. And your family and children's children are made. So the hustle is so that by 40, you've sold the business. Then any other thing you're doing is just knowledge transfer, youth development, I'm helping people. Like Bill Gates, running up and downtown, advising people. Doing charity. Some of your villages need your charity. So you need to quickly blow. So that they stop coming to Lagos to do prostitution on Yahoo. Do you understand? I'm sure you know that video that is trending, for those of you who saw it. Are we together? Am I communicating? Are you learning something? So I'm telling you now, all that list that they're always publishing. Hey, problem of SMEs, lack of capital. Number one, lack of human capital. And the human capital is the founder themselves, not developed and sophisticated enough to develop, number 2 point, competitive positioning. That is sustainable over a long period of time. Even if it's not sustainable in the long run, cash out quickly and then diversify. So you started as this, but you bought houses and properties everywhere and they're collecting rent and you can put your leg up and say, finally, I exited the business before the market crashed. Because once you start, people like it, everybody now enters. Do you understand? I can go on and on and on, but this is the summary of my lecture. What is your competitive position? Like, what are you positioning? What sustainable strategy are you exploring in your business to succeed? Thank you for listening. Unfortunately, I don't have much time, so I have to stop now. But please follow me online, LinkedIn, Instagram. I'm going to be doing this for MSMEs. I've seen the frustration, I've seen the struggle, and I've decided that maybe we need to really help MSMEs to, we're still light years behind with the very basic things. And it's not as if we didn't we went to school, but we're just intimidated and overwhelmed by the too much information. And we lack the curriculum. Some of you don't know YouTube. If you sit down with YouTube, you don't need to enter any business school for the rest of your life, and you'll be okay. I promise you. I don't swear, so I won't swear. Even though it sounded like I indirectly did. But no, I promise you. Let's not even enter YouTube. You will school yourself to anything on any concept. What you now then need is a good mentor and a carefully curated library of books. Curated carefully. Not skewed too much to faith or self-help motivation, but actual academic research-backed and process or business operation type concepts written by the people that understand the business and about the people that succeeded. Are we together? All right. So I will be stepping aside, I'm the host, organizing my colleagues. I brought the Avengers, so I'm going to start lining it up one by one. The next person I'm bringing to stage is my co-founder and colleague, Wando Ogo. She's the co-founder of Crypta. I'm the CEO of Crypta. She is a co-founder. But she has spent her time over the years observing and putting together the challenges that MSMEs face when it comes to talent. And she has a word for every business owner in this country that is struggling with human resources. And she's saying that the problem may not be with the market. The problem may be with you. Are you with me? One of the most difficult roles we are finding difficult to fill now is human resource managers. It's hard, H-A-R-D. Meanwhile, we have a degree called human resources. Do you understand? Why is it hard? Why is it that bosses don't understand? Here is my introduction before she comes. I have this example and this theory. Listen to the following burners. Matchstick. You know matchstick? Boom. 2, cigarette lighter. 3, candle. 4, small kitchen burner. 5, medium-sized kitchen burner. 6, large kitchen burner. 7, industrial, restaurant-grade kitchen burner. They are all what? Fires. But if you want to boil meat, are you going to use cigarette light stick? Candle? Even small heat? Think about this. Some employers apply industrial kitchen burner. Are you listening to me? To give me something that would burn quickly if you put it on a very high heat. Plantain. Okay, no, plantain. Something that should not take that kind of heat. Fried egg or whatever. But let's have something like beans. Right? Some decent heat. Now, there are two factors. What the material is and the required heat. What I usually tell business owners is that you need to know the kind of heat that you're going to apply to your people. Because there are some environments where there is high pressure. Churn is also very high. I remember one time, I heard one story. The guy sent an email at 5 p.m. on Sunday. 1 hour, nobody had responded. By 5:30 or by 6 o'clock, I started to, what's going on? I sent an email, nobody responded. And people started scrambling to respond. Somebody looking, what does that mean? That environment uses big kitchen burner. But you know what that will happen? They are the ones that by age 35, they have bought everything in the industry. But at a very huge price. Some people are made for that environment. That's why I now check state of origin when I'm hiring. Because the environment puts that kind of pressure on you. So, no, hold on, not me. Calm down. So it explains that. But there is low heat. Slow and steady. Until the business folds up. Are you following me? So it's the wisdom to know what type of heat are we going to put here to boil what kind of meat or what kind of material or what is the stuff that these people are made from. I have more theories around that, but because of time and because I don't want to ruffle feathers, because people don't understand, it is important to know the environment that you. So I was giving this example in an environment where they're talking about work-life balance, and I told them in their presence that your CEO clearly is trying to beat the market because he's in a very competitive environment. So he knows that if he slips on it, competition will take him out. So he decided to go for the industrial burner. But there are a lot of people in that environment who are designed for matchstick, candle, and that was the problem. So there are mixes and dynamics. A 23-year-old person who is coming from poverty from one side of Nigeria, came to Lagos to hustle, and then you're taking him small and steady. The guy is like, no, give me work. I want to pull this thing and break. I need to build a house for my mother. Time is against us. She needs to eat the fruit of the labor that she... But for somebody else who there's nothing going on, I have a master's waiting for me, go, what are you pressuring me? It's Friday, I've closed at 3. Okay, go and hang you. I'm not interested. Do you understand the dynamic? So you can't apply the same heat. But that dynamic now creates a toxic environment. Everybody's now angry. This CEO can go, no, you look face. So we can't apply the same heat, and that means we cannot also have the same what? Reward. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, invite Madam Wando. So these are the theories we're toiling with. And these are the issues with human capital. If you're in a very competitive environment, then you need to switch on your heat. And the kind of people you attract. All right.
Afternoon, everyone. How are we? Okay, pleasure to be here. I'm going to go straight into it. Thank you, Mr. Tafa, for that introduction. And I'm also going to, he promised 3 p.m., so I'm going to try to rework everything so that we can meet the time constraint. So if I'm moving too fast, it's fine. I'm going to intentionally move even faster than me trying to make sure we meet our 3 p.m. so that I can leave space for questions. And then when I'm done, we can now ask any questions, and I'm happy to go back over things. I was also happy to hear that we're giving out the slides, because I intentionally made my slides a little bit more detailed so that there's a lot that people can still go over and dig deeper into. Okay, thank you. You can move past this. The importance of that slide that has my profile is just to say, getting close to a decade, and I'm doing something that I love to do, which is building people, right? And I have been doing that, advising companies across all the industries, all business sizes, doing that for close to a decade. So it is on that foundation and the passion and my interest in the subject matter, that's the position that I'm speaking to you from today. Okay, so if I were to take a poll in this room to say, oh, what are the issues we face with human capital as MSMEs, right, at wherever we find ourselves on that spectrum. For me, I think I would say this would be a good summary. Could you roll down a little just so that the bottom is showing? Apologies, okay. Well, okay, I'll read out what's there then, all right? So we don't have effective HR management, whether that is because we can't find good HR managers or the business hasn't gotten to the point where it can take on that cost. Because a lot of times you want to focus on core business operations. I'm designing outfits and I'm selling them, and that takes all of your time, attention, resources. So to now go and be thinking about the human resources part, maybe it's a little down the line. Sometimes that could be why. One of the problems will be high turnover costs. People come in, people leave the business. The cost of employing again to fill a role that has just become vacant is anywhere between 90% to 150% of the annual salary. That is even in monetary terms. What about the time? What about the energy you use to train the person? For me, I don't even want to dwell on the money aspects because costs are going up generally everywhere. I think we've all accepted that we're going to be paying more than we would like to for certain things. But I'm more concerned about things you can't measure. The time, the energy. 3 months ago, I sat down, I taught somebody everything about this thing for their role. This person has gone. It's 3 months later, I am doing the same thing all over again. And just by the way, that's one of the things that Crypta wants to help business owners deal with, right? Where we take your knowledge and we put it on the learning platform so that you don't have to keep on repeating certain things. But, you can, if you're interested, you can just, grab me for a chat and I can tell you more about that. So the toll that it takes on managers and business owners to continually be talking to new people, and of course the loss in data, loss in other things that you could have been doing because you are focusing on just this person. Let me just make sure they understand the basics so that I can focus on this and I know there's somebody handling that for me. So, of course, if we don't have effective HR management, you're not going to see structured HR systems. But the point of that is that it means that you don't now have a recipe for how to cook people, quote unquote. So literally every person you employ is treated on a one-on-one as the mood dictates, as the context dictates. So it's not standard, it's not structured. You don't have a one surefire way that converts new hire to effective, high, competent delivering employee. That's the problem there. You have talent mismatches. You're not hiring or having the right people for the role and for your organization and the culture of your organization. And those are two different things, right? And it's one of the biggest headaches. Even when you now, thankfully, find somebody who can at least perform well enough on the role, you're now dealing with people management problems where you're saying, this person in my team is now causing more headache than the work that they are giving me. Okay, and then your managers are overloaded, inclusive of you yourself as a business owner. You are a manager as well. And you're now overloaded with HR and people management issues that we're talking about competitive positioning, we're talking about being strategic. Your mind can't even get to that level because you're dealing with the day-to-day, everyday conversations with your team members. And I put there anymore to say, if I were to take the poll, will that be the accurate summation of maybe what would be the top 5? Or is there anything anyone else can think about that they want to quickly put on the board? And I'll be happy to have that. Okay? Okay. So when you get the slide, you'll be able to see this a little bit clearer. But this is from the PwC's MSME survey for last year. And it says MSMEs employ over 80% of the population and contribute about 46.3% to Nigeria's GDP. And I'm pausing there intentionally for us to appreciate that, right? MSMEs employ over 80% of the population. So the issues we're talking about today about human capital management goes beyond just your business. You're literally saying that we're talking about the fate of 80% of the population of Nigeria. And work consumes the majority of our lives. So it is, I think it's fair enough to say the conversations we're having here right now is about the lives of 80% of our population. So if things are not going so well at our level, then I guess we can leapfrog to the national picture and understand why maybe nationally we may not exactly be where we would desire to be. Okay, so what are the implications of that? If you can scroll down a little bit for me. The HR challenges are not, the HR challenges are widespread. And I like to take assurance from that. Somebody else might hear that and say, then it means the problem is big and it's plenty. I always like to take assurance for that to say, well, you're not alone. And it's our problem, so we can come together and solve it. And so just in case you were thinking, you know what, there's something wrong with me, and it's only me it is wrong with, you're not alone. But then, like I said, the implications of that is all these things. There's widespread HR challenges. We have a human capital deficit. Mr. Tafa was talking about, how do you cook people? Our people are not getting cooked properly at the right heat with the right recipes. There's operational inefficiencies in businesses. There's the financial drain of having to deal with people issues that are unnecessary and all the lost opportunities because we're dealing with people issues and not just focusing on business models and strategy. And then how all of that goes to economic stagnation. Okay, moving quite quickly, we can read through all of this and get the points. So what's the solution? Well, it's people's strategy. And so we're saying Nigeria, but I'm saying even in Africa and even around the whole world, the people problems are the same. So how the people who are doing well at this, how have they been able to come through this and do better? Through people's strategy. So as you have your business strategy, you must also have your people strategy, and they're not the same thing. That's the thing to note. But your business strategy, your business structure, your business operations are the foundation upon which you build your people strategy. And with having that, you can now hire the right persons. You can retain them better. You can provide job satisfaction, which is a key thing. I mean, you treat your employees like you treat a customer. So the same way you're trying to provide customer satisfaction, these days you have to invest maybe even more in employee satisfaction so that you can keep them so that you can have customer satisfaction. And then you need to make sure you're raising business leaders. That's a key one. For me, the only ROI as a leader is if you've raised other leaders. And if you've raised them to surpass you, then you've truly met the mark. And I think that's somewhere where we all struggle as leaders, where in the just getting things done, we're not carrying people along as much as we should. And therefore, when we need to take a break, or when we've hit our leg and we're limping, there's nobody else to now step in and catch us. So even if I'm not going to talk a lot about people's strategy or say anything, the one thing that I would like for you to take away with is to be intentional and come up with a way that works for you to raise your business leaders. It would help you a lot in the long term. Okay. So what then is people's strategy, right? We're saying we need to do people's strategy. What is that? Your people's strategy is a systemic approach to ensuring that an organization's workforce is aligned with its business goals. It involves creating an environment where talent thrives, fostering leadership at all levels, raising business leaders, designing the right structure to meet both current and future needs. So what that looks like is my business does this. Do I go for, and this is also the thing about what Dr. Tafa was saying about getting a PhD in your business. Do I look for somebody who is a replica of me? Oh, I have a passion for fashion and that's why I started my business. Do I also go look for somebody else who has a passion for fashion? Or do I look for somebody that has the competency for operations? So that I focus on fashion and I have somebody holding down operations for me. It is to be intentional about decisions you're making. It's to look at the needs of your business. It's to look at the goals of your business. So you say, oh, this year, 2025, this is what I want to focus on. Hire with that in mind and hire who would deliver on that for you. Don't just hire. As painful as it may be, as long as it may take, it is better to hire right. Even if you had to wait 6 months, it's June and you're finally hiring. That for me is better than you just hired. Because that June will still meet you and you'll still be hiring a new person to fill that same role. So you might as well have just taken your time. Because for me, like I said, I'm not even thinking about the money you spent, the time you spent. My focus now is now on the mental and emotional energies that you have dissipated, right? That you can't get back. And what that does to you, because a lot of times when speaking to employers, oh, I don't just like that person, I just don't want to hire that person. And when you dig deeper, it is coming from a place of, I've done this in the past, this is what happened, I don't want to take that risk again. So it's almost a case of save yourself the unnecessary baggage. And apologies, it's like I'm doing mental health and emotional health, but these things are important because I'm also a co-founder myself. So these days, my issues are no longer the finance, the strategy, it is I'm sitting down from morning to night at my laptop at my desk. What's that doing to my body? I've been talking from morning to night. What's that doing to me, health-wise, mentally? That's where my focus is, and I guess maybe that's why I'm speaking like that. And I'm saying all of us are pretty much in the same position. So if I'm going to sit down and be having lengthy conversations with someone, then I want to make sure I'm speaking to the right person. So I'd rather wait and make the right decision. Okay? So it's not the same as business strategy. Your business strategy talks about your strategic intent, your goals, your corporate positioning, all of those things. Once you're done with that, you must now do the analysis of who will fit into this picture. And if you want, in fact, not if you should be that detailed that you can say age, where the person is from, the type of background they've had. Yes, that is sounding like a lot, but there are people who specialize in these things. The top companies, I mean, I'm sure some of us know about the recruitment tests that happen in these companies. When you see the stages, the requirements, you're like, I don't understand. The job has not even started yet. But they're investing in making sure that they get the people who accurately match the profiling they've done as to who would do well in this company. And it's non-negotiable for them. And we see it's working for them. And another thing about that is that when you come in that way, they have communicated to you the standard and the expectations they have of you. So if you come in through rigor, you expect further rigor in the job. You know the standards are high, and you deliver at that level. So beyond the not bowing to pressure and just hiring anyone, sometimes you put systems in place because you want to be able to process and filter out who's not going to come into the business and do well. Because if you strolled into my company, you're going to be strolling through my company. But if you had to think very well before you even got to the stage of having a conversation with me, you already know what to expect. So when you do get hired and we're having serious conversations and from day one it is where is this, where is that, you're not lost. You know you need to stay awake from midnight to 5 a.m. to do research if that's what you have to do. Okay, not that I'm saying that our environment is like that, but I'm just making the point of how you start is likely how you're going to continue and how you'll finish. Okay? And then it's not just having a HR person. We've already said, I myself, I think the next area I'm going to focus on is to start surveying all the business owners I know and tell them what's going on with HR. We can't fill our HR roles. I don't understand it myself. Like, I'm not sure that I know what's wrong. So it's definitely not as simple as just getting a HR person. Because even your HR person, you still need to properly profile for your type of business. Otherwise, you now then go and multiply the issue. So the person who should be your troubleshooter and your the person who's supposed to help you fix problems is a problem themselves. So they'll multiply it for you in the company. Do you see? So it's definitely, having a people strategy is not hiring a HR manager. Next, please. So we've talked about it, that the foundation for your people strategy are these things. These things just help you understand what's going on with your business, where your business is, what you intend to do, so that you can now profile the right person. And that's the key information there. Okay, what does it help you do? Well, it helps you to know who to hire and how to hire. The how can get quite detailed, right? If I'm hiring, there's a framework I like to use, but I don't, when I'm hiring or when I'm helping clients to hire, it is not, we need a HR person. It is, what will HR in this type of business, in where we find ourselves, do? Write it out for me. Don't polish it up. Don't come and look for a fancy JD for me. Just say it, just off the top of your head, list it out. That's the basis for which we now do the profile. So a HR person in our organization is not the same as a HR person in a Unilever. The industry you play in, the size of the business goals you have, will change who you need to have. Okay, and so on and so forth for every other type of role. Industry, business size, what you are doing now, what you plan to do, your goals, as well as the reality of where you find yourself. Because I'm sure when we all started January 2025, we said, Q2 is going to be this and that and that. We're in the Q2 now. How many of us are living in the reality that we desired? So you must always quickly put that in context and be able to stare your business and yourself in the face and say, look, this is a decision I need to take. Now, will you find 100% match in the market? No, you will not. But if you find 70%, let me even take an extreme. Even if you find 40% of what you were looking for, here's the value of doing that exercise. You know the 60% that is missing from day one. And you can, from day one, begin the journey of guiding and building and coaching the person to now become 100%. But in just the rush to get somebody on the team, we can't answer what is this function supposed to do for my business in this 2025 and with the realities I'm facing. You get somebody, and then even before you start getting into competence issues, you realize, no, this person, even if they were competent, will not even be a match for my business. And you don't know how to start, where to start, to begin to align. So I'm a big promoter of making sure you are clear as to who and how you need to hire, so that even if you don't, what's that saying? Aim for the stars. If you don't, you will fall. Exactly, right? So that even if you don't get 100%, you know what you've gotten, and you know what is missing, and you know the things exactly to touch and to build and walk the journey with the person. And that's quite important because, like I said, raising business leaders, right? We're just going to have to raise each other up. There's nothing, we've gotten to the point where it's no longer an option. We're employing 80% of the population. And if we're all saying we have the same problems, I stand to be corrected. Nobody said, no, the problems you said, they are wrong. Everything is fine, right? Everybody agreed we all have human capital problems. So if we're dealing with 80% of the population and we're all saying there's an issue, we have no choice but to begin to build. But we have to be strategic about it. We have to be intentional about it. And then we need to, I think, get into more conversations like this so that we know how we can draw from each other's strengths and build better for ourselves. Of course, it will help you with team management. Okay, we said hire right, and we didn't do all of that. We shall have a team. How do we manage them? You have to have a strategy for that. You have to be intentional about that. It will help you with people management. What's the difference? Team management is sales department. How do I organize that department to deliver results made up of people? People management is the individuals and the human beings themselves. How do I manage them better? And I want to use the word here, stewarding. How do you steward their talents, their giftings, their desires, their ambitions, all that they are and have and can be? How do you steward it while it is with you? To not only deliver on what you need for it to be delivered on, but also for how far they are going to go. And you will say, I don't understand. We're talking about business productivity, and what you're saying I should steward somebody's ambitions, goals. Yes, because we're dealing with 80% of the market. Imagine if you hired someone who had been properly stewarded by somebody else, and you start reaping that benefit. Now, it may take a while for the to turn around and come and meet you, but when it does, it will be a blessing that you wouldn't be able to measure the value of. So my recommendation and what we do, you just steward it while you have it. And if the person goes, you have your frameworks, you have your systems, you have your recipe. So for the next person coming in, it's not as difficult to do the process all over again. Resource allocation. Because you're very clear about what you need in this point in time, then you know how to share your resources. And again, I'm not talking money. I'm talking things like, who do you speak to first on Monday? That's what I mean. Money is money. We have to spend it. That's it. I'm talking about things that are truly, truly limited that you can never get back. You can never make back. So if you're very clear about your people's strategy, you're hands-on about where your people are and where they need to be, it looks like finance should be, because off the top of your head, on a Monday morning, you're thinking operations, then you're thinking finance, or you're thinking finance, then you're thinking operations. But because you're clear about your people's strategy, you may decide, I would do customer service 3 hours first thing in the morning, then go to finance and operations. And you're intentional about it. Because you can argue and say, no, I'll still talk to everybody on Monday, but let me do finance and operations and get them out of the way. But the thing about that is who gets the best of your energy and focus? So yes, you sat down with customer service for 3 hours from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., but you were not focused, you were not there, you were tired, you had already gotten angry from the different meetings, etc. So maybe you didn't even hear anything they said, you were just communicating to, not communicating with. All those things happen, right? So that's resource allocation. So in all your strategizing for people, I would like to recommend that you have these 5. You must have a sub-strategy that addresses these 5. How am I attracting talent? How am I retaining them? How am I governing performance within my organization? And it goes beyond individual appraisal. It's not, you're not doing well, I need you to do better. It is, what is the result and performance of the business? And who now is the one that is carrying that and responsible for that? And can they really carry this load? Or where do they need support? And how do I support them? So if whatever appraisal you're doing of people, if whatever feedback you are doing of people is not pointed towards, I need to get this person to be able to deliver on the results the business needs to deliver on, don't bother yourself. Save your emotional and mental energy. That sounds very, that sounds very somehow. It's even me, myself, I'm like, so I will just not talk to the person, I'll just watch the person big. No, but it's true. Because what's the point of calling somebody into feedback? I'm not talking about disciplinary issues where something has gone wrong and you need to correct and discipline a person. I'm saying regular feedback. If it's not targeted towards clarity of expectation, clear identification of what's missing, helping the person cover up what is missing, don't have the conversation. Because the point is to get better, get your business outcome. So if it's not targeted there, then it's a waste of, in fact, it's misuse of business resources at that time. Resources being your attention, the person's attention, time, etc. You have to have a learning and development strategy. Are we gathering every Friday for 1 hour and watching a YouTube video together and discussing it? Yes. That detailed, that deep, that's intentional, that we must get it done. Right? So you have to have a strategy. And then when we say strategy, I think maybe people sometimes are thrown off by the weight of the word. So when I say strategy, I mean just being intentional, being honest, looking at the thing, deciding it must get done, figuring out how to get it done, committing to the process and delivering, seeing it through. That's it. And preferably documented, right? Because if you document, then you can turn it into a plan. But if it's still, something that you're turning over in your mind, then that's not, that's not a plan. You have to have an employee engagement and welfare strategy. Like I said, these days, I think you have to be pumping more into employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction, because if you don't have your employees, depending on the kind of business you do, you can maybe drive things by yourselves, but no, I'm trying to think of one business that you can do just by yourself. And as Mr. Tafa said, it's not just my side hustle, my personal money. A real business, you're not going to be able to sustain it just by yourself. So you're going to have to also have a strategy for how my employees are engaged and satisfied. And those are not the same things, right? Engaged is like he said, some people can take on more than other people. So you are now doing them a disservice by telling them to rest. I have a colleague like that when you tell her rest, it's not, If you want her to enjoy herself and be relaxed, it's to give her work. There's some people like that, right? So you have to figure out what is engaging for my workforce as a whole, and then for the different teams, and then for the different individuals. And that's why you have to raise business leaders. Because it's not you that's going to go and be knowing everybody in your company and knowing everything about them. Raise your leaders so that they can raise other leaders and they can kill these things for you. Culture is the final strategy, and that's a big one. Culture is the thing that kills strategy. And I'm pretty sure, I'm very sure we can relate with that very well in Nigeria. Because we're very religious. There's a church or a faith organization on almost every street. Why do we have the problems we have with people that we have? It's culture. Culture is who you are and how you behave. What do you believe? What are the values you hold? What are the practices you engage in? What are the beliefs you have? Culture. So you can go and do all this strategic positioning, all the amazing things you've heard, all the insightful things you've heard, and you don't even, before we even get to the wrong culture, you don't even have an intentional culture in your business, and that will kill out everything, every day, every time. So in fact, if you had to prioritize only one strategy for people, prioritize culture. Culture will fix everything else. Because if you're successful at determining what people believe, what values they hold about work in this place, how they behave, everything else will fix itself. Yeah, from time to time, you'll have to come in and intentionally set certain things, but by far and large, everything will be good. Because you now have everybody within themselves saying, what's the right thing for me to do here? And doing it without you getting involved. And everything will be fine. And that would even be easier to now do every other strategy, business or otherwise, that you want to do. Because you already have a team of people who are committed to doing the right thing. Okay, so my first point of emphasis and takeaway is raise your business leaders. My second one is have your culture strategy. Okay, and these are just some sub-details about people's strategies in details to explain all of those things, and I wouldn't breeze through that because I have given you what is critical for you to take away. This is just the components of culture, again, just highlighted. Is you have to have a purpose, its values, its behaviors. You have to have a way of recognizing good and bad behaviors. You have to have rituals that you perform, and we all have them. When you wake up every day, what do you do? What are the conversations you have all the time in your house? Those are rituals. So I know the word may have an interesting connotation, but rituals just refer to the things you do all the time. And then cues. There have to be things that are signaling how you want people to behave. So take a cue. So we're having a conversation about corporate dressing We were watching a movie. I was in a team of young people, and we were watching a movie, and it had an office setting. And some guy walks into his boss's office, and I'm like, the way he dressed is somehow. And people were saying, no, it's a marketing agency, they are creatives. I said, no, it's not because I'm a suit and tie person. I said, I looked at the way everybody else in that office setting was dressed, and his dressing did not align to that dressing. So that's an example of take a cue. You enter the environment, and you can, just the way people are arranged, how they're sitting, how they talk, tells you how to behave. So that is the same way you must also intentionally put cues in place that give people ideas of how to behave in your organization. Next, please. Common pitfalls: lack of clear communication, not being data-driven, and so on and so forth. Okay, so just quickly, please scroll through the slides for me so that I see what else I'd like to emphasize. I've said raise your business leaders. I said make sure you have your culture strategy. Keep going. Leadership is very important, and I have made the point to say you're not going to be able to go far for very long on your own. You have to be able to raise people that can support you, people that are better than you. That's my personal criteria. Anybody who's going to work with me has to be better than me, and I tell them that all the time. And sometimes it can be a bit much, but it's helpful when they at least have an idea of what the standards are, and then we can now agree on how we'll walk the journey together to get there. Okay, so in conclusion, reflect on what your current people challenges are. Reflect on what your current people needs are. Write them out. It's not enough to just say, oh, I know them. Actually write them out. After you've written them out, try to go 3 levels deeper. Why, or how, or who, or what. Try to push so that as much as possible you can get to the actual thing and not just the symptom. Headache is the symptom, malaria is the real problem. So a lot of times we're dealing with symptoms and we stay there and we try to fix the symptoms. In all honesty, we try hard, but we don't realize we're not even hitting the main thing. So reflect on your people's needs, list them out, dig for depth, consider how you can shape and support and do your culture strategy. Begin to identify leaders, even if they're not in their final state. But if you have anybody who's taking action without you being there, attempting to take decisions, even if they're taking the wrong decisions and they're spoiling things, but they have it in them to want to problem solve, identify those people. People who you say something in passing and they carry it on top of their head, and they come back and meet you and say, you said this thing, how far? Identify them. Those are the people you now begin to walk the journey with and turn into your business leaders. There's a lot of risks there. There's a lot of needing to let go. There's a lot of, I know you are about to go and bash this car, but bash it, because your learning and your crossing to the other side is after that incident. Yes, and I'm intentionally using a very harsh analogy, right? So that when it looks like it's something very big, well, don't say I said, right? But allow them make their mistakes because they'll learn through it. And then implement. Let's do. And in 2025, I think there's a lot to be said for doing quicker and doing, learning, picking up, doing, learning, picking up. Yes, so thank you all very much. Quite rushed through, but I hope you were able to get some nuggets and some insights, and you'll have this and you can enjoy it. And my contact details are not there, but I think I would gladly provide that. If you have any follow-up that you'd like to do, I'll be happy to have a conversation. But is there any burning, pressing question? Let me just take maybe just 1 or 2, and I can call it a day and hand over to a co-avenger. Okay? Okay, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Wando. Now, this is not to, I won't use the word over spotlight her, but I met Wando went from NYSC. So I post NYSC, like 1 year after NYSC. And I'm saying this so that you see that we're trying to preach the values that Wando and I have worked together for 9 years. Do you understand? Professionally, maybe there's like 9 years gap between us, like when I started versus when she started. But we are now co-founders. That's what some of you need to understand. Otherwise, and I say this with every sense of, I've done humility, I've done respect. They are both not working. So I'm looking for another one to say, like, I'm not swearing for you type of comment. Your business may never, until you crack that human resource problem. Every other thing that is listed by government does not take into consideration that point. What's your people strategy? That's what the big boys have over you. They have people, there's some companies that have people with patents. You say a company that 3 people with patents are working for us. PhD, professors. They are reporting in money and clock. The prof. This is the only guy that invented this in the world, and he works for us. Those kind of, and then here they are billion-dollar companies. Multi-billion-dollar companies. Those are the people ruling the world. When they say the world he has given to the sons of men, those are the men. You understand? They cough like this, everybody is running scrambling. So you want to wake up too and be on the table so that you're not on the menu. People. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just I'm begging you because I need your attention. But there's wisdom in the room, all right? And the next set of people I'm going to be bringing in are people that you may never have been able to meet, or the next time you meet them, it will be when you are desperate. And that's corporate governance and ESG. Some of you, your businesses, if you understand ESG, that's your breakthrough. That's where you get that grant. Do you understand what I mean? Or you become an ESG partner to somebody who needs your value chain. She will correct me if I'm wrong. But first, let's hear from corporate governance. You can attract some kind of money if you put some semblance of corporate governance, where people know that as I'm giving you this money, I know there's structure and it will come back to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting Ms. Agnes Oshiemi, Director of Value Tag Limited, 15 plus years driving business, growth through legal, regulatory, and strategy for corporate governance. She used to work at PwC and did a lot of that work. And you know what the price tag is if you went directly. So ladies and gentlemen, we brought value to you. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if I put this correctly, but you can hear me. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, again. I want to thank, first and foremost, the organizers of this conference, of the Science of Trade Conference, and, of course, CryptoR, who have organized also these masterclass sessions. And I want to thank you as well for, giving me your ears and your time during this session, just to run through basically what, you should be considering as someone who's running a business, someone who's managing a business, someone who is driving a business currently in Nigeria, and someone who's also seeking to, go global with that business. So I don't know if we're ready to start, but basically we're going to be talking about corporate governance. Nothing too complex. I think most of us have heard about corporate governance one way or the other before. And most times when we hear it, we are talking about maybe, multinationals, listed companies, global companies, and then it sounds also complex and so expensive. But here today, I think our focus will just be to challenge us to see how, as small business owners, as budding business owners, as medium-sized business owners, what we can do to sort of strengthen our governance, to strengthen our models. So I don't know if we have the slide already on the next slide. I would encourage each one of us to please bring out your phone. And you can scan this QR code. And basically, maybe in one word or two, just tell us what you think of corporate governance in your organization. Examples. So you can say, good corporate governance, strong board, anything you think you understand by governance, just to give us a few ideas around the room. So are we going to be able to see the results? Okay, So I don't know if people are already dropping their answers or responses. Did you guys get the QR code? The network is bad here. Some people can. So can you please put the QR code back on screen so that people can see it? Okay, so we already have some answers coming in. I like that one. Someone says having to share power with people who didn't start the business with me is quite difficult. I like that one. So there's time and expertise to pursue other things, strong board of advisory, policies, none at all. Okay, I think we've actually had very key pointers. No clue. Someone says no clue. We are rebuilding from scratch, so we are here for you, right? So basically, everybody in one way or the other have put like a pointer to what we are going to be discussing today, right? So I think we can go to the next slide, slide 3. Now, so if you see from all the responses we got, some people said there's no clue. Someone said board, right? Board of advisory. Someone also said, having to share power with other people that did not know when I was sweating it out when I was starting this business. And so there are different needs of what corporate governance can, do for you. There are different, there are different stages, and we will all go through that today. But first of all, what is corporate governance? Many of us know and probably have heard that corporate governance is just a system of rules, policies, and procedures through which an organization or a company is controlled and directed. Now, that seems like, from a consultant's perspective or from people standing outside, what you think is, systems and processes, and you're looking at a very complex and, very difficult methodology, 20-phased approach. No, it's basically what do you want to do? How do you want to achieve it? How do you want this business to be managed? And what are the things you are looking out for? You are looking for, what do I as a business want to achieve? What industry am I playing in, right? Because all those things will then drive what should be your focus in making sure that that business is properly run and properly governed. Now, there's another definition I put there, and it's basically one that we got from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. One of the things they said is that corporate governance, and the purpose of corporate governance is just to facilitate an effective, entrepreneurial, and prudent management of the business. That means that corporate governance is not here to stifle your business or to stifle the growth of your business or to keep you in a box. It's basically to give you ways to manage your business properly and keep expanding without stifling your innovation or stifling your need for growth. Because for small businesses, the primary focus, first of all, is actually starting that business and growing that business, right? We'll discuss that a little bit more at the growth stages. But you also want to ensure that in growing the business and maintaining growth, right, you comply with relevant laws, you comply with good best practices that can help your business actually deliver on its promises and its values to your clients or to your partners or to whoever else you're dealing with. So we can go to the next slide. Now, globally, there are key principles. Globally, there are key standard principles that govern what corporate governance is about, right? There's integrity and ethics. How do I want my business to run, right? What is the code of conduct? What are the standards that govern my business? How do I want to treat bribery and corruption? How do I want to treat, conflict of interest? How do I want to treat, everything about my business? How do I want my people or my employees to respond to third parties? Now, this is integrity and ethics. What are the right things that my business wants to do? Especially in a place like Nigeria, you want to also be able to identify what are my limits, how far can I go, what can I do in the industry that I'm in to ensure that I'm abiding by the rules and regulations and the laws and even by my values as an organization. I'm sure the previous speaker who dealt with people management and strategy would have talked about values and ensuring that people understand the values and the culture. And she must have also talked about ensuring that we document people policies. In corporate governance, there's also a lot of documentation that needs to be involved. Documenting the integrity and ethics of the business, how you want your business to evolve. Another thing is accountability. Now, what is the structure that you have in place for directing the organization or for managing the organization? Do you have your normal org structure? It's a basic thing, but do you have an org structure? What are the levels in your organization? Who reports to who? And why do they report to who? As a CEO, who do you report to as well? I know CEOs feel like, oh yes, I own the business, I'm the founder, I'm the say-all, I'm the do-all. But then you have to also look at it at who am I reporting to, who am I accountable to, who can help me ensure that I achieve my goal in this business. Another general rule is transparency. And all these things I'm talking about are basically, they cut across different jurisdictions, different countries. So it's not restricted to Nigeria. And I will come down to Nigeria's guidance very shortly, right? Now, we'll talk about transparency and risk management. Now, risk management is very key because it's basically saying, what are the risks to my business? What does my business do? What are the things that can pull my business down in any organization? And how can I ensure that that business is not pulled down? So putting basically controls in place to manage your risks. So for example, if your business is a shop, you have a shop, as simple as that, right? You have a shop and you sell goods in that store. So that means that what? Customers come in. Now, what are the risks for a business person that owns a shop? The goods get stolen. The staff takes your goods. What? Sorry? Fire, exactly. What else? So there's fire, there's theft. What else? Burglary, environmental or local government policies or anything that can come and make them shut down your business. Now those are risks. Now then you look at it and say, okay, how do I put a control in this business? How do I put a control in this risk? Now your control can be as little as, for theft, instead of just assuming that one person will be in my store, I will put a security man. Secondly, I will put CCTV, right? CCTV to make sure that it monitors everything that you're doing. Okay, I will tag all my inventory in such a way that you can scan it. It goes into a special software so that every time it is scanned or every time there's a sale, it automatically goes into a software and it is accounted for. Now, those are examples of what you will then do to attack those kind of risks, right? You can say, oh, my risk is also insurance. So I'm going to get fire insurance for my goods. And I'm going to ensure that I pay for insurance on an annual basis so that anything happens, then I'm not at a loss. And then you have those things documented. I think one of the key things of corporate governance, or the biggest part of corporate governance, is that it is actually documented somewhere. Why? So that everybody in the organization, from the top level to the people that work in that organization, are aware of how this business wants to be run and how this business wants to be managed. So that in the event that you, as the owner of the business or founder, is not there, the business can actually still run. I'm sure a lot of us have heard of owners and people that says, well, I started this business 5 years ago. I have never gone on leave. I have never taken a day off. What the person is telling you is that if the person dies today, the business is dead. Forget that the person has a limited liability company registered. But what they're telling you is that because of the way I have run this business cannot survive without me. And that is a red flag. It is a red flag. We call it also the key man risk in compliance. It means that everything rises and falls on you. You can only go so far, right? So depending on how you look at your business, because the truth is there are many people with different needs for business. You can set up a business to say, you know what, I just need side hustle quickly to give me money, do small contracts and move along. Well, then you may not need, extensive corporate governance. But if you really want a business that stays, a business that grows, and a business that can survive, then it's important to have it all. So the next point we're going to talk about is what has Nigeria provided for in terms of guidance for SMEs, right? So corporate governance is depending on your industry, right? It's not there are many areas of corporate governance that are not compulsory. Nobody's going to come and force it on you, except of course if you're in a regulated industry. So if, for instance, you are planning to provide financial services, or you are in telecoms, or you are in oil and gas, there's a level of corporate governance that is mandatory, right, based on laws and regulations that you must comply with. Now, if you're not in any of those industries, but you're a small business, and what you're looking for is, I want to really grow my business, I want to maintain my business, I want to ensure that we operate at the highest possible standards for my level, and I keep saying for my level because we'll come to it later on the growth stages of SMEs, is to ensure that, you are able to put in place the right things to keep your business moving and to keep your business attractive to people that even want to invest in your business. Now, there are 6 points that the FRC talked about in how they want you to focus on corporate governance. And I'll give an example. So the first point is of your intention, your vision, what you really want to achieve on a particular matter, right? It can be as long as 100 pages, depending on what it is, and it can be as short as half a paragraph, right? When I worked in the UK, I got the shocker of my life because, in Africa, when you're in a professional services firm, for instance, there are policies on everything. So the policy you have policy even on your dress code, right? You are very detailed. Wear long outfits, wear a suit when you're going to see a client, wear everything. Don't wear jeans on Fridays. Everything is very specific. But then in the UK, because of the jurisdiction, right, you don't specify some things because they need to be looking like you're breaching on their fundamental human rights, right? So they are very lax. And in that policy, what was that policy? The policy was called Dress for Your Day. That was the policy. That was the policy technically, Dress for Your Day. Basically telling you that wear clothes that fit the purpose for your day. If you're going to meet a client, make sure you're properly client-facing ready, right? You're dressed properly for that event. If you're in your house working remotely, whatever you want. If you're in the office, anything comfortable. The point is, it was documented as a policy. What does that mean? It means that the policy does not have to be long. It just has to be you documenting how you want things to be so that everybody in that organization is sort of clear on what is expected of them, right? So there are different types of policies that small organizations would have. You could have your code of conduct, how you want your people to behave, how you want your people to operate, everything around your code of conduct, everything around leave, everything around how they interact with third parties. You can have your risk management policy. You can have your procurement policy. How do you want to buy things? You can document it to say, everything I want to buy, make sure you are buying it from this or this or this because of these reasons. All you need to do is ensure that you have information about how you want to operate as a business and why you are operating as such. Other things that are important in this climb are data protection, for instance. If you're a company that deals with a lot of information of people's personal data, it doesn't matter whether you're a small business or a big business. If you get to start to reach a threshold where people are giving you their information or you have access to that information, then you have to have a policy in place that covers how you manage data, right? You can also have your communications and social media policy. It may look like a big deal, but in this day and age, it's becoming a big deal that you must have how people communicate. Who can speak on behalf of the organization to third parties through the media? Who can do that? You must have those roles clearly spelled out. Now, that is the purpose of policies. Now, I spent time on this because if you have policies in place around how all these things are managed, it will answer a lot of the other questions, right? It will then answer how you manage the control environment, how you relate with your stakeholders, because you already have policies on how to do all these things written down. Another thing is the processes itself, procedures, documenting it. What most people call standard operating procedures, SOPs. Everybody says SOPs. Sometimes SOPs are long and stressful. Sometimes they're just very basic, but it just tells you how to do what we do, and you do that. And the reason why it is important for SMEs to, focus on doing all these things is so that it actually helps you to grow your business. Why? Because it removes the stress of operating day to day, of having to explain things over and over again. You can then focus on more strategic things. You can focus on actually delivering the work that you have set up your business up to do, right? And then it means that someone else can also monitor these things for you because it's already documented. All they need to do is check that you're actually fulfilling this against what has been documented. Now, that is the value of what we call the policies and the procedures. Another thing I'm going to say is the board of directors. Everyone always says that the board of directors are critical. And if you're looking at, standard corporate governance rules, we are looking at banks, they'll be telling you 7 people, 5 people, 10 people in some cases managing their board. But for SMEs, what do you want to consider? You want to consider, what do I need at this stage? At different stages, you don't have to have a full, big-sized board. And even the FRC acknowledges that. But what it says is that you must have a board of people, sets of people that are your advisors. At the startup stage, they can just be your independent advisors. They can even be your friends, but people who have some form of knowledge and experience. They will form your informal set of advisors. You can actually use that for a time where you will know that, please, I'm going to talk to you about my business, so can I have 1 hour of your time next week? When they're done, you buy them lunch, something informal, but they're helping you with your business, right? Some of you have networks, friends in consulting firms, in professional services firms, or even in industries working as well and doing stuff that you are looking to do. Leverage on them while you start your business. And then after a while, you can then, transition into having a formal board. That's people who are supporting you. And in between that level, you can have consultants or independent people that you call and say, on this issue, something just happened. This regulator just released this. What can you say about this? And they will guide you on what to do. But all that, happens prior to when you are able to establish a strong board of people that have knowledge and skill. So when it comes to a board, you are looking at people that have knowledge and skill in the area of, not just in the area of your business, but in the area that you need them to guide you on, right? So what is a standard board? A standard board will comprise people that have financial knowledge, right, who understand money, basically, who can challenge and say, hey, I saw your statements, I saw your books. It looks like you are getting to a point where you are going to die very soon. So they can put things on your, they put things on your radar. So those are kind of people you have on your board. You can have people that also are very versed in regulatory matters and compliance, who sort of understand what the regulatory landscape is saying and how can also guide you on that. You can also have people who have been in business, who just have very good, acumen when it comes to business, that can come on your board and challenge you, to do things better. Because what you also need, someone said at the beginning, the person said that, I don't like the fact that, people were not there when I started the business, but, I have to relinquish power to them. And then what I would then say is, you want to own 100% of a very small business, or you want to own, 20, 50, 30% of a big business, right? So if you look at it, if you look at the big guys of this world, even though we say Dangote is the richest man, Dangote doesn't actually, of all these listed businesses, Dangote doesn't own 100% of them, right? Some of them are listed companies. They don't own 100% of them, even though he's the richest man, even though he has a lot of shares. So the truth is, you have to determine what you want to achieve and how big your business wants to go. And then when you recognize that as an individual, you're not sufficient alone to do everything and to have all the knowledge, then you can leverage on the board and get the information that you need from them. Right. Another thing is, I think I've talked about control environment when I talked about policies and risk management, and then stakeholder relations. Basically, how do I want to communicate with my people? How do I want to communicate with my external stakeholders, which is my customers, my clients? For a small business, a lot of your stakeholders are just your clients and your customers, right? And we know that in some industries today, for instance, if you're in hospitality, how many people are in hospitality? How many people are in hospitality? So restaurants, food, hotel. What you discover is that now, if you're online, what is the major thing you're looking at? Reviews. People are looking at reviews before they come to you. If you are selling something, they're looking at your reviews. What does reviews tell you? It just says, how is this business operating? What are they doing there? And if your reviews are bad, then it means that you're not relating your stakeholders well. What that means, your business is probably going to struggle because people will always go and check it out, and they will just be like, you know what, this business is not good. But someone who is smart will understand that these people that are reviewing me are my critical stakeholders. How do we manage all our customers? Have you gone to restaurants when you go into the restaurant, you finish eating, and the person is already telling you, "Ma, I hope you enjoyed your meal. Please give us a review, give us a comment, please give me 5 stars." Some people even tell you what they want you to give them, right? But the point is, the customers and the people that you service are stakeholders. And that can determine how far your business goes. If you have a company that their reviews are perpetually 2, it's only a matter of time before they pack up. So that means on the strength of their service and their customer relations, they are likely to not survive as a business, and that's a big risk. So everyone needs to look at, how do I manage my stakeholders? How do I manage that? And then someone is going to talk on ESG, so I'm definitely not going to talk about ESG, which is environmental and social and corporate governance. And then for family-run entities, what you want to look at is, this business is owned by me and my family now. Where do we see it going, right? We met, I attended the conference yesterday at the platform organized for women in business and leaders. And one of the women who came there said that she had gone to Harvard, she had studied, but then she came back to take over the business that her mother started. That is someone that had spent 2 decades abroad working in very big companies, and came back to Uganda to continue the business that her mother had run for 28 years. Right. And I don't think, and she also talked a very big deal about governance and how she was able to, steady the business all those years. And so if she didn't treat the business properly, or if she did not manage it properly, or put the right structures in place, that girl will never have been attracted to that business, right? So a lot of times we see that African businesses don't survive because the children don't see that business as attractive enough for them to put their stake in, right? They're not attracted to that business. They look at the business and they're like, I'd rather do this. But if they can see the growth trajectory, they can see that my mommy's business is very structured. It's a proper office. There are people there. She's very, deliberate about everything. She has accounts. She has books of record. They are likely to be more attracted to come and lead that business as time goes on. So that's an incentive for family-owned businesses here to look at it and say, how far do we want to go, and what do we want to do about this? I'm going to rush through. I only have a few slides left. Now, what is the benefits of corporate governance? I think I've already said that in many ways right now. If we started with what I just said last, talked about family businesses and sustaining that legacy through generations. It can only happen if you have good structures, good documentation, good policies in place, and you have a good board. What that means is that if you have a good board, they would direct how the company runs. They will direct who can be the management. So that if you have 3 children and all of them, God forbid, one of them is, likes to just have power, not deliver any value, and the other one is like, I'm very good at my books, but I'm the younger one, you won't have any issue. It will be an issue of, okay, how do we manage all these stakeholders so that, they don't pull down the businesses. You've heard of stories of children being the one to destroy a business that a family has built. So apart from the fact that that is a very strong issue when it comes to culture, which, the first speaker or the previous speaker mentioned, it also has to do with structure, governance. What is the record? What do we determine as what is happening? It could be that you can even set your structures up in such a way that you are already having a mindset of who you want to be running this thing. You will put the qualifications there, such that when they look at the person and they look at the qualifications, they don't match. Oh, sorry, you don't fit. It becomes easy, right? So all those things are quite important and benefits to why you need to embed corporate governance. Another thing I want to mention is access to finance. And why I'm saying so is because a lot of people will say that money is their problem to scaling their businesses or to growing their businesses. And that's very true. It's a fundamental fact of life. Money is needed. But one thing I have seen from my experience, from my knowledge, is the fact that in getting that money, in getting external funding, that's through equity, or getting money even from a bank, there are critical things I would ask for. They will always ask to understand how your business is structured. Who owns your business? Is it only you? Who is the person on your board? Is it only you? Or is it just you and your wife? Or is it just you and your child? They'll ask questions. Who at the management level in your team? Who are the people on your team? Do they have the experience and the skill to actually drive this business? They will always ask for that, right? So that means that there is a minimum expectation of what they expect to see in your business. And why is that so, right? Because nobody wants to put money in a risky thing. They don't want to put money and take a risk on you. They're taking a bet on you when they're putting money in your business. They don't know you before. They've only come to you based on the information you're bringing to them. So you want to demonstrate that you actually have, beyond yourself, a team of people and processes that can keep their business growing. And what does that mean for them? It means that you can help them multiply their money, their investment, and keep growing their investment. So that is a very critical part, right? A lot of the people that we see will tell you that they cannot get money from banks. Aside just the fact that, well, I don't want to talk too much about the banking system in Nigeria, but one of the things that they struggle with is lack of documentation, lack of corporate governance. There's no governance. They don't know who to hold if anything happens to this business. So they just let it pass. So I think that those are the things that we need to begin to consider about the fact that whether we like it or not, as a business, you must begin to consider what kind of measures can I put in place to help my business stay afloat and also keep growing. The next slide, please, is where we talk about the growth framework. And the reason why I'm saying so is, I think we should go to the next one because of time. So I will say, for a startup, what you want to do is identify. So going out of this session, one of the things you want to consider is, at what stage am I now? Am I just a pure startup? Is me, myself, and I am running everything just to make ends meet? If that's the case, well, what you want to do is, okay, what are the basic governance principles I need to abide by as a business? What are my own values? What are the things I want to ensure that I monitor when I'm doing business? I want to keep my records straight. I want to be accountable. I want to make sure that I have books of record that shows how money is coming in and money is going out. You also want to look at it and say, okay, who are the 2-3 people that I can be speaking to from time to time? You may not be able to pay them. You cannot put them on your board now. But there are people that you will regularly check it with to say, I'm about to make this key decision. What do you think about that? Right? I'm about to make this key decision. How do you think I can go about it? And sometimes it's just be like, oh, can I have a dinner, have dinner with you? Let's just discuss this. And you will be able to glean enough knowledge to move on to the next level. So at that level, that's what you're looking for, right? How can I put in small policies in place to manage my business and processes? As you begin to grow, you want to begin to make sure that your books of record are in order. I have a proper accountability system. Right? You have maybe external consultants who are coming in from time to time to check. You are obviously doing financial records and accounts. You are doing audits for your business as well. That is your growth phase. That's just a phase where you're scaling the business, but because you're scaling the business and you're trying to build the business and sell more, you are also then putting some basic things in place. Because sometimes you find out that you get such a big level, and then suddenly you have an investor, someone who's coming to you and saying, I really like your business. I'm thinking of investing. Let's invest. And then you don't even have documents. You don't have any accounts. You don't have any records. And then it then looks like you're not ready. Meanwhile, you've been working. You have been busy. You've been ready. You've been working hard. But it's just that you were not working to keep your records of your business in a proper way, in such a way that you can actually attract the kind of investment and growth that you want to see. Right? And then when you get to a point where you have grown and you are now at a point where you have a big organization, you're a medium-sized entity, You know, you're looking at making sure that my HR is perfect. You can now have three people in HR as opposed to have you as the HR personnel. You can now make sure that you have everybody, you know, set up properly. You can have a finance team. You can have all the teams and all the people that gives for a strong structure. And then when you begin to scale, right, you want to ensure that all these other things that we have talked about are actually in place. You want to have very detailed processes. You want to have different procedures. And why is that important? Banks, for instance, when you look at them, they are able to open branches very quickly, right? They open branches very quickly. They just need to buy a space. And GT came up with that method where when you walk into one GT branch, it's the same as the other GT branch. It's the same as the other GT branch. Someone documented it, right? They planned it and they said, we want our brand to be consistent in every single state where we go. And so these are the minimum standards we must see. These are the colors we must have. These are the, right? So that's a big business kind of thing. But then it can only happen when you start scaling, it then becomes compulsory. If not, one business or one branch somewhere will ruin all your reputation and all the hard work that you've built, right? So then it's important to ensure that you recognize yourself and say, okay, in this whole growth stage, where am I? What do I need now, right? Do I just need to make sure that I document everything I'm doing, document my processes, document my policies, and which policies do I even need? What can I even start with? And of course, if you are in a regulated business, so for instance, you are trying to set up a fintech or you've started a fintech, you definitely will need a lot more than all we've said today. So you would need to understand what the corporate governance code is as provided by the central bank, right? If you are in insurance, you would then need to ensure that you get all those details in place. And I can assure you, for those people and for those in regulated businesses, it's not the same. It's very robust and it's very detailed, right? So that's basically the end of, you know, the session. And what I wanted us to take away as key takeaways basically is that governance drives growth, whether we like it or not, right? There's only a level, there's only a measure of growth that you can attain as a small business without corporate governance. But with corporate governance, there's a lot more growth. There are studies to show that some companies increase their profitability by 20% once they strengthen their management and their board, right? Once they strengthen their management team and their board, they actually grew their profits. Not just their revenues, they grew their profit by 20%. So that means it's a fundamental part of how we must do business going forward. And I hope that, you know, from this session, you'll be able to take one or two things that can help you build and maintain your business for lasting success. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to thank Mrs. Oshiemi for that great breakdown of things. I would like to, again, not to patronize her or whine you, in quotes, like you guys say. We know we're doing a pitch. We're going to continue after the last speaker, the next speaker, which is the last speaker, and then the other speaker will just help us, advise us on how best to pitch. That's the finance person, because of time. And I don't want to break your heart on the pitch matter. So I'm going to prioritize the pitch over the lecture. So the last lecture and we're done. Are we good? The last lecture, no, it's after that. ESG, very important. That's where some of you need to look, especially for a business. And I'd like you to emphasize that if you understand it, then you position as it. It's the new, I won't say the new fad, but it's not new, but it's important. Maybe it's new, but it's emerging and it's a serious discipline that businesses consider. So we've given you, apart from the typical things you have, we brought ESG, we brought corporate governance, we put it there with competitive positioning, and we said, hey, go and succeed. So we've tried. It's not motivational speaking. These are technical stuff that consultants have paid millions to do. So here it is so that you're at least exposed. Even if you just use the words in meetings with investor and say, I have a board advisory board. Yeah, okay, we can talk. I know if I'm giving you this money, these people will make sure you don't eat the money. Things will begin to change. And in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rounding up, with a resounding round of applause, Temilade Denton. Temilade Denton used to work in private equity, and of course, she understands finance. They fund a lot of businesses, some of them you know, and she kind of understands the dynamics around the struggles of SMEs, especially women-led businesses that are filled in the room. They had a portfolio of over 20-something companies that they were managing with a huge SaaS fund. Temilade, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temilade Denton. I'll be speaking about ESG, which is actually new to many parts of the world, but especially to the continent of Africa. It's not new in the sense that it's just existing, but it's new in the sense that it is becoming increasingly important. So what is ESG? Environmental, okay, we can keep it on this slide, please. In broad strokes, it's environmental, social, and governance considerations that go into a business decision or that go into an investment decision. So most of the time when people are thinking about their businesses, they're thinking, how much money can I make? What is the margin? Where will I sell? So they're only thinking about their business in terms of naira and kobo, or dollars and cents, and in terms of profitability, in terms of how they're going to sell. Like, it's a very direct sort of approach. But the truth is that in implementing ESG, and in implementing your business, there are a whole host of decisions that you are making that you're not consciously aware of. So for instance, who am I employing? How am I going to pay them? Where is my raw material coming from? How do I secure my supply? All of those things are decisions that you're making, but you're not necessarily consciously bringing them to the fore and understanding in principle how they affect your profitability. So ESG has been given, for a long time, it was looked at as just a matter of compliance. Everybody was thinking, okay, maybe we'll do ESG down the line when we become a big business and we can spend money on ESG. But the truth is that even if you're just starting out, ESG is so important because it gives you a framework for how you should think about the decisions that you're making concerning your business, especially considering the fact that you are not in isolation. You are not the person that is going to the farm to till the ground and bring out the shea butter. And it's not up to you how much shea is grown. Your business, the output depends on the land. What if you don't take care of the land? What if you don't take care of the farmers? What if you don't have the right processes of, transporting your raw material to the factory or from the factory to your processing? All of those things play into what ESG means. It's a holistic way of looking at your business, of making business decisions, of accounting for who exactly the stakeholders are. So shareholders are different from stakeholders. Shareholders are people who invest money in your business. But a stakeholder is anybody at all that is either interested in or affected by your business. That even means including your consumers, including the regulators, including people that see your brand on Instagram and click like, or that share it, or that will comment and abuse them and say, don't follow this vendor. All of them are stakeholders. So ESG is a way of thinking about who your stakeholders are, what their needs are, how they affect your business, and how you can either mitigate risks of your stakeholders or capitalize on the opportunities that they present. So in very broad terms, I've made some changes. Can this slide be refreshed, please? Or the presentation be refreshed? Thank you. So in very broad terms, where are we?
ESG is a big, big global opportunity. People now have a way, as I said, of looking at their businesses. There are now dedicated funds to investing in companies that are ESG compliant, something to the tune of $35.3 trillion globally. A lot of the funding that is coming into the continent and into the country is also tagged for ESG, because investors have found that these businesses are safer to invest in. They have a more long-term thinking in view, and so there's a lot of funding. I'm sure everybody knows all the craze about, climate sensitivity. You've heard climate this, you've heard about COP. These are not just trends or hashtags. There's real money dedicated to it. There's real considerations dedicated to it. And there are ways that even you, as a small company starting out, you can position your business to attract this kind of funding. Now, what exactly is ESG? There are 3 dimensions of it. Environmental. This focuses first on the way that a company interacts with its physical environment. We're all now, thank you for refreshing. We're all now considering, for instance, climate adaptation. Any small rain in Lagos, depending on where you live, you might need a canoe where you used to use a car. Or if you used to use a car, you might now need a jeep. Those are they're real problems. How do you access where you're going? How is your farm affected if you're the kind of person that produces? How does the change in rainfall affect your own productivity? The patterns are now so much more volatile, so much more, they're increasingly difficult to predict. They're not as stable as they used to be before. The truth is that climate change is real, and it is affecting all of us in one way or the other. So how does it affect your business? You actually need to think about that. What about waste management? Everybody here, and resource efficiency, everybody here has a problem with power. Abi, has anybody solved their power problem? No. That's about resource efficiency. What are the kinds of savings that you can put in by, for instance, installing solar or installing some... I remember when solar started, everybody just used to think, oh, solar, we'll get to it when we get to it. But when EKDC came out with those revised tariffs, Shebi, you went inside your briefcase and started saying, who is that solar guy? How many more of us now have solar than before? Why? Because it's cheaper. But apart from that, it's also better. It's more sustainable. It's less volatile. Everybody was depending on the grid before. And you see, that's part of the challenge, is that a lot of times we don't look at these things until it starts to affect our pocket. But the truth is, you can start to put in measures in place right from the start so that you don't get into, financial problems before implementing the right sort of long-term solutions. So that's on the environmental end. And then, of course, we're considering things like actually tracking how much or how your business affects the environment by way of your carbon footprint. Now, the truth is that this is now a little bit advanced, but all of your carbon that you are not using or that you save when you switch to a sustainable solution can actually be tradable. It's like a real commodity, like gold or like oil. And your carbon credits can be traded. People actually buy it, especially in developed markets. They buy your carbon credits. And that is one area that I believe, especially as Africans, we have so much to give on this front, but we're just not taking advantage of it at all. It's literally money just sitting there waiting to be captured. How much the carbon credits sell for, depending on the grade, something northwards of 30 euros, depending on the kind of carbon it is. The social aspect, we're thinking about what are your, and I'm so thankful that, corporate governance came before I did, because that's half of the talk. What about, fair wages? How do you pay your workers? How do you ensure their safety? How do you do their training? Your workers are, for a lot of companies, your key asset. How do you ensure that that asset is being developed and not just depleted? The way that you treat your workers is how your workers will treat your customers. I hope you know. Your workers are your first clients. If you keep them happy, if you keep them engaged, if you keep them productive, it will spill over, because they cannot give what they do not have. But a lot of us just think of it as, oh, whatever this person does, I have so many CVs on my table. Whatever this person does, the next person will come in and do better, or I will change this. But that's not how to think about long-term growth, because there's a cost also to changing your business, to changing your staff, to employing new people. There's a cost of time. You have to train them. You have to get them back integrated into institutional knowledge. All of that is effort that could be going into other things. Thankfully, we have things like SOPs, we have policies that help to put people on the same playing field, or help to let them know what to expect. But policies are informed by thinking. They're informed by your values. They're informed by what is important to you as a business. And so, except you're already thinking about, the social aspect of your business, prioritizing your employees, prioritizing inclusion and community engagement, guess what? We don't live in a bubble. The community that your business is in is the first line of defense. If anything happens, if there's any agitation, I remember during NSARS, it is the people that live around there, around your business, that will be the first people to say, no, not this guy's shop. He's a good guy. Leave his own. Maybe we'll burn somebody else. I'm just joking. But you know what I'm saying. That's exactly also the kinds of considerations that, especially if you're a farmer or if you deal in extractive industries, if you're in oil and gas, that community aspect is so important, because they are stakeholders, again, that keyword, in your business. Now, of course, governance, thankfully I don't have to say much about that, because we had a guru just speak to us about the importance of governance. Governance is ensuring that the decision-making in your business is as optimized as it could be. It's not leaving everything to you. It's making sure that you can continue to run without relying on just one person. That's what governance is about, that there's accountability and continuity. Next slide, please. Now, ESG matters. ESG matters because, it enhances so many of our operational markers, I should say. So, for instance, there is increased financial performance. There's a lower cost of capital. So, for companies that are ESG, that have ESG compliance, or that they can show that they are defending their ESG position, it's a lower risk profile. And when you're lower risk, then you're able to attract better investors. You're able to attract better capital. They don't give you the high risk premium, because they can see that, okay, this person is taking care of what they're supposed to. And so they give you better rates if you're looking at debt. And they even give you an ESG premium if they're looking at equity. And I know this because it's literally, it's been my career for the past 10 years. We were able to raise over $102 million based off on only ESG considerations. It also helps you improve your operational efficiency. What does that mean? That means that, for instance, maybe the cost of running your company can be reduced. How? By looking at, okay, how do we how do we manage our waste? How do we switch from NEPA to solar? How do we, ensure that our supply chain is secure by incentivizing our farmers or whatever better? all of those things actually reduce your cost. They actually reduce your risk. They actually create opportunities for the business to thrive. It also strengthens brand loyalty, the way that you treat your customers. It matters. I'm sure none of us is unfamiliar with the case of someone, I won't mention the name of the company, but a particular tomato producing company that insulted, someone and took that person to court. How many of us have gone back to look for that brand and buy them in the market? We remember that company's name and we say, these ones that, and then you describe them. And all of a sudden, the taste of the tomato doesn't matter that much anymore. You don't want to support that company. And people keep thinking that, these things don't matter in Nigeria because Nigerians don't have money and they will just go for the cheapest option. But we've actually tested it, and statistically it's not true. 62% of consumers still make decisions based on things that are more than just money. You will still buy if the quality is better or if it somehow aligns with your values, somehow. Especially those of us with a little bit of discretionary spending power. So those things are important. The way your brand interacts with the market, it actually affects your business. I'm sure that tomato guy wasn't thinking about, he was just thinking, somebody has insulted me, I'm going to deal with them. But I'm sure if we can have a view on his books, most likely his books have been affected. If he was in a regulated market, or if he was a listed company, you'll be able to see it real time, how the stock price goes down because the consumer confidence has also gone down. You'll be able to see it. And this happens. You see it, for instance, like when Shell had that oil spill and they didn't take care of it, what happened? You'll see it. Okay. Now, can we go on to the next slide, please? And the next. ESG matters on the continent. It's not about, it's not about being in Europe or being in America. First of all, investors are looking to Africa for solutions. That's the truth. They're looking for us to supply food. The food supply chains abroad have been collapsing. You've been seeing all of the wars between the US and everywhere else. Somehow Africa is just in its corner doing its own thing. But the truth is that a lot about how the global economy works changed after COVID. It changed. People started looking inwards. People started saying, okay, what do I even have in my backyard? Because remember, all the borders were shut. And so all of a sudden, let's say, for instance, a UAC that used to import all of their inputs now had to say, who can supply us within the country? And how can we even be exporting? I know that so many companies shut down during COVID, but I know even more personally and directly that did so much better when COVID happened because they had already positioned themselves to be safe. They had already positioned themselves for compliance. They had already positioned themselves for investibility. And so now when the regular partners were no longer available and people started really looking inside, they saw that, we have some quality guys here. Because they're solving problems and they're solving long-term problems. So ESG matters because it grants you access to especially international investment. Those big players, they want to be safe. They don't want anybody to mar their reputation. They don't want to invest in you and then they'll now find out that you're using child labor. They don't want to find out that you're not paying your workers properly. So the more you can demonstrate that you are playing to their rule book, you're playing by these global standards, the greater confidence they will have in partnering with you. It's called the virtuous cycle. Even if you're small, the more good you do, the more good you attract. And it's not just about being good, it's the fact that there are returns attached to it. If you treat your staff well, if you have, and they will look through all those things, your staff retention, your staff turnover, they will look at what the gap is between the salary of the MD versus the salary of the manager. Now, I know I'm talking about things you people don't like, but it's the truth. All of that goes towards fairness. Now, we've talked about, ESG reducing your operational costs. We've talked about local market advantage. That is, how people are now looking inwards to be part of their supply chain, to be part of their partners. We've talked about supply chain participation and, of course, climate resilience. Next slide, please. I'm going to give an example of a company called Nuru Energy. We have our own local examples in Nigeria as well about companies on the continent that provide solutions to what you might call ESG problems. So either an environmental, social, or governance problem. And so that's the thing. You can also look at your business opportunities through an ESG lens. So while you are yourself positioning to satisfy these ESG factors, the business itself can position to solve ESG problems. Thank you. To solve ESG problems, and that's so solving an environmental problem is what Nuru Energy does, is what we can mention some of the local, I can't remember any of our own players here that provide solar energy. Is because there is a problem there, it's an environmental problem, it's a resource problem that's looking at the opportunity through an ESG lens. And what were they able to do? So this company, they provide, rechargeable LED systems that replaced kerosene lamps. By that, they're reducing the carbon footprint. What are they doing? They created networks of entrepreneurs because they then got people within the community to be selling the goods to themselves. They created so many jobs, attracted foreign investment, and that is by solving an environmental problem or solving an ESG problem through an ESG compliant way. Next slide, please. Another example is a company called M-Copa. Now, M-Copa is a huge company now, actually, and I think the reason that I used them instead of a local equivalent is actually because of how large they are. So they too, they're a solar solution provider. They were started in 2011 in Kenya. They produce clean energy for over 1 million homes. Their products are also in Nigeria, actually, across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. They've created, thousands of jobs, up to 10,000 plus indirect jobs. Why? Simply because they were looking at a problem through an ESG lens. I want to say that solutioning for ESG is not just about making your own company ESG compliant. As I said, it's also a way of identifying opportunity in the market, which is what they have done. For their investment success, they've raised over $190 million from investors, some of the largest investors in the world, including CDC Group, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they have expanded from just providing, solar home systems to even providing smartphones, fridges, and other things that you can pay for on a pay-as-you-go basis. So again, let's look at how this is an ESG opportunity. It's not just about, because anybody can sell phones, but the reason that they are succeeding in selling phones and the way that they have done it is because they looked at it also from a consumer perspective, and they introduced a pay-as-you-go system for their phones, for their fridges, and they're also linked to their other products that provide power for these electronics, solar power. So they linked everything. in a very successful way. They've replaced over 3 million kerosene lamps with clean alternatives. And, of course, they're using solar panels, which have a long lifespan. The company, next slide, please. The company has been able to create, as I said, thousands of jobs. There's so many people that have benefits, millions of people with improved health because of M-Copa's solutions across Eastern Africa. Next slide, please. Now, how does this work in practice? So if you wanted to start with implementing ESG, where do you start from? Because I know it sounds very, nice and highfalutin, but what is step one? How do you begin with ESG integration in your own company? The first step is by assessing yourself. How do you determine, first of all, there's something called the materiality assessment. How do you determine which ESG factors have the most impact on your business? Are you, for instance, maybe in a regulated sector and maybe your regulatory risk is highest? How do you assess what is actually important? What external factors affect your business the most? Maybe you're in farming. Then that means that from your materiality assessment, you see that climate is very important, right? So there are tools, and I can actually share this presentation because each one of these things, I've hyperlinked them so that there are tools online that you can use to assess yourself, even as a small business, to be able to understand the scope of what affects you. And from assessing, you also set what's called a baseline, because you know, okay, this is the level that I'm at. This is how much water I consume. This is how much electricity I consume. This is how much I pay on electricity. And then by the time you start to make changes, you can continue to track and say, okay, which is step two, actually. Step two is supposed to be about target setting. Please, can we go to the next slide? Yes, setting actionable goals. When you set targets, after you've done your assessment, you set a baseline, then you have actionable goals. You set a target for yourself. Okay, I spend this much on my supply chain. I want to be able to increase it to this or to reduce it by that. I want my farmers to increase their yields by 50%. You set the target, and there are frameworks for this. As I said, all of these things are hyperlinked. We just can't see them. So when I share the material, and hopefully the organizers will be able to get it to you, you can actually just click on all of these things, and there's a whole host of information that you can take advantage of. The next is when you set the target and an actionable target, then you go on to implementing and planning. That is, within your organization, you then start to assign ESG responsibilities. You start to develop plans that can help you to achieve your goals. And then, of course, from that comes the measuring and reporting, because you're working towards a goal, so you continue to track it. If you had investors, or if you're even just reporting to the public, you'll be able to say that, oh, since we switched to solar, we have been able to save XYZ amount of money, which we reinvested in the business, which helped us to open another shop, or which help us to increase our inventory, or those kinds of things. And the truth is that what you don't measure, you cannot improve. So measurement is super important. Can we go to the next slide? I'm trying to run through this. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I think we've already spoken about this. This is about assessing your business for ESG compliance. Now remember that it's not just about compliance, it's also about identifying risks and also about identifying opportunities. Before, people didn't care about ESG because they just thought it was downward facing, meaning how can I manage my risk? But it's also about identifying opportunities, which I have demonstrated through the two companies that we highlighted earlier. Also then about identifying what metrics, actually pertain to your company and what is relevant to track and how you can continue tracking that. And then seeing where the gaps are and how you can improve. And then, of course, as we mentioned, putting things in place within your organization so that you can continue to build. Next slide, please. Now, again, because I'm very focused on growing our own local scene, all of this is hyperlinked. So you can click on, these are all resources that you can click on. These are all tools. Every single bullet point here is a tool that you can click on and interact with and learn about. For instance, the kinds of guidelines that you need. And those are not just restricted to listed companies. It's also for SMEs that are just starting out. All of this is very practical because I wanted the session to not just be about ESG as a concept, but to equip everyone in the room with the tools to be able to actually start. Next slide, please. Of course, there are challenges that you come across, but for every challenge, there is an opportunity and there is a solution. But moving on from here, next slide, please. As I mentioned before, next slide, please. Thank you. There's a lot of money that's chasing ESG compliant companies, a lot. Locally and internationally. There are, for instance, I even saw, in front, I think we have FCMB with some fund for women. There's BOI with green energy. And that doesn't mean that you have to be implementing a green energy solution. What it means is that you can also be adopting green energy solutions in your business, and you can qualify for funding. Do you understand? So you don't have to be the solar power generator. There are guarantee funds, and there are even also interest rate reductions for companies that are seen as ESG compliant. Now, again, it's a knowledge business. Next slide, please. And so all of these are, more resources, more tools, more knowledge that you can click on and learn about. I'm sure we all know about, the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, all of those things. There's a lot of information that is available and accessible to you. So last slide. So again, this thing is really about ownership. Many people started with ESG because their investors required it, but we've moved beyond that because you need to be able to own your ESG journey so that you can take advantage of what you should be taking advantage of so that you can secure your business for sustainability, secure your, deliver value to your stakeholders, both in the short and in the long term. And so that you can position your company again strategically to ensure that you're not leaving money on the table, so to speak. And of course, it helps to measure all of these things because one of the strongest marketing material, if you can put it that way, for most companies these days is their impact assessment report. So people will see their ESG report, and instead of saying, oh, which products are you doing, especially if you're an investor, you would look at that report and say, oh, this is a good company to invest in because they can see all of their ESG practices. So that's something else that I've learned from my own career in ESG is that those ESG reports are some of the most powerful marketing or distribution material you can have for your business because it engages people in a more meaningful way than just saying, see our product. But it also shows how the business works. It's like saying, see my business, this is how I do things. And also, sharing your values, all of that. So again, ESG implementation is a journey. Wherever you are is where you can start. It doesn't matter. There are companies that have been in existence for, hundreds of years, literally, and didn't have any ESG, and so they started. But then it's even better when you're small and you can start from, start from where you are to put those structures in place. So again, I'm going to share this material and hope that it reaches all of you. But please just Google is your friend. There's a lot of information available. There's a lot of funding available to position yourself, to improve your business, to secure yourself for the long term by looking at your business, your operations through an ESG lens. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Temilade Denson. All right, so we've sort of come to the end of the lectures, and got to go back to the pitching series. To be honest, the pitching was not really, our lecture was lecture. It's just some people eat us up if we don't finish that pitch today. So, facilitators, this is the problem. But it also is a good reason for you to stick around, because you may have run away. It's when you now enter ESG problem, you now start looking for me. I won't pick your call. And I won't give you Temilade's phone number. So some of you here, you're doing businesses that I said are like, forgive my choice of words, pure water. Everybody else is doing it. So maybe you'll be the first in your industry to put ESG at the center of it. So go and sit down and think, how do I make my business ESG? And I'll be making noise that, we are ESG compliant. So that you now become a model for the industry. Everybody now follows. So they now give you funding for making everybody else follow that line. I hope you understood. And then for corporate governance, it's your quickest way to, one of your key ways of raising money. Are we together? So once again, I'd like to thank our facilitators. Please put your hands together for them. All right, I will quickly bring, before I invite the last set of pictures, because I'll be able to release, the facilitators, I'll release them, is I want to ask, there's a gentleman that we met. We just met, and he shared some thoughts that there's some money, that they're very SME focused. So for those of you who don't get this 250,000, maybe you can follow him, right? But like I said, we met here, and he's saying that, hey, that they're interested about funding SMEs, and so he wants to just talk about it, just overview. We're independent organizations, so we're not like he's not on our platform, but it's important. I don't want you to miss the opportunity, and that's why I said, let him make the pitch to you directly. So quickly, he has 5 minutes to do that, and then I'll have one more person introduce you to the subject. Please put hands together as we receive him. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Benjamin Aduli. I run a cooperative called MyStrade Multipurpose Corporate Society Limited. We've spent 18 years putting this together. We tried everything. We tried banking, we tried other things, and we decided to go back to the root. We set up, now we are a multi-purpose cooperative that is focused on providing funding that is people-friendly. I repeat, people-friendly. We would not ask you for everything the banks will ask you. We won't. We will not ask you for the things we know you don't have. We won't. We'll ask you for what we know you have. But more importantly, we would work with you, partner with people like people you have heard with, to help you grow your business. I don't have all the time in the world, but we have a few members here. If you're a member of MyStrade and you are here, please get up so that they can see you. You drop your hand if you're a member of MyStrade, all right? So you can meet them and then ask them about what we do. But I'll tell you, we can deliver what you can get in terms of terms from the normal banking system. Let's give you some idea. Our funding comes at 12% a year. I repeat, 12% a year, equivalent to 1% a month. You won't get that from the bank, quote me. 2, our funding stay with you for 6 years. Again, 6 years. You won't get that from the banks. 3, 1 year moratorium. 1 year moratorium. You won't get that from the bank. You start paying back from the second year. And if you take the option of our Assured Invest Trust Fund, you don't have to pay back the principal. You pay back interest only over a 6 years period and walk away. We created this model from the scratch. I repeat, we created this model from the scratch. We did not borrow it from anybody. We invented it. And by the grace of God, we would launch it on the first week of July. We'll be very, very happy to feature you as among our first set of beneficiaries who are taking this creative, cooperative solution to finance SMEs. More interestingly, we also associate with startups. So, if you don't have a history, you don't have a cash flow, you don't have any assets, we would help you find a solution. But you must have something. You must have a passion. You must know what you are doing. You must have a vision of where you are getting to. So if you have a clear vision, you have a passion for your business, and you need someone to work with you from the start to where you want to be, you might consider joining MyStrade Multipurpose Cooperative Society. We are not a bank, so we can't work for the public. We can only work with our members because we are a what? We are a cooperative. And we stick, I repeat, we stick doggedly with the cooperative principles of Nigeria. We will not do anything outside the cooperative laws of Nigeria. We've taken time and studied the law, and we would not do anything outside the cooperative laws of Nigeria. Please take note of that. We are a cooperative, and we intend to remain a cooperative. But we believe that proper cooperative can bring back millions of SMEs back to business. Already, we are a community of 237,000 SMEs already. Physically present already in 29 states in Nigeria. And we believe in growing as a community, working together as a community, as an ecosystem of SMEs. So we think we are a supermarket of SME solutions. So if you are an SME and you are looking for solutions, access to capital, access to technologies you need to run your business, and access to market as an SME or as a micro, small, and medium enterprise, you may consider joining us. Join us, then let's work with you to grow your business. You will learn from what we have learned in the past 21 years. You will learn from our mistakes. We would share with you our experience in the last 21 years. What's our focus? Number one focus is agribusiness. Number one focus, agribusiness. Number two focus, mining business. Number three focus, fashion business. Number four focus, ICT business. Let's stay with those sectors for now. If you are in any of these sectors I've mentioned, you are interested in joining us, call the numbers here, and we can start working with you. Thank you very much.
Time so that we can attend to your pitch and close out. So you want to give him a round of applause even though he did not speak. That's our, but we're going to find other platforms. So please, I need you to scan your QR code. We're going to have other platforms. So for those of you who want all the slides, Temilade gave a lot of, she took some time. She gave you all the links, everything. So scan, they will email you all the slides. We're very generous with knowledge. Like I remember the reason I told you now. I give you slides, you will not read them. There are very few people in this room, less than 10% of the people in the room will read those slides. And I say it deliberately, number one, to make you read it. But number two, because I may be right. All right, while you're doing that up, I would like to quickly, all the people that are left up to pitch, please, you can come this way to the front, to my left, so that we can quickly, based on the numbers you are given, only the people that had numbers, because we cut off at some point. I won't be able to take, and I know there's a number, it's 20-something. So I'm going to run through it in 25 minutes, one minute, back to back. In the other times when I was pitching, I was asking people to explain. I may not be able to ask you to explain because of time. All right, so we're going to do that very quickly to my left. My organizers should please come and help me to make sure that I won't put pressure on my facilitators. When they're ready, I can take pictures at the back, or they can take pictures at the back, and then we'll see them. Okay, Abigail, please, can I have my laptop? It has my... All right, thank you. Kosala, you remember the number we had? What? No, 20 what? All right. Thank you. Okay, let's, in that order, so we arrange this way, right? Consular, can you do what do they call that thing in election? Is it verification or accreditation? So that we're sure that the numbers add up. Nobody extra joined. The number complete? Is everybody here? No, they're on the left. So you know you had a number 20-something. That's why I wanted to give them tallies. They are on this side, though. Auntie? No, it's fine there. It's okay. It's the same room. Okay, so we would run in this order, quickly. So I want to, you know what, I will do it not because of any advantage. I'll just randomly, like zigzag, so that we pam, 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 like this. So that it's not like, anyhow, we'll all pitch. Numbers complete? Not everybody? No, you know we gave some numbers. That's why I wanted to give tallies. We gave them numbers. And the numbers added up to 20-something that were outstanding. So is it more than 20-something? So if you did not receive a number this morning, please come this way. So this morning, the pitch started at 8 o'clock, and we told some people to, we gave them numbers. So that's what we're building on. So if you didn't get a number this morning, that means you came late or you're in the wrong room. Look at your ESG strategy. Maybe there's funding there. Okay. What's the name, sir?
Future Ahiate.
I didn't hear that.
Future.
Future.
Yes. Future, then Ahiate. A-H-I-A-T-E.
A-H-I-A-T-E. A-T-E.
E.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the name of the company?
Feedback Agri Hub.
Feedback
Agri Hub.
Feedback Agri Hub.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I go ahead?
Okay. Please, I need them to bring my bag. My bag. All right. You can start.
Hello, everyone. I'm Future Ahiate, the founder of Feedback Agri Hub. 65% of farmers struggle with fair market price, according to McKinsey 2023, and also 40% of crops is wasted annually due to poor logistics and storage, according to FAO 2023. So Feedback Agri Hub is an agro marketplace that connects suitable buyers and sellers using AI and blockchain, and also closest logistic partners as well. We use blockchain to reduce food fraud and ensure supply chain transparency. So, so far we have a farmers network of 3,000 plus members, farmers, aggregators, and retailers. And this funding will enable us to finalize our marketplace version 1. We also be utilized for Facebook ads as well as renew our technical tools. And of course, we are launching the platform this month ending. So we are not just another random app chasing hype, but we are building a reward utility. Thank you.
All right. So you connect farmers to the market. All right. Is it a platform?
Yeah, it's a platform.
What type of software? Are you using on an app or?
So we have the website already. It's live.
The website?
Yeah, sure. So
okay. That's so primarily the website?
No, it's an app, but currently we are just
app and
using
website.
the website. Yes.
All right. How many farmers do you have on the platform?
So we've not actually launched it, but
You've
the
not
website
launched?
is active yet. So we are still testing it.
You're still
But
testing?
We have a WhatsApp community of 3,000 plus farmers, aggregators, and retailers.
But you have not started facilitating trade?
We are facilitating trades. Over 100 trades has been done.
100 trades?
Yeah, over 100 trades has been done.
Via WhatsApp?
Yeah, via WhatsApp.
Okay. What are the products you're selling?
So we don't sell the product. We are the marketplace. So the buyer and the seller, there's the company account. For the buyer, you make payment there, and then the seller delivers to you. That's what we do.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, let's put hands together for him. Okay. That was the first. He actually gave me his name, so I don't need to be asking questions.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatobi, and I'm the founder of AllPost. So AllPost is an AI-powered social media management platform that is designed for African businesses. I believe most of the businesses here have social media accounts. And many of us have more than 1, 2, 3, or 4 different social media accounts. And it can be time-consuming trying to post to each of them one after the other. And also, at the same time, trying to run your business. Also, when you give access to your employees to manage on your behalf, you tend to give them your login details or you log in into their own mobile phone. What happens when the employee leaves your company or the employee doesn't like you anymore and then decide to change the password and leave with the social media account? So these are the problems we are trying to solve for businesses. You can be able to link all your social media accounts into one place whereby you can post and schedule to all of them at once. And then you can also manage your team in case you need to give approval before any post goes off online. We are also sustainable in the sense that we are subscription-based. You can create an account for free on allpost.co and connect 2 accounts. But if you need more than 2 accounts, our minimum subscription is 5,000 naira per month, which I believe businesses can afford, which comparing to other bigger solutions that you have to pay in foreign exchange and a minimum of $99 per month. Getting this funding will help us to be able to create more brand awareness and get more people to know about allpost.co. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is the app up and running?
Yes, it's a web app, allpost.co.
You built it, so it gathers all my social media posts?
No, not gather. You connect all your social media accounts together at a place, then you can post to all of them at once.
That's how it works?
Yes.
It intelligently can connect. You know, they have different ways of posting. Some is text, like Twitter.
Yes.
It can synchronize everything.
The one that you need to add a media is going to ask you must add a media, like Instagram. You can't post text only. So if you don't add a media, it won't post to Instagram. So,
and it's working and live. How many users do you have?
At the moment, we have over 100 users.
Over 100 users. Okay. And it's working?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. Thank you. Please clap for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aramide Yusuf. Can I?
Sorry, Chris, can the microphone work and be loud? Yes, please. You can put it.
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I am Aramide Yusuf, the founder of Optimal Health M&B Concept. So at Optimal Health M&B Concept, we help mothers get pregnant naturally using digital products and online services. According to the report by the Gynecology Society of Nigeria, which says that 1 in 5 couples in Nigeria have been affected with infertility, 40% of which are women. And the report further says that there is limited access to fertility health care, societal pressure, financial constraint, which further exacerbates the emotional burden. So Optimal Health M&B concept is revolutionizing fertility health care in Nigeria. So our mission is to provide, because we realize that fertility, fertility causes a lot of economic constraints, societal stigma, and emotional burden. So our mission is to provide a solution that is affordable, holistic, and accessible, leveraging on technology and innovation. So we have, over the years, we have empowered over 5,000 women with fertility awareness across our online platforms, and we also have generated over $1 million using that. And to the glory of God, we have women conceiving with the use of our product. So what we want to use the 250,000 naira to do is to expand our online coaching and services, and also to amplify our marketing strategies to reach more of our target audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you say digital tools.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You don't administer any drugs.
No, I don't sell drugs.
Okay. So you show them how to have children.
When they get the books, all the information they need to, all the information is therein. The things they need to do, so natural things like food, it all depends on, because when I said it's holistic, so we are not looking at only nutrition, we are looking at other things too, because most times we look at the nutrition, but it's not only nutrition. It has,
okay. How many people have been able to conceive from the
we have less than 50.
50 people?
Yeah.
Do you have an idea of how long they've been waiting to have children before you started?
Yes, we have.
Now, for instance, what is the baseline? Like, 3 years, we don't have children, 2 years, or they just got married? I mean,
no,
how would you know
it
you're the one?
varies from 2 to 5 years.
2 to 5
some
years.
with miscarriages, recurrent miscarriages, some with blocked tissues and all that.
Okay, all right. But you say about 50, or less than 50?
Less than. It's less than.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's put hands together for her. Thank you.
Okay.
Blessed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Blessed Ola Saint. I'm founder and CEO, BHA Digital. Our vision is to build a poverty-free continent, leveraging on the power of digital technology. Like the problem is up at the hackathon today that we see our youth coming together. We have a platform because our focus is to help the MSMEs in closing the digital gap. And what we're trying to do is that we onboard MSMEs, we help in digitalization. So we have a marketplace for MSMEs to sell their product. We have trainings for MSMEs in digitalization to help. And then we have an event platform that we help MSMEs for, because normally for MSMEs, there's need for webinar, event and things like that. So we have a platform. And the way we do is that we train in the process of how you can use it. And then for those who are not able to get a website, make the store available for them to put their product. And so far, we have 100 vendors on our platform. And we target, by the end of this year, we want to have 1,000 vendors. And in 5 years, we target to have 100,000 vendors across Africa. And for our trainees, we actually train like over 8,000 SMEs in series aspect of digital skills that they need to know, and for those who have been exploring, who have been using. So actually we have like 3 platforms. We have ASFMat.Africa, where you can be able to sign up to sell on our platform, and we have BusinessHub.Africa. That is for you to showcase your product across Africa. And we even have ebooks.ASFMat.Africa that if you want to sell global, there is a platform for you. So we are selling, you can sell within your country, you can sell within the continent, and you can sell global. And this platform is ready. If we get the grant, it's actually going to be for our marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So essentially, you train SMEs on digital
Yeah, so we train MSMEs and we create platform. We have a marketplace where you can sell your product. For example, you have an ebook, you can go to ebooks.aspmart.africa and you put the book, and it's actually free. In doing that, we only take 4% commission when you sell. Business of .africa, in Business of .africa, with $10, you can have your a kind of a landing page where you can showcase your product across the Africa and global for 1 year.
Okay. How many like revenue or how many people?
Yeah. So far like I said, we have 100 vendors already, and of course, and like our trainees, we have trained like 8,000 plus SMEs, free training, and like we target by the end of this year, because we actually partner with Smedan and some business associations, so we have access to. We are starting a program, business digitalization training and sustainability workshop. It's going to be monthly, and we're targeting that within the next 1 year, thousands of SMEs will understand digitalization and sustainability.
Okay, thank you very much. Please put on together as we. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abogunde Akim. I'm a full-stack developer with over 20 years of experience in businesses and software development. So I'm the founder and CEO at Slash Africa. So Slash is a B2B marketplace that connects SMEs to local and international markets so that they can have access to varieties of quality products at a very competitive prices, and they can be able to make payment in their own local currency. But we are starting with China-Nigeria trading. And why are we starting with China and Nigeria? That is because China is Nigeria's largest trade partner, with over 40% of our consumable goods sourced from China. However, the process of trading is very complex and expensive. Most of the available solutions are too complex, and they have failed to address some of the unique challenges of our market. So as a result of this, most SMEs rely on several intermediaries, which can inflate the cost of products by up to 50%. So we are coming in to help SMEs to solve this problem of facilitating the trading both locally and internationally. So our vision is to enable anyone from any part of the world to carry out secure trading within the African market. Thank you.
So you help facilitate trade?
Yes.
Is the platform working?
It's working.
You said Nigeria and China?
Yes, we started with Nigeria and China.
Nigeria and China?
Yes.
So how much transactions have been done on the platform?
We have done over 200 million worth of transactions.
200 million naira?
Yes.
Wow, okay. So what are we buying and selling between Nigeria and China?
Yeah, we are any kind of product you want to get from China, but we are starting, like I said, our vision goes beyond China and Nigeria. But at the moment, what we are doing is facilitating between China and Nigeria. And any kind of product at the moment, we are if you want to get it from China,
the platform is up.
It's up. Slash.ng.
All right. Slash.ng.
Yes.
Okay, so is there any kind of product from Nigeria? Like, give me examples.
Like the one we are, because we focus on a particular sector at the moment, which are kitchenware.
Kitchenware?
Yes, kitchen products.
That we can buy from China?
Yes, you can buy it from China.
So how are you competing with Temu and all these other?
Yes, Temu is B2C, it's business to consumer. But while we are more focused on business to import, importer, those that want to buy in bulk. So that is what we are doing. And we are more focused on Nigeria. We solve some of the specific problem of Nigeria importers.
You solve Nigeria's problem?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So platform is ready.
It's ready. It's working.
All right. Can you go on for your phone and show me? I will go to the next speaker, but let me see it.
Okay.
So I can see. Then the slash you said. So it's e-commerce, right?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bukola Moye.
Sorry, I can't hear you well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bukola Moye, Creative Director and Modelist of BAM Beauty Hub. BAM Beauty is a fashion and beauty brand. We are into empowering fashion, creative styling, and so we have a wide range of services and products. E.g., we have fashion styling, ready-to-wear African fabrics, hair and beauty care, skincare products, and event styling. Our mission is to provide high-quality fashion, beauty, lifestyle services, celebrating African heritage while driving innovations. We showcase African traditional styles and modern trends. We cater to diverse clients from individuals seeking personal styling to event organizers looking for professional styling services. With your grant, we will be able to expand our product line, incorporating sustainable, eco-friendly materials, develop training programs for emerging designers and beauty professionals. We'll enhance our online platforms as well, reaching a broader audience and creating economic opportunity. Your support will fuel BAM Beauty Hub growth, promoting African fashion, beauty, and entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Bukola Monye.
Yes, please.
Okay. BAM Beauty Hub, fashion and beauty brand.
Yes,
so you make your
please.
own products?
Yes, we do. We do ready to wear from, we do basically styling from head to toe.
So you're like a fashion designer?
Fashion designer.
So are you
and
wearing what
also-
you made?
Yes.
Okay.
Beauty product and skincare.
You do beauty products?
Yes, and skincare.
You make your own
So-
skincare products?
Yes, this is it. It's a hub for people that have an event, they have a particular idea, they don't know how to go about the styling, how to take care of their models, their ushers, or the main celebrants. So they come to our own hub to see how they can get everything. Just bring down the idea, then we tell we can make it a reality for you.
Okay, revenues. What are revenues like?
Right now, monthly, we make up to ₦1 million.
Say it again?
$1 million.
Month, annually?
Annually, not, okay, let me just say, the lowest is 500,000. So annually, we're looking between 9 million or 6 million.
Okay. But you essentially make clothes and you do skincare?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any innovation?
Basically, we're looking at expanding, and we're looking at putting ourselves out there more for people to understand that we can actually get them the quality fashion fabrics they want, and we can also meet up with the target, because we know basically people have issues with tailors when they have to give them clothes to make for them, and they have their events, their big day, and at the end of the day, they don't get to meet up or they don't get what they want. And so we try to see how we can come and bridge the gap in trying to make it worthwhile for them.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, all. My name is
Let's speak louder.
My name, Amamitumomo Adoke.
Sorry, did you write your... Okay, the name is... Sorry, please, you can help me write your name and your company name when you're coming.
I'll write it and bring it when I'm done. Founder, Mal Foods and Integrated Services. Mal Food and Integrated Services is a registered company in Nigeria with the CAC. We produce peanuts blended. Actually, it's a startup. It has not started production. The idea started when my daughter went to school. She was finding it difficult to get some items in school to eat. So I said, this is a good opportunity to start something and make money out of it. So I blend peanuts, spice, so that it's an easy to use product. We also into moringa. Moringa is healthy. So we actually deal on nutritious food for the health conscious individuals. So I hope to, when I start fully, to employ people, the youth and women, to help them become economically viable for themselves too. Looking forward,
with the grant gotten, I also want to use it to buy. I've gotten some items so far. I have a dehydrator. I have a grinder that I use, a mini blend grinder. But going forward, when I get the grant, I intend to buy something upscale so that I can do the process better. So these are the products, what I do now. I have peanut, granite, and moringa. I'm also into mushroom farming. So with that, I believe I can help myself and the general public.
You said you have not started production.
No, I'm just doing.
These are samples.
Yes, to people to test run to see how good it is before I fully enter the process. I've registered the business. I'm hoping on getting NAFDAC certified and do some other certification process.
All right. Thank you very much. Please clap for her. Madam. I'm not complaining. I'm saying like you came prepared. So these are all your products.
A report by African Development Bank confirmed that over 216 million children die before the age of 5 because of malnutrition. I'm Morelu Odebode, product and digital marketer of Eden All Foods. We are African superfood, providing nutritious meals to African family at every mealtime. So, you agree with me that time is a very big issue for urban dwellers. Here we have moms that feed their younger children empty foods, such like noodles, overprocessed food, because of time. So we are focused in providing nutritious, wholesome meals locally from our African indigenous farms. So we're looking at giving them these meals at every mealtime and making it accessible to them. And we also help curb post-harvest loss from farmers, where we uptake products, natural produce from farmers, and we process and refine them into these beautiful products which we are looking at here. Our product is NAFDAC and FDA approved. While we use electric dehydrators to process our foods, which help us refine 95% of the nutrients which the sun would have deprived from heat. And our product is packaged, which we use good packaging, which helps us compete with international products. And we are also looking to enhance in our packaging. You can see right here that my beans flour, and here we are looking to progress on that. And also, we have grown in 5 million turnover in 2022 to 25 million per year in 2025. Our products are natural and traceable to our farmers. And with this grant, we are looking to get we are going to get bigger grinders, which can help us to process more, so we can reach more markets. You would agree with me that people my age, we don't even know nutritious cereals that we can take. Awesome cereals that are locally in this Africa, like fonio, like traditional oats. We all know processed food, Godimo, and the likes. So we are looking to access the market. We are looking for funding to access market and to produce largely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't ask you too many questions because I can see your products and to save time. So cool, Anu. Well done. Thank you very much. Next person. She came prepared.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. In a world where we buy dried fish from an open market, exposed to germs and all forms of impurities, most of these dried fish are preserved using chemicals that are harmful to human health. I'm Rashidat Umar Omeza. I'm the founder of Oine Special Enterprise Limited. We're into fish farming. We process our fish after maturity into oven-smoked dried fish. We use a modernized smoking kiln that helps us to reduce the moisture content, that gives the fish a long shelf life, maintaining its nutrients and its taste. Only the size of the fish reduced. We package using an eco-friendly pouch like this to avoid breakage and exposure to direct sunlight. Over the past 4 years, we've been able to cater for over 2,000 customers, starting from 500 kg fresh capacity to 10,000 kg capacity. In the year 2024, we did a total annual revenue of 30 million of about 10,000 fresh weights of dried fish. We are expanding. We used our profits we made in 2024 to expand, employ more women in our community to be able to engage in fish farming because we're trying to manage our natural habitat. So we encourage women to go into fish farming, and I uptake from them directly and process this fish. So I've in turn been able to engage these women, adding my own little way in the Nigerian economy by reducing unemployment in my immediate community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you said you did 30 million last year. Total revenue 30 million. All right. Well done. Thank you. Please just thank.
Good afternoon. My name is Shireen Bozeman-Reeves, and I am a co-founder of a fashion accessories company called Ma Beautiful, and it was developed with a friend of mine who is also working with me in my home. And when the devaluation of the Naira came about, we had to cut staff, but we found out that she had taken up tailoring on her own. So I'm basically speaking to you and pitching this product for her because I always enter rooms that she does not have access to. And so that's what I'm coming to talk to you about today. It's Nama accessories. And currently, we make market bags. I know many of you may have heard and are aware of the environmental push to eliminate nylons and one-use plastics in Nigeria. It is also happening in the United States, which is where I'm from. I'm from New Jersey. And currently, when we go to any market, even retail, we have to bring our own bags. So the product that my co-founder makes, Patience Agu, it has it's made of adire, so we do a bit of upcycling in terms of if you have a favorite garment like this dress, in about a month or two, I might make it into a bag. This bag here is made out of denim. We can use it in the market. It holds a lot of materials. It's very durable. I have a lower end market bag that I use that has a very low price point that is reusable, it's washable, it's reversible, and currently from a 1 million Naira investment over an annual, we started in March 2023, we have doubled our money. And so what we're trying to do now is to expand onto the internet in terms of Instagram, because right now it's been through word of mouth. And at first we didn't think we would have a market in Nigeria based on the fact that we're both new to pricing materials and things, and buying in bulk was something that we weren't very familiar with. So we were going to Tedeshu and Balagon and try to figure out the best price. So we were trying to get our material costs down, things of that nature, and then I also am able to bring things to the US and sell there as well. But now we have found that we have a market in Nigeria. We are able to provide souvenirs for weddings and other occasions, birthday parties. The bags are smaller, but our customers are able to use their ashobe, and we design the bags completely to their liking. It could have a zipper, it could have a pocket, it can be buttons, it can have sayings or pictures, whatever anyone desires, and at any price point that the person would like. We've made custom toiletry bags for one event, and that bag, we were able to make it for less than 500 Naira per bag. We currently use manual machines. I am working with an additional person, and we would like to get industrial machines as well. So there's a lot of growth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So this is the bag. One of the bags, supermarkets. So we can use old clothes and stuff. Where do you make them? In Ikorodu. Tailors and all that. Yeah. So if I have old clothes, you just pack it and use it to.
Yeah, you can give us whatever you want and we'll come up.
Just recycle it. So this is now the new market bag.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
And then also it's environmentally friendly because we're getting rid of.
Okay. Environmentally friendly. Thank you very much. All right. Let's put hands together for her. All right. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olushola Maja, CEO of Solma Apparel. Solma Apparel is an indigenous Ashoke company in Lagos, Nigeria. If you have a special occasion, maybe you're getting married, children getting married, birthday party, landmark celebrations, we are the go-to person. And why do I say that? Because everybody wants to stand out. Everybody wants to look different. Nobody wants to look like every other person. And that is where we come in. Because we noticed that we all have Ashoke. And most of the time, we just keep them there. We don't use them. But we've decided that, look, we need to help Ashoke. We need to enter Ashoke into a beauty pageant, jazz it up, create something different, something special for that occasion, and that is what we do. And we have turned Ashoke into a thing of ornament, a work of art, and no person has the same, because it's specially created for you. That is what we do for that special occasion. Also, because we are used to the regular yarn coming from China in the manufacture of Ashoke, we are looking at other materials that can be sustainable. For example, I'm working with our local weavers to see how we can use plantain yarns. Because plantain yarns can be used, for attachments. We can dye them. So we are working right now to see, how we can use them to also as yarns to make Ashoke. Where we need this fund is to buy machines for sequencing. If you look at this, what we've done here is manual. But we need a sequencing machine that can help us, do things faster. We have orders. We can't meet up with orders because we are doing them, more or less manually. But by the time we get our machines, things will work better. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, ma'am. So you make Ashoke?
Yes.
Which is this?
Yes.
Okay. Are you already operating?
Where?
Are you already operating?
Oh, yes. We started last year after SOT.
We started after SOT?
SOT last year.
Oh, so SOT inspired you to start?
Yes.
That one you're whining also.
No, it's true.
I mean in a good way.
Yes, it's
okay,
true.
So what's your revenue like?
Last year, we actually, effectively, we started around August last year. And you see, this is just a regular stole. Yorubas call this iro ikpele angele, that is the scarf and the stole. This last year, at about 18,000 per one, we did about 600 pieces, for parties. Then the special, what I say is a collector's item. That is the one you are doing specially for the bride, for the mother of the bride, mother of the groom, those ones are different on its own. Those are works of art, you know. You sit down and you design, you just go all out. And those ones are about, you know, depending on the design, you know, you do like 350, 250, 500 per set.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Where's your shop or location?
Surulere.
Surulere.
That's
Okay, where do you source from?
Isenyi, Kwara State and Ondo State.
Okay. I hope these artisans are getting richer now because everybody in Lagos is wearing Azuke now. So I hope you guys are paying them well.
I hope, yes, they should be. They should be
They
because...
should, not you.
No, no, they should be because I won't lie to you, the conditions they give you conditions. Now is raining season. They want you to build sheds for them to do things, you know. So they are better off, really.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Clap.
Thank you. Who is next?
All right. Next person. Everybody pitched? Sorry, somebody give me this. I'm a Metsu Momo.
Yes, I said I was going to.
Okay, that's you. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Remile Kunkende Philip, and the brand name is KP Foods. So we started KP Foods 3 months ago. Yeah, 3 months ago, and to be honest, we have done quite a number of things. And the niche we actually play is a growing niche because it has to do with wellness and health, because we know that since the inception of COVID, even before then, people have become so health conscious. And so we came up with coconut oil, which is one of our products. And this is cold press. So when you open this and you smell it, it must smell exactly like a coconut. So it is not adulterated. It is, virgin. And we also have organic honey. So I'm just going to bring them out so that you can see the different sizes that we have. So we have it in 250 ml, we have 300 ml, we have 30 ml, we have 1 liter, we have 5 liters, and we have 10 liters. So we have done it in such a way that it can actually cut across because you want to stay healthy and you don't also have to break the bank, to achieve that. So basically, we are sourcing for fund, just to establish the mall, to take our communication further. At the moment, we are exploring our, social media platforms. But of course, there is a need for clients who wants to place their order to have a channel that is seamless, when it comes to transactions. So we are building our website at the moment. So basically, that is what we do at KP Foods.
All right, thank you very much. So, and for those who bring their products, it's easier for me to just know exactly what it is and where you're going. So I won't ask you too many questions. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Okay. So don't worry if I don't ask you too many questions.
No problem.
The other one is just to give them benefit of doubt. Thank you. Please let's clap for her. Well done. What number are we going to? 42. Okay. Is there a challenge? Is there a challenge? Okay. Have we pitched? We have pitched, have we? Okay, I'm coming. Okay, that's the product. Is that you on the product? Oh, wow, okay. The product is live? Oh, you forgot. Okay. But are you selling actually? Are you selling? Okay, well, let's hear you.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I know that in the 2020, 2019, 2020, a lot of us were scared, really scared of COVID, right? And we know that they say food is your best medicine, your best preventive medicine. So, Londia Foods and Farms Limited, Londia from my first 2 grandchildren, by the way, went into natural food. I can't call it organic because we have not certified, but we work with women growers in Kaduna on a farm, 360 degrees, from where we source the rice. Rice is a staple. It's eaten in every form. So we started in 2022, and we are on the shelves of Ebano and ShopRite with the conventional packaging. 500 grams, 1.5, 5 kg, 10 kg, 25, up to 50 kg. However, we have pivoted into a value that we've created with the rice, which is a 10 minutes instant rice product. For the upwardly mobile, the busy people, students, in less than 10 minutes, your rice is ready. And the reason why we're pitching this evening is because we need to roll it out very soon, and we would require a bigger dehydrator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, in summary, no, man, I didn't get the name. The name.
Oh, my name is Marie Ene.
Okay. Sorry? No, I don't know. But we're probably related. Okay, so you're rolling out the rice.
Yes.
It will be ready in 10 minutes.
If you cook it, we have given it 10 minutes, but you can cook it in less than 10 minutes.
Wow. So, no, I don't think I've seen that rice before.
No, because
You-
well, you can see it elsewhere.
It's like Indomie.
What is your rice? It's
No, exactly.
but like Indomie,
Yeah,
yes.
so
Just put a little water.
that means you've taken it halfway.
More than halfway.
Or more than
It's
halfway.
Less than 10 minutes.
Oh, I see.
So
Oh,
you can use your microwave,
okay.
or you can use your ring gas. In less than 10 minutes, your rice is ready.
Okay, but you currently sell conventional rice. That takes forever. Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you very much. Next person. Thank you, man. That's quite innovative.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening.
Are you opening the clothes for us?
Yes, I will open it when I get there.
You know, I told you if you have something to show, don't
Okay.
overpitch. Just open it and show us.
Okay, should I go ahead?
Okay. Fashion designer.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Mobolaji Jaji, and I'm the creative director of Olam Creations and Fashion School. At Olam Creations, we cater to the needs of women in the area of clothing and trainings, and we adopt the use of patterns, standardized patterns that conform to the international size, hence our engagement by third-party brands. So, for the need of, in my growing up years, I realized that tailors make beautiful outfits, but there was always something off about those outfits. And it's always about balance. So where we come in is we create patterns, custom patterns, based on using templates and measurements, following the standard sizing chart. So our works have been recognized by the United States Consulate. We have been able to showcase samples of our clothes on the runway of the African Fashion Week. And we have also been able to make sales in Forex. So right now, due to that, Olam Creation has created, we have diversified into creating a product from our indigenous fabrics. That is the use of the Adire and Ashoke. And this we want to take to the international market. So we created a combination of Adire and Ashoke, and then we infused, hand-beaded detailing in order to bring out the beauty of our indigenous fabric. And here is a sample of a product that we ran on the stage of the African Fashion Week it received a lot of acceptance, and we made our first sales on Seller. Our first sale was in Europe. That we started with the Adire kimonos, and then we decided to innovate and go higher. And so we are kind of creating like a premium brand where you can shop abroad for our African pieces in Afrocentric designs. Where you want to go for a dinner, you want to go for a date, you're able to get something African but looking stylish, elegant, not too busy, and very tasteful. So we're not just bringing you fashion and style, we're also creating, portraying our African culture to the world. So with our patterns, we're able to do that because we're able to create in sizes where you don't have to have an issue of having to have a headache of whether this outfit will size you or not. We are following the standard size chart. So this follows good manufacturing practice, if I would say so. We need the funding to be able to buy, to create fabrics. Because these fabrics, we get them from the local markets. So when we are able to create the fabrics, we are able to present our cost of production will reduce because we will have to buy source for the materials, for the tie-dye, employ local artisans and bidders to do the works. So we are leveraging on our existing customers and also the fact that we have been running like a tailoring place. So they are the ones that will be in charge of, putting these pieces together. But we already have our patterns down. All we do is just place them on the fabrics and cut them. So we need the funding to be able to create a production, to be able to start our production facility, buying the basic instruments.
You spent longer than time.
Thank
the
you.
ones even reminding me. Because I was literally, I'd moved on to other things.
Sorry about that, sir.
How much revenues?
Okay, so we started with the revenue,
How
capital.
much revenue?
The revenue right now is 2.8. We actually tested the product. We have not really thrown it into.
So you've not really pushed the product?
Yes, but so we want to be able to go.
Okay, all right.
Push it out
Thank you
now.
very much. Please put hands together for her.
Thank you.
Well done. Next person. Sorry, how many more people do we have left? What's the destination? 42. We're going to 42. Okay. I hope everybody there, you're not owing anybody there anything. You're not owing anybody there anything. It doesn't change the outcome, don't worry. Okay. Onye, right? Okay. I don't have her details, the lady that just pitched. So she can give me her details later. Let's move on.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My name is Onyinye Angojulu, and I'm the founder and CEO of Flinks Food and Beverage Industries Limited.
Can't hear you well.
My name is Onyinye Angojulu. I'm the founder and CEO of Flinks Food and Beverages Industry Limited. Okay, we are a health and nutrition focused food processing company. And we are based in production of cereals for children from 6 months and above. And we do this using our local content, 100% natural food products. With part of our ingredients are whole grains, fruits, vegetables, and the likes of it. And the reason we go this way is because we found that a lot of health challenges that adults face nowadays can be linked to poor childhood nutrition. And this reality came, very visible to me when a child died of, I would call it old man sickness, a child that is even less than 10 years. And that is what, fueled this passion to really go into child nutrition. And so we have our factory located at kilometer 15, Badagry Expressway, Lagos. And over the period, we have our products in the supermarket. We use supermarket as a channel of selling our products. But we see a very big challenge there. Supermarket will tie up our money. Some wouldn't even pay.
Sorry,
still.
the solution, not the supermarket challenges. Okay. So the summary is, how much revenues are we doing?
So we do close to 800,000 every month.
You do 800,000 every month?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't bring any of the products?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What are the products? Oats?
Yeah, the series, some of them are made with rice, oats, some with
And
sorghum.
mostly for children?
For children, most especially.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The only challenge is, I don't know why you didn't bring, even if it's a sample. Do you have
Although
pictures
I have
of
the
it?
pictures, yes.
Okay, all right. I'll see you later.
Okay.
All right. So that's it really. So you have a product,
Yeah.
edible.
So what we want to use the money for is we want to engage into direct sales.
Direct
so
sales.
we want to do more of have a website and also.
Okay. Why is the product different from what is in the market? What's unique about it?
It's different because the innovation there, we use flash dryer as our equipment. So with that, it retains the nutrient content in it. And also we use functional ingredients. Our product strategies are 3. It just does 3 specific things. Weight gain for children, most especially picky eaters. Boosting of immune system. So children that use our product don't fall sick regularly because the ingredients are carefully selected to meet that need. Then the third is we help to raise smart children. And it's not...
So it's the alternative to Golden Moon?
Yes, alternative to Golden Moon.
Okay. And it's sweet?
Yes, it's
So
sweet.
like-
It's
so what-
sweetened
what-
with date and jaggery.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So are you coming tomorrow? So are you bringing the product? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like they say, looking good is good business. Hi, I'm Adenike Ajiboye, the founder and the creative director of Glam and Style with Nikki B, a dedicated fashion and beauty brand that empowers women to look good and feel confident in themselves. I realize that many women struggle with finding affordable and high-quality beauty services and custom designs. And this is one solution Glamour Style brings to the women world by helping them to enhance their beauty through our makeup and gele services, as well as designing personalized styles that suit them, that suit their taste, their preference, as well as give a confidence boost. Our solution is also aligned with SDG 4, which is quality education. We also provide makeup training, one-on-one makeup training to interested people. And we also promote economic development, which is Sustainable Development Goal 8. And we need these grants to be able to get more equipment, more makeup product. As you can see, this is our makeup brushes. And we need these grants to be able to get more quality products. We have partnership with some vendors, Oshodi vendors, island vendors. And these are their cards. So anytime I go to the market, I ensure we get the best quality products in order to be able to enhance our clients' experience. Here's our website for more.
Okay, I'm the one that should actually be looking at it.
Okay.
All right. So website
Yeah, this is our website.
for the products.
Yeah, no, for our fashion and makeup.
Okay. So what do you manufacture do you manufacture the items?
Yes, for the makeup is like we enhance the beauty. We understand that many
No,
people go for occasions.
No, I mean, is it your makeup? Do you make them or you just buy and resell?
No, we buy them. These are the equipment
So
we
you are the
use
one
to
that
glam
just
people's face.
You just make people.
Yeah,
You just make people up.
Beautify their face.
No, I know what makeup
body.
is now. I know. I thought maybe you like Tara, you manufacture your own.
No, I just brought this as a sample to showcase
So
what
the
I
business
do.
is making up.
Yeah, we make up and we also design quality and beautiful wares.
Do you sew them?
Yes, I sew them. I'm a fashion designer.
Okay, so you dress people up
Yes, I dress people
and make
up.
them up for events.
Yes, for events and any of the occasions.
Okay, why did you do website? Why not Instagram?
No, we have WhatsApp, so it's easy for people to be able to check in and also order for any ready-to-wear that we have.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
okay,
just did
it's
this
like e-commerce.
because we have a platform on LinkedIn. We are going global, so we need partnerships. So this is one reason why I did this website.
Okay, and last questions. Why is it unique?
Now, one thing is
In 10 seconds.
Okay. Our unique selling point is affordability. We understand how difficult it is to be able to get affordable makeup and fashion services in Nigeria. Another one is giving a confidence boost.
All right. Thank you very much.
My name is Caleb. I'm here to speak on Venture Connect Africa. Venture Connect Africa.
So sorry, sir. Onye Angulu, is that you? Okay, that's when did you give me? Okay, you didn't. Okay, when you.
Venture Connect Africa is an ecosystem for Pan-Africa. Basically, what we do is we help youths. We help youth to come online with tech because we believe that tech on street, basically, we do three things. We teach tech, we provide tech resources, and we also provide tech opportunities. We believe that despite the economic hardship, a lot can be done with our SMEs. So we notice that when we provide them services like social media, websites, content creation, they get to have better products that they show out there. So when we came for this program, we decided to build a platform that is easier. Currently, what we usually do, we go around, we have people reach us on social media platforms. We visit the SMEs, the young people, we set up their businesses online. I have pictures and videos we've done in Lagos, we've done in Kogi, we've done in Abuja. But now we are building a system whereby you can reach us on our platform, and with the help of AI, you can just put your system, your business information. It's particularly for African, the ecosystem. It sets up your system for you, set up your store for you, set up your social media platform for you, and all this for you to come up online is free. We get a commission incentive for trading. Then, of course, why we say our system is an ecosystem is it has other functionalities. There's a mentorship module embedded in it. There's a learning module embedded in it where you can see some free materials to learn how to improve your business. And there's also a crowdfunding module. For some of us that are thinking, oh, how do I get crowdfunded, or how do I get investors? All this has been harmonized. But we said our system is Pan-Africa. If you have your store on our platform, somebody in Ghana can buy from you, and the issue of currency does not become an issue. So if I go on our storefront, I can filter based on country or based on product. So if I select a product and the product is from Ghana, it's going to convert that currency to Naira. Then I just pay, and transaction is being done. This is the platform. We built it yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah, because we have always been doing it manually. So when we came, we noticed that one of the issues of the is youth empowerment and MSME, and we saw the gaps there. So we were able to now come up with the ecosystem while we are here. This is a dashboard. But currently we have transactions that we've done offline, and we have videos and pictures. People are in Lagos of what we currently do.
All right. Thank you very much. That's noted. Thank you. Let's clap for him, please. What number are we on now? That's how many more to go? 6 more. Okay. Adekunle Ajisafe. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adekunle Ajisafe. I'm the CEO of Shashanya Integrated Resource. So what we literally do is we convert animal dungs and stench to organic manure. Now, the problem is you understand the fact that most of the modern day foods are literally laced with fertilized chemicals and the rest, and people really want to eat organic foods, you understand? So that's why we actually came with those kind of concepts. So what we try to do is for livestock stenches and dungs, we convert them to organic fertilizers. So the solution is when you take, our target customers are actually the local farmers, and we actually have our own vegetable farms as well, that we actually grow our own crops. So we grow the crops, and we actually have target audience. The target audience, our target customers literally come down to our farm, or sometimes they actually order it, and they actually take our product and deliver our product to them. So one of the problems we are just really facing presently is we need to get a kind of sledge pump. So what the sledge pump literally does is it actually sun dry after getting those livestock manures, livestock stenches, the pig stenches and dungs. So what the sledge pump actually does is it actually sun dry them for easy processing. So when you sun dry them, we could equally send those things down to other farmers. So we need the funding to actually get a sledge pump so that to make the production very faster and easier. Thank you.
So you make organic waste,
Yes.
organic fertilizer?
Yes.
You gather waste from different animals?
Yes.
Chicken, cow?
Cows, pigs, and the rest.
Okay, and then you sell to farmers?
No, we sun-dry them.
You sun-dry them
yes.
and?
So after sun-drying them, we supply to farmers. You convert it to organic fertilizers.
Organic fertilizer?
Yes.
Okay, how many bags are you selling every?
For a year, is about 800 bags. For a week, yeah.
No, that look is not like plenty. It's like, how do I verify?
So, okay, I actually have the product here on my phone.
You have the product?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to see that also.
All right.
Revenues?
Yeah, as of 2024, we actually made total revenue of 30 million.
30 million?
Yes.
In 2024?
Yes.
Where's your business located?
It's actually located at Alimosho.
Alimosho?
Yes.
Where did you see space in Alimosho to put?
There are spaces around. There are spaces around Alimosho. There are spaces around Yanokpaja area. Yanokpaja area precisely, large expanse of land.
So where are your farmers?
My farmers, they're actually there with me. Yes.
No, I mean, where do you sell? Which farmers buy your?
Okay. We actually have a kind of network. They're actually based around the locality as well. So we have a platform where they could actually contact us. So the farmers are actually within the locality.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they left, so it makes my job easy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The fashion industry is one of the biggest sector and also one of the world polluter. Contributes to global water waste and carbon emission. Nearly 3/5 of clothing ends up in the incineration or landfill after a few years of production, but they often neglect the niche cultural alternative that could offer more sustainable option. At Sheila Shitu, we address the gap between modern fashion demands and the need for sustainable, significant clothing. My name is Oluwabukola Shitu. I'm the founder of Sheila Shitu. We're a sustainable fashion brand dedicated to creating unique, significant clothing using Nigerian textiles such as Adwe, Ashoke. Our primary focus is sustainability, empowerment, and cultural preservation in line with SDG 8, 11, 12, 13, and 17. A business that started with 50,000 naira has now grown to be a million naira business today. In the last 1 year, we were able to generate profits of 4 million naira, and this was possible all thanks to our runway show, pop-up shows, and our newest collection. And in our next fiscal year, we project to increase our profits by 50%, bringing us to about 6 million naira in profits. So with this investment, we'll be able to invest in equipment purchase, marketing, team building, branding, and also invest in our operations. So we are inviting you to join us on this journey towards a more sustainable future, where every clothing is a step towards preserving our culture and empowering our community. Thank you very much.
So, sorry, in summary, you say sustainable fashion.
So we use Nigerian textiles such as Adire, Ashoke to make our garments, and we produce our fabrics ourselves.
Revenue?
In the last 1 year, we made profits of 4 million naira.
Profit or revenue?
Profits.
Profit?
Yes.
So how much was revenue?
In revenue, we made about 11 million. So after removing our cost of production slides, and so
that's 2024.
Yes.
Okay, but you just gathering materials and you make your own fabric.
We don't gather material. We make our own adire to make the clothes.
To make the clothes?
Yes.
Because I heard you say you make your own fabric.
Yes, adire fabrics.
Okay.
We produce our own fabrics. We don't buy from the market.
Oh, I see. You just white and then you color everything.
Yes, we do.
Dye.
Yes, yeah. Because I did adire textile while in school, so it's part of what.
Okay, so you're practicing what you learned.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person.
Hi everyone. Can I get a show of hands if you know a business owner who is great at what they do but they struggle online selling their products? If you know someone that has a phone and they are young and they don't have a job but they have digital skills, can I see a show of hands? Awesome. So in Africa, what we struggle with, businesses in Africa are struggling with selling not because they have bad products, but because they actually don't know how to sell online. And on the other hand, we have youths who are unemployed, not because they are lazy, but because they don't have the right skills to show up online for skills as digital marketing. My name is Uche Chinhoma, and I'm the creative lead and founder of Contently Curated. We are a creative marketing agency based in Lagos, Nigeria, and our goal is to help African businesses gain visibility online and global stages, and we make young talent employable. Last year, we generated about 20 million naira in our revenue, served over 15 plus clients across 3 continents, and trained over 2,500 young professionals in digital marketing, all with a lean team of 5 people. Through smart and strategic marketing, we help businesses gain the visibilities they need, and we make this youth employable. With this fund, we simply want to purchase content equipment to help us produce better content. So like buying microphones, lights, and tripods, and other devices we need for our production. Thank you very much.
So are you a coach?
Yes, on the side. So we teach young people so they're able to do the same thing for other businesses.
So essentially like it's a professional service, like a consultancy.
No, yes and no. So we serve businesses B2B for marketing services, and then on the other hand, we train people. So it's more like an LMS. We have online courses, digital professionals. We partner with schools to go to their schools to teach their students, and sometimes we actually take on some students for internship, which we did last year with Augustine University. We're able to hire a couple of them on our team to have them learn digital and content marketing.
And you said you made 30 million in revenues?
20 last year.
20 million in revenues?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, the name of the business is? Contently. Okay, I saw. Thank you. You can have the card. All right.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Eitai Onigbinde, co-founder and CEO of Sundry Agro. I'm in the food business. And I was inspired while growing up, managing my parents' poultry and fish farm. I understood firsthand how critical and important agriculture is towards job creation and economic empowerment. Fast forward to COVID-19, people were afraid to die, so they were staying at home, and they were rather preferred to have products and services delivered to their doorstep. And that was when we decided to innovate by building an online marketplace that is currently allowing smallholder farmers with access to markets. Currently, 38 million tons of food items are perishing because smallholder farmers do not have the right access to market. And today, 25 million Nigerians are currently suffering from food insecurity. Sundry Agro is providing value both on the supply side and demand side by bringing them together in one e-commerce platform where they can transact business, especially people who live in the urban cities and cannot, afford to go to the market themselves. They can do that from our platform, enlist the services of a personal shopper who would prep their items and get it to their doorstep. Last year, we did about 20 million naira in revenues. And this year, since January, we have grown our revenues by over 50%, doing about 2 million naira month on month. So with the support from the AFCFTA hackathon, we can invest more in our products, especially our mobile app that would enable us to launch in multiple cities. Thank you very much. This is our e-commerce platform.
So it's like Price Pally?
It's like Price Pally.
Like Price Pally?
Yes.
Full stop. Okay.
But the difference is that we use personal shoppers to
Okay.
get farm fresh food from the market to people's doorstep.
You use personal shoppers? How many personal shoppers are you working with?
Currently, we have about 40 personal shoppers
40?
that work with us. Yeah, they are spread across the city of Lagos.
All right.
So they are
Revenues?
young people. You mean lifetime or monthly, month on month?
Monthly.
Currently, we do about 2.5
Monthly.
monthly now. Before it wasn't like that, but now we do 2.5 since January. We've been consistent with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good everyone. My name is Amal Farouk. I am a GIS and a recycling and an environmentalist. So basically, we can see a very big evolution going around the waste management in Nigeria. And this has to let you know that there's a big money in recycling, which means in everywhere you stay in Lagos State, you cannot drop your plastic and it will last for 5 to 10 minutes. That tells you that there's a big money in the recycling sector that everyone is currently lacking. So at AGOA Africa, we are trying to make the waste management an innovative structure, whereas people, SME, can be able to crush, do kind of any recyclable in an easy aspect, and also post on a platform whereby you can see buyers that want to say, okay, oh, I want to buy these waste materials that you have. I want to buy this crush materials that you have. So we are trying to bring an innovative machine that can crush materials for you, any kind of materials, either plastic, either nylon, either recyclable. And after crushing these materials for you, there is a platform that will be available for you to post your materials that, oh, I have a crushed materials, I have a plastic materials. So anyone that wants to buy it is going to give you an access to market. Anyone that wants to buy will say, oh, I'm in this, I am in love with these materials, let me get it. So one of the things that doesn't make people to engage in recycling is because they don't have access to information. Everybody generates waste, and we can see that the higher population of Nigeria, the higher more waste is being generated. But people still lack in poverty. So with our innovative waste management machine, people can get involved in recycling efficiency. So, and again, apart from that...
No. Time is up, sir. Thank you. Okay. So, summary, recycling machine,
yes.
What kind of waste?
So any kind of waste is an innovative machine that can crush any kind of waste, either plastic, either nylon.
What of glass?
Yes.
You have the machine?
No, it's currently being fabricated. I can show you.
It's currently being fabricated?
Yes.
Okay, so but have you started selling waste, or how do you do, what do you do with the waste?
Yes, I started selling waste, and one of the things that lack in it is because there's no information for people. There are all kind of waste that is being sold out. So with this our
So
platform,
you aggregate?
Yes, aggregator.
Okay, but is the platform live?
No, the platform is not yet.
Okay, you're working on it?
Yes, yeah, working on it currently.
So you are still at idea stage?
Yeah, we are on a prototype. So
okay, prototype.
Yeah.
Okay, well done. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well done. Well. That's what they told her to collect, account number. Okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now wow, this is serious work. Okay, so I scored everyone to the best of my understanding what they did. Just to give you some context, I prioritized traction, and I say that respectfully. People that have already put in the work, and they produce something, you can see it is selling. I also paid attention to things that were quite innovative. I don't want to be too direct, but I think the innovation quotient wasn't a lot. I mean, there were just few people that had like really, really innovative stuff. The rest were conventional things, but at least they were working and they are busy, which I respect and salute. In other words, if you really, really did, if you are putting in the work, why not? We acknowledge. How many people are we going for? 8 people, is that correct? Wow. Okay. We have 8 people, is that correct? Eh? Okay, what do we have here? Sugar. All right, there is just give me a second because making quick decisions here. So I've tallied the numbers and they're out. So, I have my clear clear 7 winners. There's just the next category. So 40, 40, 40, 39, 38, 38, 37. Total score is 50. And it covers sustainability, traction, level of innovation, value proposition, problem, quality of problem solved. But I now have like almost quite a number of people on, about 6 people who got 35 points. So I would just, if you can give me 3 minutes. Let me just clean up the numbers and see the criteria for reselecting or for rearranging some names. Okay. All right. So like I was saying, I also paid attention to traction. Traction is important so that we support you on your journey to pushing further. It's very competitive. And you guys said they should instead of say 100K so that the money will be more. You made it hard for them. I said instead of people to have voted 100K so the money will spread, you want to go and take 250. Oh, it's 250 per head, right? You sure? Okay, because that's what they voted. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm coming. So let me explain. We have 7 clear winners based on my calculation. Is the last person or the last group, and the next number is 35, and there are like 6 people on 35 or 5 people on 35. So that's what I'm trying to see. What criteria I would use to just, pick one person from that list. Sorry, where is Rashidat Umar? Okay, all right. I wanted to see whether it's tallying with what I calculated. Okay.
Feel like rain. Cause anything where I drop, then go chop a J. Whether night or day, I dey on my J's. I dey on my J's. Kese, 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 kese. Kese, kese, baby, kese, kese. How many times they go tell the person? They know they pay to they learn the lesson. Shama ya baby, they beg. And they survive anytime we did it. I don't get time, I don't get the patience. Spread the money, plenty. Tell them make we dance. Make it dance. Let the music they play.
All right. Sorry, please, who is Oreolua? Ode Body? Oreolua? Okay, all right. Okay. Jerry Ape. Okay, that's what's that product? Greenhouse. Hydroponics and greenhouse. Okay. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think should be good now. So once again, please accept this was a difficult exercise. It wasn't like I just, had to think about all the factors and really, really think about the businesses. So we have the following. List. All right. So, with 40 points, I have. Now, just like I said, call the names, and then so we have Unyinye and Julu, Flings foods and beverages, nutritious foods for kids. So, I would just make a kind request that if I call your name, I will still pull you on the side before I hand you over to these people to see what exactly you do and just like some website or something. But the reason why is because obviously, being able to give children an alternative to something to eat is very important. There's a lot of stuff children consume, and the volumes they're doing, over 30 million, I believe. What? How much million you said you made? How much did you say in revenues? 800,000 monthly. Monthly. Okay. So we'll do some quick verification on the side. So if I, for instance, maybe verify and I see, I would now, not just generally speaking. So I'll do that. The second person is Maria Oga. The rice product. She will be, her product is pretty interesting, and I know she has the basic thing she's selling in supermarkets. You're in supermarkets, right? So there's already traction, but the more important thing is that you're releasing this new product, right? That will hit the shelf. Okay, that's an innovative product. You're competing with Indomie, giving us alternatives. Sharon, Bossman Rivers. Okay, yes. So obviously your product is very innovative. In fact, that's probably one of the most innovative I've seen. Ibano is already withdrawing nylon bags every time you want to buy. So you want to make nylon bag fancy, carry it around. We can give you up our old clothes, which you can use to recycle. So that's a no-brainer. Oreolua or Odebode, Eating Foods, Orishi. Yes, that's the one you displayed now. That was easy. So if you just bring your product, it's great. We see. We're not going to argue with you, to be sincere. Services is a bit tough. There are other people in the red ocean. That's also a bit tough. And so please bear with me. It's not like... well, the gentleman's idea is also innovative. He's competing with Price Pally, so Eitayo Onibinde. Working with market people, they're selling. I saw the app, it's working, it's technology. So the product, I understand the product very well, so I think I get it. So, Jeriape, unique hybrid agro enterprises, crop production. I saw the greenhouses, I saw the pictures, and I believe they're correct. Tough one, I must confess. I suffered. And then lastly, Rashidat Umar. I also saw the product, and that's the dried fish, right? Okay. Product is there, and you gave me the numbers. How much did you say again? 30 million naira. All right, so that's a lot of money. That's one I confused with. But please, Onye, we still need to see, because you're the one that I said I wanted to check, and then we can move. All right. I've called everyone. I think there's one more slot. Is that correct? I called. Tough. 7. So the last slot. I called 6. I called 7 actually. There's a third one. Are we together? Are we together? Remile Kunkende Phillips. Remile Kunkende Phillips. Yes. Can you have your products, right? The one that brought the coconut and the okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the final person. The only verification I have to do is and thank you for your good sportsmanship. I appreciate that. The only verification I need to do is it's all gone, right? We've taken everybody. Just confirming, all complete. 8, complete. Complete, okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it's on that note that we've come to the end of the... Now, I would like to say something that I don't know if there are still additional, I don't know. So if tomorrow I hear, and please, don't take this, I don't know who is not coming back tomorrow because there's no competition. So, peradventure, I am told that somebody gets more money. There are some people lined up, so I'll have to still reach you. So it'd be good to be around, just in case. Not that it's a reason to come. Are we together? Are we together? All right, so please, so she collect her number. But let me see Onye and Drew. Quickly.
Money can't fill this emptiness, but I want all the money in the world. Money don't buy you happiness. Money can't buy you love. Money don't fill this emptiness, but I want all the money in the world. Ooh-wee, I want all the money in the world. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather be crying in a Bentley, sipping on Hennessy, drying on my tears with some $100 bills. Feeling down in Fendi, but I got plenty.